Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Cosmic Surfers. All right, so what I want to do today, I want to finish off the video from yesterday with Dr. Judy Wood on 9/11. Then I want to do this is going to be an evidence episode. It could be a long one. Let's see how we go. Then I want to cover Ashton Forbes and MH370 evidence. Then I want to get into Ben Davidson from Space Weather News on the disaster cycle. There's a documentary there on the Earth's magnetic pole flip and the science behind that. And then seeing how we're going, because these are all long videos, then we'll maybe get back into another Ashton Forbes, Jason Georgiani video talking about the link between nuclear weapons and the nuclear program and advanced weaponry and breakthrough energy and so forth. But now that we've gone through some of the the moral arguments and the kind of the more energetic layers, I guess you would say, this is going to be an evidence centric stream. And then in future episodes, we will get more into, the phenomena and making sense of it all and all of this kind of thing. So without further ado, why don't we, and if, if you, I do advise you go back to the previous episode, episode 11, to get that wider context and the start of the Dr. Judy Wood video that we're about to continue here today. And this is like a watch along or a learn along. I've got a lot to share on a wide range of different things, but again, first of all, what I want to do is set a foundation, and also just feeling more to being more of a listening and receiving mode for the moment before presenting more myself. But what I'm looking to do here is to learn more, to get more evidence. I've gone through significant amounts of material already, and so what I think, what my hypothesis is that the Earth's disaster cycle, which is shown in the oral wisdom natural law stories of Cataclysm, which is shown in Archaix's history, following the books of history chronologically. I feel like they're all talking about the same thing, and that this is known about, that we have advanced technology, breakthrough energy, and weaponry, and that potentially 9/11 and MH370 are examples of that weaponry being used against the people, violating natural law and our rights, and that this is going to be covered up behind nuclear, under national security, and calling everyone domestic terrorists and this kind of thing that gets involved with it, and that you can technically label the breakthrough energy as aneutronic fusion. That's how you can get that secrecy, and that this technocratic occultocracy is going to be powered by breakthrough energy hidden under nuclear, and that AI is going to be powering AI, and that these people know that this magnetic pole flip disaster cycle is coming, and that we have a certain amount of time, and that there is no plan to create any real solution on Earth. And then as quantum comes to life in the eyes of the public, and encryption is broken, if it hasn't been already, in this kind of 2027, 2030 kind of a timeline, that they're going to be able to offset a whole wide range of advanced technologies to do with perception, and then we aren't going to know what's real. And that, that they have these underground cities. We already know that. Catherine Wilson Fitz talked about doing a report of over 181 of them when she was tracking the 21 trillion missing. And that that this technology can be used to survive and thrive during through the coming cataclysms and magnetic pole flip, and that while this is a lot to take on, and some people would say black-pilled. It is important to arm ourselves with the correct evidence and information so that we can take action accordingly. And that is, there is a real kind of present moment kind of urgency that I want to impress upon everyone to get this technology out there, to spread the awareness of this technology and how it's been weaponized against us, and then also to share the moral arguments and for natural law, so that people don't continue to go along this pathway of, humans are bad, because of social Darwinism or whatever the excuse is, and that we're going to blow ourselves up if we have said technology. And said technology gets into ancient psychologists and psychology and mind control. And in future episodes, we're also going to dive into some of this, some of the presentations that have been done by Catherine Austin Fitz in these Omnivore symposiums, which are about 4 hours long that we can go through. And so as quantum comes online, that's where AI really starts to accelerate as well. And then that's also where we have the ability for quantum tunneling and quantum communication. And this thing starts to get a bit squirrely with time as well, with beyond time and space and the ability to manipulate it. And then it starts getting into the occult and starts getting into kind of some of these more esoteric subjects, because as you get into that, you start to get into the divine, you start to getting into evil, we start getting into entities, you start getting into what's happening when we start to engage with the quantum field or the 0-point energy field. If weapons or different advanced weaponry is pulling stuff out of the ether, what kind of an effect is it having everywhere else, and so forth. So what I'm attempting to do here is to go through the evidence of 9/11 and Dr. Judy Wood, just to recap, and then to go into the evidence of MH370 and see if there is a link there with the advanced scalar technology. There could be other, might not be. I think there's some links there. And they could be two examples that need to be treated as such, as like real live evidence that this technology is out there and being used against us, and that we can also have this technology for free energy and to live more harmoniously and for a number of good things. And then I also want to get into this nuclear side of things. We'll get into the Cataclysm side of things, because I know for sure from my studies of star law and natural law that that's what these cycles are about. And then also this kind of 6,000, 12,000 year cycle, along with the smaller cycles of 138 years, these cycles upon cycles. We're kind of at this on the precipice, or right in this moment right now, over the next 20 years or so, where all these cycles are ending and starting at one time. So, and then we'll get into the nuclear argument if we get to it. So I do want to address that. I do know that sometimes I get deep into this and then kind of get a bit tired, or it's a bit much. So then I kind of end the stream quickly. So I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. So let's see how we go. But I've got 4 things lined up here. So this could be quite a long stream, or we'll see how much we get to today. So what I want to do is continue on from Dr. Judy Wood giving a presentation on 9/11, and all she does is just give the evidence. So she's not making any conclusions or anything like that. She's just giving the evidence here.
Where are you?
Okay, 10-4. North Tower, stairwell, abandoned boy on the 2nd floor.
But the location Jay gave was unbelievable to them. The North Tower no longer existed. They asked for his location again.
He asked me that a couple times, and one time he asked me that. Somebody else got on the radio saying, "Where's the North Tower?"
I remember somebody saying it, "Where's the North Tower?" on the radio. And I said, "Oh, shit." I says, it's not good.
What I like about these clips from the BBC's show about the miracle in Stairwell B is that these are the original people. They're telling their story. indeed, they're real people, and they were trapped in there and walked out. And what they experienced, can you imagine being at the base of a 110-story building and the building goes away and you're left alive? There's also a fellow who remained at the edge of that hole in building 6. His buddies didn't make it. They were a few feet away. There's stairwell B. Just to look at the amazing aspect of this, you get the bare sidewalk over here. Building 7, a 47-story building, didn't even fully spill across the street. If you had a big building coming down like that, even with explosives in it, it'd be like machine gun fire on all the adjacent buildings. Didn't happen. And this dome doesn't look clobbered. It's right across the street. You don't see that debris piled up on the ground. This is right at ground level. So now we're going to talk about the bathtub. I don't know what the lighting is. If the building crashed to the ground, Manhattan would have been flooded because that dike around the bathtub would have been ruptured. And all of the PATH train tunnels and subway tunnels are all connected underground, and they would all have been flooded. That didn't happen. Here are the towers before they built across the street. There was just water right there at the base of the towers. And the towers go well below the water table. There's also the rail lines that come under the Hudson up into the base of the bathtub. That tunnel was not damaged. First, they were worried because they had water in the tunnel, but they had fire hoses on it, rainwater going in there. But once they pumped it out, it stayed dry. That's the bathtub wall. It's called, or slurry wall, or dike, whatever you want to call it. It keeps out the Hudson River. The towers were actually built in the Hudson River 70 feet below the water table. That's 7 times 10. So they're pretty far down there. And if that thing had been ruptured, Lower Manhattan would have been flooded. And here's the Hudson River, and as they're constructing it, you can see way deep down in there's the base, down there in bedrock. The PATH trains from the Jersey side used to come up through here and back out, but they rerouted them to turn around in the new big bathtub.
I thought the seismic data you were going to look at was data associated with the collapse of the tower, particularly 2.
Yes. Oh, yes. We did look. Obviously, we've looked at all of the seismic signals. The main focus of that was to establish the timing of the various events, and if any, again, using it also to see if there were any events that we could not explain other than it being the collapse of the towers and the World Trade Center 7. The signal's strength due to the collapse of the towers were not of any magnitude that was seismically significant from an earthquake design standpoint, or from the design or failure of a structural component, or of, I would say, a piping system that might be used in a structure. So there wasn't anything that gave us pause in terms of that being a significant seismic event to have ruptured the pipeline.
This was a meeting that NIST had to determine what happened to Building 7. So they're wondering if there's any pipelines that went through the bathtub over to Building 7. And he said it wasn't seismically significant enough to have ruptured a pipeline to cause any damage. You have 2 buildings, 500,000 tons each, slamming to the ground, and it's not a seismically significant event. And the bathtub's fine at the end of the day. Tower 1's base is right here, down the bedrock. There's the old parking garage after they cleaned it out. And if the buildings had slammed to the ground, the seismic signal would have shown it. Didn't happen. Michael Ober said, "I don't remember the sound of the building hitting the ground." Somebody told me it was measured on the Richter scale. I don't know how true that is. If the building's hitting the ground that hard, why do I not remember the sound of it? It's amazing. And somebody who worked in the 27th floor decided to go home because he wasn't going to get anything done that day. Went down to the ferry terminal, the south end of the island, and some idiot, they thought, came running up and said, the tower just collapsed. And that's ridiculous. They didn't hear it. They didn't feel it. When they walked past the tower, it looked like it was in good shape. Well, I think I know why it didn't make a sound. That part of the building doesn't make a thud when it hits. Dust gradually settles, and that's a lot of dust. This is an earthquake that happened earlier that year, in January of 2001, in Manhattan. So we know that the bedrock that the tower sat on can carry a seismic signal. But here's what Tower 1, the signal it made. Notice the difference in the quality. This is very high frequency. The lines are very closely spaced compared to this. Also, it has this, I call it the snout leading up to the big signal. It has that leading portion, which is the primary wave. The P wave arrives first, and then the secondary wave arrives. This is neither a P wave or an S wave. This is only a surface wave. P wave and S wave travels through the Earth. In other words, when the tower, during the tower's demise, the signal did not travel through the Earth. Again, that's the January 17th earthquake. And here's, P wave is like a rubber band snap, and the S wave is like a jump rope. And the rolling surface, like getting up off a mattress in the morning, the mattress springs back up. If you remove two 500,000-ton buildings, you're going to create a surface wave. But it only lasted 8 seconds. You know, it takes 9.5 seconds to throw a bowling ball off the roof of the towers and have it hit the ground. So how can this be? The building couldn't have reached the ground as a solid, rigid object. Here's where Tower 2 had already gone by the time this chart started. Tower 1's demise there, but here we're going to focus on Building 7, down here. There was an earthquake in the Fox Islands by the Aleutian Islands, and that's what the mess is after that. But where this vertical red line is, there's no seismic event that shows up at this scale. Nothing that stands out from background noise. For a 47-story building's demise, this is the King Dome. So here's a controlled demolition, and it produces a P wave and an S wave. So what length of time does that take? It takes, for a free fall speed from the roof to the ground, it's about 4 seconds. But the portion of time that the ground shook was more than twice that. So that doesn't answer the question either of what we saw. And with Building 7, what is very telling is that they calculated when the P wave and the S wave should have arrived because they could not pick it out from background noise. They couldn't even pick out where the surface wave arrived at one of these stations. So there's 5 different stations reporting, and they had to calculate when the S wave and P wave would have arrived, and it was not there. The signal did not travel through the Earth. So if we have Seattle King Dome, we're going to look at things relative to that. That made a 2.3 on the Richter scale when it was blown up by controlled demolition. And we have these 2 towers. Let's say for Tower 2 was the first to go. So if we turn it to dust, all but the bottom 16 stories, and then drop a 16-story building to the ground, we record approximately the same seismic signal as what was recorded on 9/11. Just pretend this rest doesn't exist. And for Tower 2, if you turn it into dust above the 20th story and just drop a 20-story building to the ground, you get the seismic signal that was recorded. And for Building 7, it's all but the bottom 2.5 stories. Where's the rest of the building? Makes it 0.6 on the Richter scale. That's like a jackhammer. It should have sounded like it was raining dump trucks. You know, big dump trucks go down the road, they wake you up at night because they vibrate the ground. So we've talked about these 3 things. Now we're going to talk about dustification and lather. You'll notice I use a unique language. If you don't know what the phenomenon is and you use the name of a known phenomenon, that's wrong. You're misleading the direction the information is going in. You're calling something like fire when it's not fire. That's why I use the word fumes, because if you use smoke, you're assuming the cause to be fire. If you don't know what the phenomenon is, better not use a name of a known phenomenon. Well, what happened to these buildings? That's a phenomenon we've never seen before. It needs a new name. I call it dustification. The buildings turn to dust. It's not a difficult word to remember either. And often I use names of food, you know, like Cheetos or something like that. You're not going to confuse this with food. It's better than using characteristic 493-7A. You're not going to remember that. But we're going to talk about dustification. As we talked about before, this is turning to dust as it falls. People often see these squirts ahead of the collapse wave. But what was that? If it's bombs, you'd see a flash and you see a whole lot more of them. But if you have the whole building turning to dust as it comes apart, what about the water tanks that are distributed throughout the building? They're going to get weaker and weaker as they're dissolving until they suddenly give way. And I'm tempted to believe that might indeed be what that is. We don't know. But if you got that whole building down on the ground in like 8 seconds, let's say 9.5 seconds, just to give it some extra, it would have to be squirting out here at the base at a minimum of Mach 1.5. The air from the middle to get to the outside is like Mach 2.5. For sure, all of the adjacent buildings should look like they were machine gun fired. That's a lot of stuff to squirt out of the way. And that's assuming the building took, 9.5 seconds to come to the ground. So you just have this couple little puffs. Something's not right there, too. Now, people who say, okay, they claim they heard explosions. And so therefore it must be bombs in the building. They're starting with assuming what did it, and then going back to assuming what problem they're solving, instead of determining first what happened. Well, if you recall, blasting zone ahead, turn off cell phones and two-way radios just in case it triggers something. How are you going to get everyone to unknowingly turn off all their cell phones in southern Manhattan for weeks ahead while they prepare the site? But there were sounds of explosions. Bombs go boom, but not everything that goes boom is a bomb. Think of putting an egg in your microwave oven. Turns out there's a lot of folks who talked about these Scott packs exploding at ground level, sitting on the fire trucks. There's a lot of testimony here. We don't need to go over it, but there's various firefighters who talked about hearing these Scott tanks exploding. Now this is slow motion of Tower 1 coming apart. And you notice this, there'll be some column that starts falling down this corner. I think it's in here. And we're going to follow it down and watch how it just turns to dust completely. And as well as these other things. Here it is. Okay, it's got the dust trailing behind it. This is a solid piece. It's like ice cream melting. It's going away. And if you focus on various other parts, you'll see the same thing. There's no sound with this. This is a high-speed version of it. You can see that piece again. And these big chunks over here. So you see it's turning to dust as it comes down. And we're going to go look down on the ground right next to where this was coming down. This is the Verizon building here. Whoops, right here. And we're going to look at the corner right below there. That's the Verizon building right there. This is that intersection where that material was falling. Right after everything's settled, these people who were hiding come out of their hiding places. And they're probably in awe. There's, no building here. You can see sky. Looking at the body language, the guy with his hands on his hips, arms folded, arms at side. They're probably in total amazement and shock and just bewildered. I call this picture the Twilight Zone because they probably felt like they just walked into the Twilight Zone. A bunch of cars went into spontaneous combustion, apparent spontaneous combustion up here with a sea of unburned paper in between. And here's that toasted car lot. But we're going to look at various directions of watching this dustification. There's a cluster of core columns that remains here. Watch what happens to them. They just faint. I believe that's the upper part of where those firefighters survived in Stairwell B. Those are core columns. This is another one. See how it peels away like a banana? And you see this clear air around it. Some folks like to say dust settled on it. Well, dust can't settle on.
This is probably my own projection a little bit, but it reminds me of another analogy that I saw from like Bob Greenyer, or maybe it was Joseph Farrell, where we're talking about like the twisting of like an empty can, like it crushing in like a spiral. Reminds me a little bit of that.
Something like that fast, without seeing it.
So Bob Greenyer argues it's not as simple as just twisting straight down, but at an angle.
And there's from across the river, you can see those two. And then there's a sequence from the northern view. And my detractors like to say, oh, it fell over. And because the dust was so fine, it hung in the air. Well, if the dust is so fine it hung in the air, how could it be settled instantly on these vertical columns? We saw it was peeled away like a banana. But it comes a point where it's no longer a crisp boundary and just turns to dust. I call it dustification. I mean, where have we seen it before? Here goes one more round it. But you're told to see a collapse, so you tune that out. You can see all of this just frothing up into dust. That part. And it's also blowing downward. Very clean edges. So it isn't like dust was settling on it. And another part of it, this is further up than this image, because this is coming down close to this building. But notice there's some chunks that go missing. And notice the dust kind of squirting out the ends of those pieces. You can see it trailing. So the reason why it didn't, you didn't hear a thud when it hit. Lather is a term I use when it looked like another unique behavior pattern, but I think lather is just the part doing the same thing that this is doing, but doing it in place. And this video is of Building 7, the north face, but notice it's one face and one face only that has this lather pouring out of it.
No. Go low to the corner.
Notice it's spiraling around.
Yeah, I was just about to mention the same thing, like the vortices, which is, like a toroidal field makes sense. Again, according to the toroidal moment and fractal toroidal stuff that Bob Greene goes through.
And if it was smoke from a fire and it really needed to get out, why isn't it coming out these windows? If there's a traffic jam,
Toroid is something that also comes up in oral wisdom stuff as well.
Why does it take the path of least resistance? The wind that day was 7 or 8 miles an hour.
No. Go low to the corner.
Now we're going to look at dust rollout and fuzzballs. This wall of dust is pouring down the street. It was chasing people, and it overtook them. Didn't cook them. Just left them covered with dust. I like these abrupt lines. Like you can see where this other fellow's tie was tucked in there. He was just covered. He didn't get cooked.
So I don't know enough about this, but the stuff that I have been looking at from what we'll get into with MH370 is the use of cold fusion. So I'm not sure if that answers the part about the heat or not.
The dust went a certain distance and then went up. Another bizarre thing. Again, it's important just to take in all of the data, and it starts telling you the story of what happened. Let the evidence tell you the story instead of forcing it to go a particular direction. And I wouldn't have seen this before, just all particular distance then goes up. There's a video filmed by Bob and Bree, who had an apartment up here. Bless them for saving this video and then sharing it with the world. This is an image from there, and the dust doesn't quite touch their window and then goes up.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I told you! Oh my God!
Did she say I told you?
All these people! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh, it's awesome.
Oh baby, hold Lily. Oh my God!
Building now, just being covered on the right side. Let's go to the other one.
Yeah.
Let's see how it started.
Is this dangerous?
It's just smoke.
There's no danger of the buildings.
Today
Is the air conditioner turned off in the room?
Good thinking.
And the windows closed in the bedroom?
Near the area are an absolute crazy situation. The entire top of the building just collapsed.
The entire building just collapsed.
Building just collapsed.
We're going to leave because
See how it just starts shooting up? It doesn't touch the window.
This is a devastating
It doesn't go past here.
Is no more. We do not know at this point the extent of injuries or casualties, how many people were in these buildings, trying to get out. We've seen some gut wrenching.
Oh, people are running away. They're running away. What are they going to do?
Green grass.
Run away.
That grass stayed green the whole time.
ABC News right now. I think it's going to be blown away. No, it's the wind is being blown away.
It just came that particular distance, but it went up.
Just a few minutes ago, within the last minute actually, the second twin tower collapsed. Just to recap, if you were just joining us, around 8:42 Eastern time this morning here in New York City, a plane crashed into the right twin tower of the World Trade Center.
It's amazing, it goes up. Now, controlled demolition, the dust doesn't really go above the highest point of the building, the original building. But this went up and blocked out all the sunlight for a few minutes. And it went up and continued going up. And continued going up for months and years. Wet tire tracks, they wet it down, they're misting it from up here. But what's this? Wet dirt. All right, fuzzballs. Notice how clear the air is from here on up. But down at the bottom is a thick haze. And you'll notice from the time on the clock that it's only 15 minutes after the South Tower went away. And this is 15 minutes before the North Tower went away. How could that fine of dust have landed in that short of time? It's fallen out of the air because it's clear. And there's several other pictures that indicate this, that it was coarse dust that landed and then became fine dust and began rising up, like it kept breaking down. Toasted cars, we got to get to the toasted cars. I say they're toast, they're history. I can't say they're burnt because I don't know that, but they're toast. I just decided to use that word to say something happened, messed them up. You can't fix it, you got to get a new one. It's history. This is a police car found on FDR Drive. I don't know how it got to, I don't know where it was toasted. There were some that were witnessed as being toasted on FDR Drive. But this one is quite interesting in that it has an abrupt, toasted, not toasted. Like it's like it's on the showroom floor. It just had a new wax job back there. What abruptly stops? A real fire, a regular fire, doesn't do that. It would be lapping around the corner. Also, why aren't the lights melted? And you have the circular spot on the other side. Gas tank is still, fine. This is where all the toasted cars we're seeing that I'm aware of, as well as the toasted car lot. And the ones we were looking at were down here. And an emergency medical person said you could tell it was hot at the Trade Center because you could feel the heat from the bridge. But paper wasn't burning down here. How could somebody over here, 3/4 miles away, feel heat? Something that they perceived as heat.
And you said you saw melted tour buses, melted cars?
The cars that were right down there, it was just unbelievable. They were twisted and melted into nothing. The debris is just unbelievable. And then you can see fire trucks and police vehicles that were down there early that all their windows, the windshield are completely blown out must have been from when debris dropped.
But even more jarring, I think, is this scene right here. Look at these two cars placed on top of one another. I think when you think about the impact that these planes must have had, it's hard to visualize.
I don't know what to say.
Because everything melted. But here, at least you have some remnants. You have literally an engine that is melded together with other parts of the car. Moving over, you've got another car they moved here. It looks like it's been through a war. You can see the papers, all the burned out papers from the building. You see the soot and the dirt, and it just shows you how devastating this blast was. Look across the street there. You've got a Con Ed truck that, some of the Con Ed people now looking at, examining, trying to figure out which truck that actually was. But that truck, too, in terrible shape. So while many of the items, the steel, was literally melted.
People who have been right down next to the base of what was the trade towers say there's virtually nothing.
Yes, we'll stop here on this toasted bus picture. Realize there's no burnt marks, no scorch marks. The toasted bus. But yeah, these poor reporters, they're doing the best they can. Remember, the evidence is the truth that a theory must mimic if a theory is correct. Starting out with a theory, if you haven't figured out what happened first, you're just solving an imagined problem, not a real problem. So it's so important to look at the evidence. As we've seen, the evidence is showing us a different story than what we were led to believe. Now this toasted bus, notice there's no big flame marks running up beside the bus. No scorch marks. This is echoing. Oh. And then we have also this vehicle that's already rusted. You can see building 7 is still standing. Every car up this road was toasted in some way. Every vehicle. I call this the swamp. I think you can see why. Is it the sound? Oh, yeah. No door handles. Yeah. Not a trace of window glass. Just gone.
Go, let's go. Go. 3, 2. Oh, man. More debris falling from a nearby building, the World Trade Center. We're at West Broadway and Barclay. Very difficult to breathe here, but look around. This must have been ground zero where this thing blew up. Car after car after car, buses completely obliterated and burned straight down to the steel. Behind me.
He was describing it the best he could. Here's more of that street. And notice no door handles. Now that in itself isn't surprising, but we're just noticing the patterns. It seems that door latches, trunk lid latch, this door, door latches and door handles were completely gone. Also, this looks like it was sandblasted, ready for a new paint job. Not a trace of window glass left in that. And that's what seems to be a trend with the toasted vehicles. Something happens to the engine compartment too, like this one down here. And notice again this distinct abrupt line between different parts of the car. Now, often folks say, well, that's just like any old burnt car. Here are burnt cars up at the top. Notice these rings of burn marks around it. And burnt cars also have remains of window glass. This is clean down here. And here we have traces of window glass left. And of course, there's a lot left there. But the ones at 9/11, there's not a trace. The ones that are seriously toasted. Doesn't look at all. These are uniform colors, like they've been sandblasted, ready for a new paint job. And the insides are completely toasted. I think they threw this stuff in afterwards. But the stuffing is still partly here in the burnout car. So there's a bunch of cars that appear to go into spontaneous combustion up in that parking lot. And we have various views of that. And my detractors often say, well, the cars were towed. They were burned elsewhere and were just towed through junkers. But we have photos of them before, during, and after. Now here's the toasted car. See how it looks like this flame coming out of them, but the sea of unburned paper in between. The building's over here, the towers. And here again is tower still standing. And there's the untoasted cars. They're not even toasted yet. And there they are. They haven't been toasted yet. They're still in good shape. I actually thought this car was white, but I was surprised to find it was black. And here, it's still in good shape. People are evacuating. Here it is after it's been toasted. You can't tell it was a black car. Just all in a line, they just went poof. Weird fires. I can't call them a fire because there's weird things with them, like paper not burning. This is where I call the swamp. Toasted cars all along through there. And the fellow who came out that door, he's probably the one that left it open, walked up West Broadway, and it was pitch black. And then he said, thank goodness the cars started lighting up, because then he could see where he was going. He walked out of there up to intersection C and turned over towards D. And intersections along there, papers not burning. Here's the firefighters going for a lunch break. They come, doo-doo-doo, you know. They don't seem at all concerned that they're walking through this fire. They aren't worried about a car blowing up. Now, this is an interesting picture. Often we were shown this by certain individuals who would say, see, molten metal. But wait a minute, what's really going on here? This is an igloo cooler and a trash can that aren't melted. If this is white hot, then it's got to be, hot enough that it's going to melt this aluminum. Aluminum melts at around 660 centigrade, and it's a kind of barely a beet red. You have to be like 1,000 degrees centigrade in order for it to glow. So when aluminum's glowing and it's not a puddle, something else is going on. So we're told about pools of molten metal. Well, that's paper, not burned. Aluminum is blood red when it melts. Whoops. I don't know what that is. Again, remember this temperature, and up here is where you need it to be well above where aluminum melts. But you see this aluminum cladding appears to be glowing on the end. This corner up here. And you get these, I call them Cheetos. And in case people don't know what Cheetos are, the orange thing on the ground, and you're not going to confuse that with a piece of steel, but there's these little things that look like Cheetos that are glowing. Pretty strange.
Reporting molten metal like a slurry or a steel mill or a volcano. Those are quotes. Giant pools.
What about the pictures of them dragging oxygen hoses all over the steaming supposed hot metal? If it were that hot, you wouldn't dare do that, would you?
Would you?
Well, we do have the infrared photos of the molten metal.
Well, again, what melted the metal? Was it heat?
Or was it something else? Here on this thermal map that is so often quoted, point E is right next to where building 3 had been. Here's point E. According to the measurement there, it's supposed to be 819 Fahrenheit. That's above 212, where water boils. This guy doesn't look like a boiled chicken. How hot can that be? So the color in that map meant something else. It wasn't temperature. And nice bushy trees didn't melt. Or didn't burn, neither did the paper in the street. But what happened to these vehicles? What happened to his engine? And where that firefighter walked up the street and turned the corner, here's right where he turned the corner. Again, you have these Cheetos on the ground. whatever they are. What's strange is the fire on the side of the van in front. And again, it was a different contrast. You can see it's just on the side of the van. What's burning? This shows the apparent spontaneous combustion. This is during the cleanup. You see that thing that flashed over there? There's another slow motion clip of it. We'll see it over here somewhere. Oh, there it goes. Just apparent spontaneous combustion. This is a clip where they talk about hot steel-toed boots.
Up to 10 times a night, often until 2 in the morning, delivering whatever it is rescue workers need to do their jobs, like the ones working in the hotspots.
Steel-toed boots is one of the biggest things.
Steel-toed boots?
Steel-toed boots. Out still on the rubble, it's still, I believe, 1,100 degrees. The guy's boots just melt within a few hours, and they're burning their feet.
That story was repeated again and again and again. People assumed it was proof that it was hot. When my steel oven melts, the turkey inside is more than well done. So how can you have steel-toed boots melting and there's no reports of burned feet? How I hear that is the boots were coming apart. They're disintegrating. Someone suggested it was because of heat. And people just ran with that story. It was the best, the only answer they got to the questions. They ran with it. But something was likely happening to those boots coming apart. But you can't walk around on a barbecue grill without burning. Yeah, if it's that temperature. Mayor Giuliani.
There were fires of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit below the ground. I could be standing here and you could be standing there. And I could be describing to you, Governor, the site. And then a fire would break out in between us. And it was just by luck or the design of God that we weren't killed.
He was standing on 2,000 degree temperature pile. He doesn't mean to be sounding like an idiot. He was describing something that he experienced, and that was the best explanation he could give. Weird apparent spontaneous combustion. So here we are down to the rolled up carpets. You'll see why I call it that. At the end of the day, you have these straight soldiers here. If you have buckling from overload, doesn't it bend over? Doesn't it bend around the horizontal axis? Why is everything straight? If you overload these outer columns, they're going to bend. If you mash something down real hard, it's going to bow out. Yet what we have, instead of having it bend over, is curling around the vertical axis. Here's a cluster of 3 columns. And this lasagna noodle, see, you can't confuse that with a piece of food, but it emphasizes the fact that this isn't loading that does this. Something else happened to this. This is straight, it curled around the vertical axis, not the horizontal axis. How do you get something to bend more than 180 degrees and not even crack? It's a smooth bend and it splits at the seams. This is a very interesting one. I'd like to have somebody, an engineer who claims that that's normal, draw me a free body diagram and show me the loading to put on that beam to make it do that. It's not like a rubber band that recoils. If it's hot and it's flowing, it doesn't have the strength to recoil. So how do you explain this crinkling up, like curling ribbon? Now that's what buckled beams look like. They don't do that. There's see-through holes there. It just happened that one place. This was found in Banker's Trust. Banker's Trust was determined to have not had any fires in it. So we're going to begin the proof of concept. Okay, here's what we found at the World Trade Center. And here's something that John Hutchison bent. It's molybdenum. It's not cracked in the corners either. Smooth curling. When I first contacted John Hutchison, I sent him this picture and said, does your neighborhood ever get to looking like this? Because you have this toasted vehicle here, and the one in front is parked in the right place, but it's just got the tires in the wrong direction. You know, it's not oriented correctly. And notice all the marble around the doorway is gone. The rest of the building, there's no stab wounds in the building, no big beams went flying through. Another weird thing is the window glass. Sometimes just the outer pane's broken. The rock doesn't do that. Evidence of levitation.
South Tower came down, I was across the street, and I picked up the camera just out of habit. And something in the back of my mind said, run, run, run. And never in 20 years of shooting in New York have I run from an assignment. But something in the back of my head just said, run. And as I hit the corner of Liberty Street, it was almost being picked up by a tornado. Almost being picked up by it was like being picked up by the black cloud. That black cloud had substance. It was like night, but it had a solid feel to it. It was like gravel, hot gravel, and just picked me up and tossed me about a block. At one second I was running, and the next second I was airborne. And I lost my glasses, I lost my cell phone, I lost my pager, but managed to hold on to both cameras. But it threw you for a block? I was back down at Ground Zero last week and walked the area where I have a pretty good recollection of where I was and where I wound up, and it was just under a city block.
It was this blast of warm air. It wasn't hot. It was warm. And it picked me up and threw me up against the wall of the building that was...
You were picked up off the ground.
Physically picked up off the ground.
I remember an explosion. At that point, I got knocked out. I don't remember anything. Then I got up, and I looked out the window because the windows exploded, and the street below caved in.
Leaves are still in the trees. This is in good shape, but upside down. The cars appear to be either flipped or toasted. Now, let's consider something else here. John Hutchison's work, he's got water drifting up, levitation of water. Now we'll come back and talk about the weather. We need to talk about the weather, right? Someone thought it was a nice, beautiful day. Well, it was right directly above Manhattan, but not a few miles off the East Coast. See, it's as nice as can be. Here's Geraldo Rivera, who's chased out hurricanes for 40 years.
Have been so attracted over the years to hurricane coverage, but there's risk involved. There is, the peril of not knowing what's going to happen, that adventure, and it's pitting yourself against an enemy. It's like war, only no one is shooting at you specifically. That's what the allure. But there is an area storm that the juices don't flow, and you look and check it out.
Remember that? When that, I watched that live.
And maybe a star on YouTube. You got to get up close and personal. And
this was Hurricane Ike, I think.
That was recent. That was wasn't this Rita?
You would know.
You know what? I think it was Rita. Rita in Galveston, Texas. Yeah, Galveston. And obviously Katrina before that changed so many of our histories. It was so traumatic. And it's one funny thing I think of if only a hurricane had come on 9/11. Remember, they didn't know how to use instruments, the terrorists. They took off in Boston, and they literally, after they took over the aircraft, they steered by line of sight. And it was that crystal clear September day.
Sure was.
And if it were only one of these weather days, history would have been rewritten. And I think about that a lot now, and especially this time of year.
So
we're the peak of hurricanes.
Yeah, you're celebrating 40 years?
40 years, imagine that.
40 years.
You know, longevity has its own revenge. I've outlived like 15 generations of TV critics.
Yeah.
They all predicted I'd be done in a couple of weeks.
Do you still get...
Everyone has those stories, right?
Oh, yeah.
But
This was just 2 years ago. I think this is Batter's Dead. No, doesn't seem to advance.
I don't know what planet you come from.
okay, I guess he's gone. I don't know what happened to Steve.
As for Hurricane Aaron, they did not retire that name. It has been used several times. It was the first hurricane, I believe, of the 2001 hurricane season.
All right, let me go back to George. George.
Well, one funny thing I think of if only a hurricane had come on 9/11. And it was that crystal clear September day.
Sure was.
And if it were only one of these weather days, history would have been rewritten. And I think about that a lot.
This is what was shown on television that morning of 9/11. This is where the hurricane was at that moment. See anything missing? This is where the hurricane was, here.
What's your reference?
The satellite, the National Hurricane Center satellite images. That's Geraldo from that time. The rest is from 9/11. Yeah, Geraldo apparently didn't know there was a hurricane that day. And Joey Moore, a flight attendant on 9/11 who flew out of Boston's Logan Airport just before the fatal flight that left, did not know there was a hurricane either until he saw it on my website.
But why didn't they mention it?
That's the question. It begs the question, too. Because you know how much they like to milk those for all they can get. They love to report on hurricanes.
But do you say that they were manipulating?
I'm not saying anything. I'm just noticing if people didn't know there was a hurricane coming and you saw it was headed straight for New York, if it hadn't turned around when it did, Manhattan would have been flooded. And how fast can you evacuate that many people from Manhattan? Can you afford that risk unless you absolutely know there's no chance? Unless you know, how would you know? Right.
Was it reported on any other media, such as whatever the shipping forecast?
It does show up the National Hurricane Center's text forecasts, but they were very played down. They weren't shown on the media. People were not aware that there was a hurricane there.
Excuse me, Sam. I've done a fair bit of sailing, and there must be.
Oh, they took the ships out to sea because they knew that the hurricane was coming.
What about the small vessels that were sailing down the coast that have surely just been?
They may have looked into the National Hurricane Center's reports, but it was not something that was heavily publicized. It wasn't zero publicity on it, but it was very underreported.
I'm confused here. Are you saying that they actually moved the hurricane away? They had the technology to push the hurricane away?
Whoops.
Or it was just that coincidentally the hurricane went away?
Doesn't here. I can't back it up. The hurricane for 4 days was going in a straight line. And then on the morning of 9/11, it stopped, turned around, and that afternoon it started heading out of town.
So you think that was artificially done?
I'm just reporting what the evidence is. I don't want to guess, but I can say that if they didn't know it for 100% sure that it was going to turn around, if there's any question, why weren't people told to evacuate? Just in case.
Oh, because the people at the time were told to evacuate because of the hurricane?
No, nobody was told to evacuate because of the hurricane. That's the puzzle, that nobody was really told about the hurricane being there. It just happened to be there and then turned around and left quietly. We're told this is nice, wonderful September day, but It could have been. It could have been used. Let's see. This isn't doing so well here.
Judy, as a suggestion, might suggest that it would help audiences such as like me, myself. I find this is completely surprising information, astonishing information. To have some kind of secondary source of confirmation.
National Hurricane Center. I've got all of the references in my book, and this is that satellite image of the hurricane is from the National Hurricane Center. You can download it yourself.
I'm just saying that I think it would help your presentation.
Excuse me, drjudywood.com/articles/Erin. You'll find 5 pages of multiply referenced data from the UK Meteorological Office, from the Canadian Hurricane Data Centre, from the US Hurricane Data Centre, and other sources. And I've got more if you want to write to me, I'll send you other stuff.
We'll take questions. We'll let you get through your.
The clicker doesn't work.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's let Dr. Judy Wood get through her presentation. We've got plenty of time for questions afterwards. Thank you so much.
So let's also look at some other information. Now, the hurricane was going to turn around at some point. They thought on day one it was going to turn around because it was a high pressure system moving across the U.S., but then didn't. Well, maybe on day 2 it didn't. Maybe on day 3 it didn't. Maybe on day 4. Thank goodness it did. They had predicted it was going to turn around all this time, but did they really know when? If they didn't know, they ran out of room. So here we have the high pressure system moving in from the Midwest, and it's increasing, while the hurricane, which is a low pressure system, is moving in from the Atlantic. And guess where they met and when? 10 a.m. on the morning of 9/11. They were superimposed at that area. So you have 2 counter-rotating systems, curiously. And interesting drop with the humidity. But let's look at this magnetometer information. This is the Earth's magnetic field from the ground, not from satellite, but from the ground. In Alaska, there's 6 different measurements. Each of the events on 9/11 are with a vertical bar. The first one is WTC1 getting an airplane-shaped hole, then WTC2, then WTC2 goes poof, WTC1 goes poof, and then later Building 7 goes poof. I say goes poof, they didn't collapse. They turned to dust. So it's interesting, it's pretty much a steady state and something different happens here. There was a solar storm approaching, but it didn't get to that point until a day later. So there's something else going on here. A closer look, about 20 minutes before WTC1 got its hole, that's the North Tower, they started wandering off of their average value. And as soon as WTC1 got its hole, it reverses direction. As soon as WTC2 gets its hole, it goes horizontally. It's like one reversed the other one. Maybe coincidence? And then when WTC2 goes poof, they start going downhill, but when WTC1 goes away, it really drops off the cliff, and then things are all haywire all afternoon until WTC7 meets its demise. The Earth's magnetic field, as recorded at 6 different stations. Again, here's where they start wandering down. There's actually 3 different measurements for when the North Tower got its hole. The 9/11 Commission report, the Palisades seismographic station, and the NIST report. I can tell you which one's right based on where the turnaround happens. And see how these go horizontally after Building 2 gets its hole. These are the 6 different recording stations. It's just, a curious set of data. Now we're going to get into the proof of concept. I can't say for sure what technology was used, but I can show you something that reproduces all of the same phenomena. Seen this guy, Nikola Tesla. He can generate all of these various pieces of evidence, all these different phenomena. So can John Hutchison. When he tried to replicate the work of Nikola Tesla, he discovered all of these characteristics. And all of those characteristics were found at the World Trade Center site. Let's notice this metal luminescence without heat. You know, hot things glow, but not everything that glows is hot. George Pigott got a patent just about 100 years ago, a little over 100 years ago. Levitation. He's got a static field, and he's doing some other things with putting in some kind of energy, and he's got these static balls, these steel balls levitating. I think they're actually silver. And Thomas Townsend Brown also looked into the same area about using electricity. And then Ed Leedskalnin, who built Coral Castle. Here's John Hutchison standing in front of the Great Pyramid. There's a person down here in the background. You can see they're almost 2 blocks tall. Well, that's about the same height as this doorway of Coral Castle. So they're about the same size blocks. They're 15 tons each. So this guy built his castle by himself. We don't know how this one was built. We can only guess. Well, let's look at how John Hutchison's more work here. This is an iron block. It's 2 inches by 2 inches by 7 inches tall, solid iron block. And when he puts it in his system, it buckles over, and you can see some fuming here. And it actually is colder to the touch at the end of this. And here we get to see it happen. And we're going to compare it to the fuming door handles from 9/11. Here's the door handle.
It's a cold process.
Yep, it's a cold process. Solid iron. And this fuming, which is interesting. You know, the car window is broken open here. We're going to look at some other things about the weird fires. I can't call them regular fire because I don't know that. The weird fire, just to note that it's not something that you know for sure what it is. It's glowing, but the paper doesn't seem to burn. If this was glowing because it's hot, it'd have to be at least, 1,200 degrees centigrade. Aluminum melts at a little over 600 degrees centigrade. It's not a puddle. This aluminum is not a puddle, so how hot can it be? And this igloo cooler and the plastic trash can are not melted. The paper is not burned either on the ground. So what is that color? And another weird thing about this, right across the street over here is Burger King. And inside they're flipping burgers, cooking burgers for the firefighters, not serving to the customers. And then the building across the street was missing. It's just a weird sight. Now this van is also interesting that, you get all this something looks like it's on fire, weird fires there. This van down here has a fire on the side of it. What's burning? And if you say falling debris that was on fire hit these vehicles, why didn't it hit anything else? And how's it, under the vehicle? It's just very strange. His Park Place is several blocks north. Here's John's boat experiment. Well, what it shows is when he turns off his gizmo, then the boat lights up with weird fires. And the cars lit up right after the tower's demise, not during, right after. as though it was right after something got turned off. This is another interesting, at the WTC, how this beam curled up. Actually, that was right across the street. That was in Bankers Trust. These are John Hutchison's samples. Notice there's no creases in the corners. I should have found the picture of holding this one like this. Yeah. Vitamins. But it curls up like that, like at room temperature. And this is a video that hopefully will run. There we go. It wiggles back and forth. Now watch this thing. It's going to come apart in here. It's starting to come apart. Weird things happen. Some other weird things that happened were roundish holes in the outer pane of windows. They weren't necessarily through both panes. That's strange. Throw a rock through a window, it breaks the window because window is brittle and it bends, and brittle materials are weak in tension, so it shatters the glass. So how do you get a round hole without cracks running out? Turns out somebody replicated that very thing. This is my analogy saying, okay, if you drop a rock in a pond, it ripples outwards. Maybe something like that is what ripples outwards with longitudinal waves that causes the glass to break in a rounded pattern. Now let's think about hurricanes. What do? Well, Hurricane Andrew drove this 2x4 through a tree. Piece of plywood. And with tornadoes, I'm sure you've all heard about straw through trees. It's not because they're flying fast. Something weird is going on. There's John Hutchison's sample with a butter knife in a piece of aluminum. He also has one with wood in the aluminum. If the aluminum's hot enough to melt, the wood would have burned up. So it's strange. Now, when I found these, you can see the blow-ups. I wondered, why on earth would the car door be peeling split thickness? It's not a laminated structure. Didn't know what that meant, but it was definitely a category of data, and I put it aside. Later, when I found John Hutchison's work, wow, he can peel open extruded aluminum. That's not laminated, it's extruded. And we have these coins from the World Trade Center. People like to say they're melted together. I point out that zinc melts before copper does. It also boils before copper melts. So that would likely explode, but it's one of the lowest, zinc is one of the lowest melting point materials. So what gives? Why is this stuff stuck? And this is the only surviving file cabinet from Ben & Jerry's ice cream store. Here's the piece of wood embedded in the aluminum from John Hutchison's work without elevated temperature. Same with these. WTC6 with these cylindrical holes in it. Well, here's John Hutchison's aluminum sample with cylindrical holes in it. It's as though there's a pencil line in space around which material at the same radius is dustified. And if you had a lot of those vertically here, you would end up with dustified cylindrical columns. But there's no way you could get a drill in there and turn it sideways. It's parallel to the surface, and it just starts right here. The end of this bar is solid. Let's look at some other similarities with hurricanes. Kind of like a big Tesla coil. And come to think of it, ahead of a storm system, people feel the storm coming. Birds know to head for cover.
Totally.
You can feel the static field ahead of the storm. Here's another thing about storm systems. don't know if this needs a click or not. This is from this past spring in Texas, where there's a bunch of tornadoes and you had flying trucks.
It went across a transport company, trees flying through the air, semi, the trailers, there you go, a couple of semi, look at that, the beds of the trailers hurling, twirling around in the sky and then dropping down from at least 50 feet high down into the ground. We saw trees, there goes another semi.
And it's spinning.
It's spinning, down it comes, bang, lands on its nose right down at the ground. Big piece of a tree there that just got hurled up, I believe it was. So certainly we have seen a destructive tornado on the south side of Dallas, still within parts of the area near south of Grapevine, north of Arlington, a possible tornado in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex area, as well as over on the east side of Dallas, in toward the area around the Mesquite area, just to the west of Mesquite and east of that.
Those are flying trucks. I would say that's anti-gravity. A vacuum. And people who've been picked up in funnel clouds can still breathe. Remember we saw before where people had been levitated during WTC2's demise, or WTC1's. So here we have also the front of Bankers Trust. This was the only non-WTC building that was severely damaged. It wasn't destroyed that day. They actually repaired it. Once they repaired it, they started taking it apart. Huh? They got it down to this level where they had repaired it in deconstruction there. When they got it down to that level, that's the area that had been repaired. It looks like it's been at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years. Extreme degradation. And it makes one wonder, was the building continuing to disintegrate? And that's why they had to take it down after they repaired it. It took them 10 years to take it apart. Now we're going to look at tritium. Kind of interesting. It's usually something that comes from nuclear reactions, but here we don't find any of the ionizing radiation that you get with nuclear reactions. Some aluminum with holes in it. Material is changing. This was a sample of dust from the Bankers Trust that when they decided to take down, look at all this zinc, the before and after. Like 3,500 times as much zinc from the control sample. Now we're going to look at John Hutchison's sample. He's got, just look at the relative amounts. You have a lot of copper and much less zinc. This is for brass. In the affected region, you have about equal amounts of zinc and copper. Whoops, didn't mean to. Equal amounts of zinc and copper there. So, okay, if it's heat, with zinc having a much lower, it boils, it melts at 419 or 420, where copper melts at a much higher temperature. Zinc boils before copper even melts. So we don't have less copper because of heat, because the zinc would be the first to go. What's going on here?
At Texas A&M, a group led by Professor John Bachrach, who is widely regarded as one of the world's greatest electrochemists, reported finding the hydrogen isotope tritium, a key signature that some unusual nuclear reaction was going on.
The first thing was this thing called tritium, which was a sub-form of hydrogen which should not exist except in extremely tiny quantities. We found that by working these cells of Fleischmann and Pons containing lithium hydroxide and deuterium oxide, that we could produce this tritium in great abundance, let's say at 10,000 times more than it ought to be there, as it were. And let me stress that we couldn't do it every time, but about one result in 5 or one result in 4, and eventually we worked up to 2 results out of 3. We could produce tritium. That was the first thing, and in a way it was the first clear proof of the phenomenon.
And but the most important and unbelievable phenomenon at that time was the observation of tritium.
Back at Texas A&M, Bockrus's group found themselves under attack. Science magazine writer Gary Tobbs wrote a stinging article that insinuated that someone in the group had spiked the samples with tritium. Although unfounded and eventually proved untrue, the allegation effectively dampened Bockrus's remarkable claims.
But I think the main part was that I had done work which was against the paradigm. And that was what they were really upset about. And people had laughed at it and said, "What the heck are you doing, trying to disprove the laws of nuclear physics?" And of course, that's exactly what we were doing and succeeding, you see.
The tritium work was the first indication to me that there was a reality. And then Claytor at Los Alamos also got positive results, and so did Howard Menlove. And they're people that I respect and could talk to personally. It became fairly clear that there was a very strange phenomena occurring here.
There are also, in similar experiments sometimes, and rather dissimilar experiments sometimes, evidence of an anomalous nuclear process.
However, it is conceivable that there may be a process even more powerful than nuclear reaction that physics does not yet understand. That is the mystery of cold fusion. Yet as early as 1992, cold fusion experimenters began reporting unusual appearances of trace amounts of different metals such as copper, silver, chromium, and zinc when examining their spent cells. Rechecking for possible contamination, scientists like Bockrus and Miley confirmed that indeed new metals and isotopes were being formed, transmuted, during the process which produces excess heat.
Kevin Wolf made many measurements of tritium. Then he got some even more astonishing results as early as 92, which were these transmutational results, the metal forming another metal inside the electrode, you see, which was super anti-paradigm. There's that dreadful word alchemy, which we mustn't use, but it was a form of that in a way. It was creating new metals.
We see transmutation phenomena. We see helium-4 production. We see a range of methods of getting the excess heat. The writing is on the wall. The fossil fuel age is about to end.
The sword of this panel's condemnation struck with speed and brutality, ignoring the facts in a blind rush to judgment.
Hot fusion physics people have been very vigorous in their denunciation of this being called fusion.
Right away, reports came in of excess heat, much too large to be from any chemical reaction. Laboratories from Texas to India confirmed the presence of tritium, a vital determining feature of a nuclear reaction.
Within 2 or 3 weeks, we got the first results, and several groups started saying, yes, we are seeing excess heat, and but the most important and unbelievable phenomenon at that time was the observation of tritium.
This was a discovery perhaps as significant as the Wright brothers' first flight at Kitty Hawk.
There are also, in similar experiments, evidence of an anomalous nuclear process.
In the free-for-all that followed the cold fusion announcement, hot fusion proponents drew the specious conclusion that cold fusion must work like hot fusion. If Pons and Fleischmann are alive, they contended, then their results must be faulty, since the neutron radiation from the fusion reaction would surely have killed them. They refused to consider that another form of the same process might be at work. In the years that have followed, the cold fusion process has repeatedly produced not only heat energy, but also nuclear byproducts such as tritium and the ash from a nuclear reaction, that all-important indicator of nuclear fusion, helium.
It's clearly not possible to produce helium from a chemical process. The only possibility that remained is that the helium is produced by a nuclear process. If the helium is produced by a nuclear process, then necessarily there will be an associated release of heat. Having seen the effect with my own eyes, the claims from a few that this is impossible, inconsistent with all known laws of nuclear physics, these suggestions are in fact irrelevant.
That well said. But notice how important the tritium was in this. And they thought it was a fraud because they didn't find the other things that usually go with fusion, with hot fusion. There wasn't the ionizing radiation, but there was transmutation too. Now let's look at some of the samples that were collected from the WTC. You have a variety of all sorts of strange things in the air. And if you look at the melting or the boiling temperatures of these things, there's no rhyme nor reason to the amount of the quantity. It isn't that the things that boil at a lower temperature are more prevalent. What is even more bizarre is that organic material was also found with this, which shows it was not from a high temperature process. Now we get to the most exciting slide. This is from leaky nuke plants, what they pollute into the waterways. The amount of tritium, this is exponential, logarithmic actually, and it's a very high number. This is what is produced in the cell with cold fusion. This is what was found in the basement of WTC-6, the one with all the cylindrical cutouts in it. And this is normal background. What I use at Great Lakes for normal background. And this is from atmospheric nuclear bomb testing. You can see over time it's decreased. So it's gotten down there pretty far, but this is definitely above normal. Now, a lot of folks say a nuke was used on 9/11. Well, do you think they could have kept Chernobyl a secret? People all the way around the world measured the fallout from that. If there was some kind of a regular nuke,
she might say this, but neutron fusion for clean energy won't have any kind of radioactive excretion.
Used in Manhattan on 9/11. Do you think they could have kept that a secret? People all around the world would have measured it. There was no like Geiger counter measurable radiation that came from there. Here are some relative numbers. If compared to what was measured at the World Trade Center in terms of tritium, the background levels are 1/50th. What was measured with cold fusion is 50 times that, but that was in a cell. Keep in mind, the World Trade Center had fire hoses on it. The hurricane rained on it. It was diluted down somewhat. Leaky nuclear plants have 18,000 times that. What was measured at the World Trade Center was definitely above background levels, 50 times background levels. There was tritium there. Now, why? Did they really jump? They left the building, but we don't know why. Here's the airplane-shaped hole. This wingtip always gets to me, how thin it is. And we have some interesting people up here hanging out of the 105th floor. Closer look, looks like this guy's taking his pants off. This guy has his shirt off. If there's a fire in there, your clothes protect you from fire. We don't see smoke coming out these windows. What's going on here? Why on earth would someone want to take their clothes off outside the building? They want to live. They're hanging on to the building. This guy's hanging from one hand and one foot, taking his pants off. Let's say he has some weird fetish that he just needs to take his pants off. Well, if there's smoke inside, you take it a big deep breath, step in, get the pants off, step back out. Why hang from the outside of the building? Well, if I were there and if I was told the building's on fire, I'm going to head to the bathroom right away before we lose water pressure. Wet down whatever extra clothing I have around, wrap it around my head, and head for the stairs. I'd be wet. If the fire sprinklers came on, I'd be wet. If they didn't come on, it was hot, I'd be wet, sweating. Good chance that their clothing was wet. Now, why would they want to take off wet clothing? You heard of active denial system? I'm not saying that's what this is, but just as a parallel, it's a microwave, they put it for crowd control. And it makes you think that you're burning up, so you just have to get out of there. You just leave no matter what. You don't think about it. So maybe some people were jumping from that. Would be a good reason why you'd want to take your wet clothes off. Microwave is many times worse for wet clothing. I don't know if that's what it was, but it's consistent with something like that going on inside the building, but not outside the building. And we do know the building was turning to dust inside for the hour before its demise. There's people who say it was thermite. Okay. What? Reports of it, as well as, evidence of it in other ways. But there's a cute story about a new probationary officer, first day out of school for being a firefighter. He's supposed to stick with his boss, and they get up to some place, and the boss says, "All right, everybody, drop everything and go down a few stairs." And they get down there, and then they eventually start going back up again. And boss says, "Well, where's your mask?" "Well, you said to drop everything." So, but the poor guy. So the boss said, "You get out of here." So here's this firefighter making his way down the stairs. He gets down to the third floor, and 100% of the light is blocked out because he described it as having been turned to dust. He knew it wasn't smoke because he could breathe, but the floor had turned to dust. It was completely filling the air. There's a lot of stories similar to that. Now, there were folks who somehow believe that thermite had something to do with it. Well, let's see if we can make some. You have a steel structure, the towers, with aluminum cladding. Let's see if you grind them up. And you end up with rust and aluminum powder. You know what that is? Thermite. Those are the ingredients of thermite. So those ingredients are going to be there anyway. But what does thermite do? Well, here's a test of thermite here. Welding a railroad track. Blinded by the light. There was something missing in Manhattan that day. People weren't blinded by the light. If there was nukes that went off, people would be blinded by the light. That's how they weld their effects. How do you have, you know what a sparkler is, 4th of July sparkler? That's what the towers would look like also if it was thermite, doing things. It doesn't do it in the dark.
There are a lot of little flashes when you see the dust cloud coming down.
Right. But it's not like, thermite. That's another thing to talk about later. There is something, I call them sparkles and sprinkles. But let's, there's a whole lot of different things that, different areas, but that is a good thing to notice. Now, there's hot directed energy weapon systems and there's cold ones. And looking at all, some people need to see things in a data table. We have low heat, unburned paper, low seismic impact, minimal debris, bathtub survives. Material-specific effects, door latches, trunk lids, toasted cars at a distance, tritium without ionizing radiation. It doesn't have ionizing radiation. Dustification. There's really only one thing that fits the bill. I'm not going to describe exactly what gizmo it is, but we're knowing its characteristics. And its characteristics are amazing. We could use this for free energy. Directed energy weapon. rather than kinetic energy. These are kinetic energy weapons, heat and motion. You know, wrecking balls, bombs, missiles. This is from 1989. Science by Press Conference.
Is it a shortcut to fusion energy? I don't want to disappoint anyone. I think I'll read my lips answer here, and then I'll carry on. I think that'll become clear why I'm saying that. Can you read my lips on that back in the back? It says no. Energy is a long way off. That's why I say no. This is our result. It's just way off. I think a door that's open to us, but really a door on physics more than on energy. Geophysics in particular could be an interesting area.
Don't go there. Don't research there. But then he calls for a vote, and he holds up his hand. Let's vote to destroy the careers of Pons and Fleischmann, and vote that it's not science. Why I'm bringing this up is we want to be sure this doesn't happen again.
2 years from this presentation, MH370.
He raises his hand. Department of Energy funding. And we have Steve Koonin, who was just appointed by the first administration of Obama to an undersecretary of the Department of Energy. And these guys are thinking about raising their hand. And peer pressure causes people to do things like this too. If everyone else holds their hand up, you start holding your hand up. You don't want to be caught not holding your hand up. But they're determining science by vote.
Opportunism, Jones insisted on going public quickly with his Opportunism, Jones insisted on going public quickly with his Opportunism, Jones insisted on going public quickly with his Opportunism, Jones insisted on going public quickly with his
All right, let's stick there. Now let's look. The building turned to dust. Something did that. People say, well, you don't know of a technology that did that, so therefore it didn't, happen. Wait, you start out with determining what happened first. It's very important because if you start out with what you know, you won't get there because you've never seen this before.
And that's why I want to start out with this and then with Ash and Forbes reviewing the evidence, so we can start with the evidence without jumping to conclusions.
But we know it happened. So therefore, there is a technology that exists that can do this. That technology can also be used for free energy. Now let's vote on that. The tower's gone. So this is more of determining facts. Did they mostly turn to dust? There exists a technology that instead of molecules being attract each other, they repel each other. What happened is not impossible because it happened. This is another Charlie Pound song about gatekeepers.
So there you go, following them, but you don't know. You're just a means to an end. The truth you seek, they want to hide. That's why they keep you close by their side. They're the gatekeepers. They hold on to the keys. They're the gatekeepers. Information disease.
An opportunity lost.
sky is all you've been fed. I think that is why you forgot your own head. Sometimes you need to be cruel, to be kind. That makes me believe you've lost your own minds. To the gatekeepers, they hold all the keys. They're the gatekeepers, information disease.
All the data says that some form of directed electromagnetic energy was used to basically break down the materials of the World Trade Center. And the connections that Jones has between the cold fusion experience that everybody can read about in Dr. Malaw's book and with what's going on right now with the 9/11 situation, it's just a mirror image of him muddling up and then, trying to get public opinion against, whoever his target is. In this case, it's Dr. Judy Wood. In the previous case, it was Pons and Fleischmann.
The important part is to realize we don't want history to repeat. People tend to mindlessly follow the herd. Remember about the problem with groupthink. You think that this person knows what they're talking about, and everybody joins in, and look what it cost us. That was 1989, and it took 20 years to somewhat vindicate Fleischmann, but it was too late. And we don't want that to happen again. And it's very important for each one of us to hang on to our own thoughts. Be independent. And otherwise, people get herded off to one side or the other. But what I see here is a lot of similarities with the tritium. What on earth would tritium be doing at the World Trade Center without the ionizing radiation? Yeah, it has transmutation, a lot of other things. Anyway, that's it. Thanks. Thanks for caring. Yes.
You haven't gone into about the airplanes.
Well, good question. As I like to say, the towers turn to dust. Airplanes can't make buildings turn to dust. Real airplanes can't, and neither can fake airplanes. So they're a distraction. But often people are, they've been taught that there's airplanes that hit. What happened to the passengers? What happened to the airplanes? I don't get into that because it's such a distraction, but it is an interesting question. What happened to the airplanes? Joey Moore, that flight attendant who flew out of Boston that morning, he saw the flight attendants for Flight 175. That was the last time he saw them. The flight attendants that were on 175, he saw them that morning in Boston, the ones that supposedly ended up in the South Tower, that plane, Flight 175.
They didn't really go in the plane.
Yes, but he doesn't know where they went after that. We don't know. I think that's a different topic. I think that's a different topic. What I'm talking about here today, I'm presenting evidence of what happened. Not theories, not ideas, but evidence. And that evidence, the silver lining in that horrible cloud, is that it is a demonstration of free energy technology.
I don't disagree with you on that.
And that is what I am talking about here today. I'm not talking about people's opinions and.
I wanted to make the point that Dr. Stephen Jones, he lives in a neighborhood.
Alrighty, so there we have it. That is Dr. Judy Wood talking about cold fusion, the directed energy weapons, and the evidence behind it with 9/11. And for a lot of you, I'm sure that's nothing new. But what I want to present to you now is the evidence from Ashton Forbes on MH370, the missing plane. Now, I guess one of the things I want to say up front is that, again, this is one of the things that I feel is like a kind of good intent going into things is to focus on the evidence and the information. And, you know, you never put anyone on a pedestal that goes with anyone. And so take the information on that on its own, just on an evidence level, and come to your own conclusions, I guess. So let's talk about it as we go through it. And so this I'm going to put this on, and yeah, I'll talk about it as we go through it.
Here we are 25 years later, realizing.
Excited about it. I want to talk about some of the implications right off the bat. I want to shout out JK Philly fan guys. If you need a web that was just playing in the intro here, is how could they keep this secret? There's no way they could keep something like this secret. It's way too big. There's way.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess I've got to introduce it to people that are new to it. But basically, Ashton is looks after databases for a health company or for something like that. And the videos for MH370 came out in 2014, and it was about 2023 when he started going through the evidence of it all. And so he'll get into all of the evidence in a little bit, but yeah, there's some context along the way.
Way too many people involved. That's probably what keeps me up at night the most. I will say that I've been talking to one of the original investigators, and I think I've convinced them that I'm not some kind of grifter person. But of course, they still don't, I don't think anybody really believes the videos because there's just so many leaps that are required in order to believe that that's possible. So what I want to say is this. I want to say that it turns out it was actually relatively easy for them to hide it. It was relatively easy for them to hide it, in part because nobody understands physics. All the scientific papers that explain everything that's happening are out there. And the other part of it is they've built this culture where you don't go against the team. Whether that's the military's got it very well ingrained. You never go against the team. But also from the perspective of the engineers in academia and their credentials, they've got those people controlled as well. Those people are too afraid to go against the team, either because of reprisals, social awkwardness, money, anything that's out there. So that's the part that I think a lot of people are going to have a hard time accepting, was that we were easy to fool. Now, all it's going to take for the MH370 videos to be confirmed is for some brave Air Force person to speak out. Because that's Gorgon stare wide area motion imagery. Even if they hadn't been exposed to that exact footage, they will know what Gorgon stare is, and they'll know that's Gorgon stare. And that footage...
So yeah, one of the tidbits to let you know along the way is that since all of this stuff has come out and, gone through all of the evidence and kind of worked backwards to work out what's the energy source and getting into cold fusion, all this kind of thing, Ashton has been spending like a lot of his time teaching the science of 0-point energy along the way. And that's one of the things that I'm very grateful to him for. Then... yeah, it's a whole thing with the more recent stuff to do with Israel and politics and all of that kind of thing. I'm focusing on the information and the evidence and all of that kind of thing. Just for some wider context.
Being Gorgon stare, only the one. I'll bring it up because a lot of people are very confused on which one is Gorgon stare. This footage being Gorgon stare is absolute proof the videos are real. First of all, I'm the only person on the face of the earth exposing Gorgon stare, other than some guy that wrote a book that doesn't even know what it looks like. I'm actually exposing it as in, here it is, here's an example of it. So if this is Gorgon stare, this footage is real. How else could you explain that I know that this is Gorgon stare? There's no other possible logical capability. This must be true, right? So that's why the footage... that's why it's going to get proven to be real, because we're looking at a confirmed military asset recording it, and nobody in the public had any idea this even existed. They still, in 2025, don't know this capability exists. Okay? So, that being said, I want to talk about the orbs. Before we get into there's an article that I want to review, and I want to go through the details with you all, and I want to give you my inside information because, let's just be honest, I'm the #1 expert on these videos. So when it comes to the history of it, the reason why I've done all these podcasts for so long is because I wanted people to see the evolution of the discussion, evolution of the case, evolution of the evidence unfolding in real time. So there's a really good article that we're going to review tonight. We're going to talk a little bit about politics, and I'm going to explain what the orbs are, and I'm going to explain what the orbs are right now. We're not going to waste any time. Okay. What is significant about these orbs that we're watching here? Let me pull it up here. I'm going to pull up the comparison video while I talk over it here. So if you are just listening to this podcast, take a look at my YouTube channel. You can find both videos on my YouTube channel at JustXAshton or anywhere all over my Twitter account. We're looking at the thermal colored video. The thermal color video with the Gorgon stare is kind of side by side, synced up. These orbs are a fusion reactor. They're drones that are a fusion reactor. Okay. Now, they're not just any fusion reactor. The configuration of their spherical shape narrows it down significantly. So that means these orbs are either a dense plasma focus or some type of like a pinch effect, like a theta pinch or a Z pinch in a dense plasma focus, or they're just straight up using a field reverse configuration. And these configurations are very specific. There's only a couple companies that actually do fusion using these configurations. There's LPP Fusion that does dense plasma focus. I think they're the only ones that do that. And then for the others, the field reverse configuration, you've got Tri-Alpha Energy and Helion Energy that are the ones that do that, as well as Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin has a field reverse configuration fusion reactor that went dark in 2018. Now, the other big signs, the other big tells, there's at least two more tells on here. One major thing that I'm only going to reveal today for the first time. The first one is the heat signature. The heat signature in the plasma ball. So one thing that I just mentioned, the field reverse configuration is why there's no walls around it. Why aren't we looking at metal walls around a plasma reactor? You're just looking at the plasma. And that's because of the field reverse configuration, which is the magnets are internal relative to external, or the magnets are produced by the plasma itself, which is also possible. So that's one big tell. So now this tells us, oh, maybe all those aliens and UFOs everybody is seeing, maybe those are actually these plasma balls that we're talking about here. Maybe, I don't know. I don't care. The other tell is the heat signature. The heat signature in the plasma balls, where it is yellow/green, that is the electrons. You're looking at a non-equilibrium plasma. Okay, so you may ask right now, Ashton, what the hell does non-equilibrium plasma mean? Refers to the temperature. It means that the temperature is not uniform. The temperature in the plasma is not one solid color. An equilibrium plasma is a plasma where all of it is balanced out. The temperature is balanced out. But when we look at these orbs here, look at these orbs, you can clearly see part of it is blue and part of it is green. The reason for this is because you're looking at the electrons being separated from the ions. Now get ready for this next part. This actually means something. There are X-rays coming out of the orbs. You can see these black lines in front of the orbs in the part of the video that I'm looking at right now. These are X-rays or possibly gamma rays, but the significant part is they're not in the visual spectrum. They're not in the visual spectrum. That's why they're black. I used to think this was an X or a what is it? Dark energy laser. I laughably said one time. No, it's actually the X-rays are the byproduct of the fusion reaction that's happening. X-rays are a tall tale sign that you're looking at a fusion reaction, and we're seeing these X-ray lines coming out of the orbs, not in a random location, but at an axial location, as in along the axes, just like the planet Earth, a poloidal field with axes where the X-rays are either being directed or spit out of. Now, why are they X-rays? It turns out that when you slow down charged particles, they release X-rays. So what are we looking at there? We're looking at a particle collider, particle accelerator. That's what a fusion reactor is. It's a particle accelerator / decelerator. It's trapping the electrons, pre-ionizing the air, turning it into plasma, and using that plasma and causing a fusion reaction at the middle due to extremely powerful electromagnetic fields, inertial confinement fusion or magneto-inertial confinement fusion. So the other tell is it's releasing X-rays. The X-rays coming out of this plane are also why we're filming in color thermal, because they're invisible to the naked eye. You wouldn't see those X-rays normally. Are you ready for the last one? This is the biggest Yahtzee today, maybe entirely. Hold on, let me figure out how to do this the easiest way. So I'm going to share, I think I have a slow-mo version of the orbs. Let me take a look here. Drone. Okay, I think this one will work. Let me try these. There's two I want to try here. I think this one will work too. Okay, yeah, right here. Okay, chat. You ready for this? Okay, I've pulled up a blue and black color changed version of the thermal. The only reason why this version was changed was the colors were changed so that you could see the lines, the X-rays that are coming out of the plasma orbs. So you can very clearly see them in this snippet that I'm showing here. And I want to point out something huge about this. When the orbs are approaching the plane, you only see the X-rays from behind the orbs. The reason being that the orbs are using the X-rays as propulsion. The fastest a vehicle can move is the speed at which the expellant is being shot out the back of a craft. That's an aeronautical or rule or something or other. So when they are catching up to the plane, the X-rays are coming out of the back. However, as you can see in this video, when the moment that the orbs get into position around the plane, the X-rays begin to come out of the front. You begin to see the dark lines in front of the orbs. Why? What does that mean? That is 2 to 3 specific different modes that these drones have been turned on. The drones have an intercept phase where the expellant, the X-rays, are being shot out the back to move and project the drone forward. When the drone gets into perfect alignment, all 3 drones are in alignment, spinning around the plane. Now they're in a hover mode. They're not trying to catch up to the plane anymore. Now they're just trying to stay stuck in position. So when you get stuck in position, how do you do that? You have the lines coming before the orbs and after. So basically, you now eject X-rays both directions. And what's that going to do? That's going to make it so you don't accelerate. So instead of accelerating, now we're just staying perfectly matching the speed of the plane, basically. And then, now you can clearly see there's dark lines behind the orbs here in this video that I'm showing you. I didn't show you the initial video of the orb attaching or getting connected or in alignment with the plane. But if you want to go take a look at that, you'll see that there's only lines behind it. Now, the last part, right before the plane disappears, there are only lines in front of the orbs now. So this is not a color change version. This is just a slow-mo of the zap. If you look very closely at this slow-mo of the plane being zapped, just before the orbs are converging, even while the orbs are converging, you can clearly see the X-rays, but only in front of the plane. Only in front of the only in front of the orbs. So this indicates that what are they doing here? I speculate that the dark lines stopped happening behind the orbs the moment they changed formation and went vertical. So I think there are 3 distinct modes of the orb's operation, which would indicate there must be something inside of them. 1, intercept. They use X-rays and their fusion propulsion to intercept the plane. Once they get around the plane, one second, let me grab my prop. Where's my props? Chat, where's my props? Here. I was doing some spring cleaning here. Okay. Mode number 1. Plane is flying. Orbs intercept the plane. Then, when they're spinning 360 degrees around the plane, they have both axial jets turned on, forward and back. And this is what's allowing them to spin multidirectionally around the plane. When the orbs are in their final phase, they go vertical around the plane, perfectly vertical around the plane. This is where I suspect they only now have on their forward-facing X-rays. They've closed off the exhaust off the back. This could be to charge them up, could have another purpose that I haven't yet concluded. The significant part about this is that it shows that these orbs are not just some autonomous ball of plasma that's been shot out. Although I know Bob Grenier and others think that it's just plasma in there, there's nothing inside there. That's not possible if what I'm saying is true about them switching modes like that. For them to switch configurations like that while they're moving around, there's got to be something mechanical inside there. That's my opinion. Okay, guys, that is your big Yahtzee for the day. Let's dig into this tonight, guys. Thank you for being here, by the way. Okay. Where do the orbs originate from? Good question. Where do they originate from? They can originate from anywhere. If there's something mechanical in there, they need to be shot out of a cannon. So like a torpedo or some kind of, we have these planes that launch other planes and have big cannons on them, something like that. If it is just plasma, then it's using a plasma cannon to shoot up and wind up these orbs that are then like smoke rings that say stable. So those are the possibilities. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Let me take a look here. Okay. Politics, guys. I'll get the chat up here for this as well. We have a couple political.
No, I just want to make sure that I'm on the. All right, let's skip here.
Was Trump implicated? How were the Democrats going to use them as a narrative? And they tried to use them as a narrative that it was Trump that was connected to it. They're going to bring down Trump with this genocide.
Yeah,
party.
Let's get the politics stuff.
Are very, very heavily leftist. I would probably let you get it there. They're the main character. And they can't be getting lied to. It's not possible. Right? Never tell the truth. It got out of control. It got out of hand. Like, it was okay to lie about it for like 20 years or like 10 years. But now we're 60 years later, still no disclosure on the horizon. Still everything is being covered up. The system is doing its job. Defense contractors are getting rich. Technology is seeping out, making people billionaires. But us normal working class people, we have nothing. We have nothing. This is what happened. It got too out of control. It got too out of control, and now nobody wants to fess up, because anybody that fesses up is going to face the full force of the retribution. Like, Edward Teller might have been partially responsible for this, but he's dead now, so he doesn't ever have to take the criticism. That's what these engineers are doing. These engineers are trying to wait out the clock. All these people that are responsible for this, they're doing these movies and stuff now because they know in the future it'll all be admitted to be real, and then people will go back to these movies and be like, oh, they were the ones who were trying to tell us. And then we'll look on them in a good light. But the reality is they're complicit. Hal Puthoff is complicit. Eric Davis is complicit in the cover-up. He should, if they're not complicit, they should break their NDAs, they should say that they are whistleblowers, and they should tell the truth. And the reason why they're not doing that is money. It's money. Let's just be honest. It's money. Eric Davis doesn't want to lose his pension or whatever contracts or whatever deals he's got in place. It all boils down to money. So I don't have a lot of sympathy. And this is where, in this next clip, John Warner pretty much lays this out.
Tell us anything about it.
But
well, how about without mentioning any names?
I don't know their names, but I've heard.
Oh yeah,
I've heard that a lot of people are unhappy. I heard Eric Davis was unhappy.
Interesting.
Then nothing gets done at the Soul meetings.
Yeah,
but a lot of these guys have NDAs, and I'm sorry, a lot of them seem like cowards to me.
Yeah, and they're looking for investment more than anything else. A lot of them.
I can't come forward my NDA. I'm going to get whacked or something. Okay,
right.
But still,
But I want to go back to this administration thing because I just want.
Honestly, that's just such a great point, and I think Eric Davis is upset. Definitely is, man. Why is Eric Davis talking to Dave Rossi? Why is he answering all these questions? He's a smart guy. He's got to be able to read between the lines on the questions that I fed Dave Rossi to ask him about fusion, about teleportation. Eric Davis is a smart guy. He can see why these questions are being asked, right? So, and he's not doing the Hal Puthoff thing. He's not having a case of the amnesias. Hal Puthoff gets asked about 0-point energy. He's like, what's 0-point energy? I don't even know what that's all about. What you got to tell me what it's all about. I don't know about those technologies. Eric Davis is like the opposite. Eric Davis is like, oh, hey, let me list off all the aneutronic fusion fuels. You got helium, you got boron 11. Oh, and you also got lithium, and lithium's a thermonuclear weapon. You're like, okay. Okay, Eric Davis, you want to keep talking? You want to keep talking? So, but at the same time, yeah, and Avi Loeb made Eric Davis stand down while he was explaining negative energy, which was one of the weirdest moments ever. Like, Avi Loeb was getting visibly upset while Eric Davis was explaining negative energy to Congressman Burleson and Congresswoman Luna. Like, why are you getting so upset at a guy just explaining negative energy to people? He's like, none of this is real. He's like, this is not experimentally proven. You're like, bro, yeah, okay. I don't know, man. People give me weird vibes, but I don't always think it's nefarious. But again, point being, they should just come out and be whistleblowers. Just come out and whistleblow. Say you're a whistleblower. Say we're doing illegal operations under the guise of national security. Say that it's all related to nuclear weapons research. I guarantee you'll get news articles. I guarantee there'll be people that want to talk to you about it. I know I will. So that's my opinion on that. One more clip here. It's a pretty interesting comment. John Warner is a really interesting guy. I want to talk to this guy. I emailed him after this because I want to see if I can finagle a convo with him.
Industrial combat.
Yeah.
And it's like, yes, our troops need the best of the best. Thanks for that. But, he'll say it to you. He's like, as soon as we complete a weapon system, we've already got one on the drawing board. That's so much better, man.
Wow.
It's so cool. Wait till you see it. Oh, I can't talk about it. We're not a public company. You can't invest in me. It's a private company. They won't take public investors. And, so they've got weapons on the drawing boards that are just coming out, being spat out of prototyping faster than the ones that are already online. Let's just take the submarine with my dad's name on it. What are in those torpedo warheads? What are the configurations? They could take a module out and put a module in. I mean, what capabilities does it have? I guarantee you it'll go 100 knots underwater because it's got a 0-point energy electromagnetic bubble around it.
Wow.
As any good modern submarine should have. I'm sure the Russians have them too.
Man, this is so crazy, chat. Do you guys know, why don't we talk about submarines more often? The number one thing, I've spoken to a lot of people behind the scenes and what have you, people I've never mentioned and stuff like that as well. One of the things that I think people should be asking more questions about is our submarine capabilities. Those are like some of the most closely guarded secrets. You want to know why? Because just like John Warner said, we're using electromagnetism in our submarines. Why wouldn't we be? Of course we are. Of course we're using electromagnetism in the submarines. In fact, what do our torpedoes look like? Well, somebody asked me earlier, where are the orbs coming from? They're almost certainly coming from a submarine. At least one of them is. You can see it come right out of the water. So they're almost certainly coming from submarines. And at this point, I want to play this clip from Donald Trump talking about submarines. I'll skip ahead a little bit so we can just get to the main context of it. But before I do that, the other thing, he was hating on, John Warner was hating on Lucky.
Just waiting for all the evidence on the MH370 case that he gets into after all this.
Palmer, I think he's like, he's an idiot. He kind of is an idiot. He's like a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. I mean, I like him, but he's an idiot, right? But the point being that Palmer Lucky does talk about this, like they're advancing the weapons so quickly. The moment they roll one off, they've already got the next best one coming up behind. This is really how fast these quantum technologies are advancing, are going to continue to advance, because the AI is constantly building a better prototype, because AI can work better and faster than we can at optimizing things. So the other thing that made me wonder is about the orbs themselves, is that those orbs are a custom weapon. Those are a custom weapon that probably a defense contractor built, but maybe our own DOE labs built them. Hard to say. But those are the kinds of things where there might not be a trail back to those orbs anymore. They might have built a new version of them. They'll be using the same technology. They'll still be using fusion propulsion. But those exact ones probably aren't ones where, you can buy that off the Target shelf, right? So, interesting. Okay. Let me play the clip. So that was the Dark Journalist interview. I watched most of it, not all of it. But pretty interesting. I like hearing John Warner talk about the technology that's out there, because, I think he's pretty accurate. I think, here we go, nuclear subs.
But I announced that, based on his mention of, I call it the N-word. There are two N-words and you can't use either of them.
Chat, how do you not like President Trump? How do people not like President Trump? Chat, 10 years ago, 2015, I wanted to hate this guy. I was CNN brained. I've said this many times. I'm a recovering CNN brain. Don't hold it against me. Please don't hold it against me. I've dealt with my demons in my past for 10 years straight. And
No. Hang on.
United States saying we've got weapons nobody understands. He said it multiple times. And we've got his science and technology advisor saying we can manipulate time and space. Then right there, I don't think Trump should even be saying that, but he's out there just saying they can't even detect our submarines. Why? Guys, go ahead, brainstorm. Why can't they detect our submarines? And how can we detect theirs? Oh, we're probably using like a plasma sheath around our submarine, and or our submarine is literally some psycho Terminator, Lockheed Martin, morphine edge submarine walls on it, some weird metamaterial they coated it in. And therefore it like scatters all radar rays back at the target or something like that, right? It's going to have some weird stuff like that. And how can we detect their submarines? Well, quantum technologies. We got Batman technologies, chat. We got echolocation. We got echolocation at the ether level. We're using quantum technologies to detect anything that goes right through salt water. And we can just detect everything that's in the water anywhere. Simple as that. And yet, we're supposed to believe in 2014 that a Boeing 777, the size of a city block, flew around in the air for 8 hours. With nobody knowing where it's going or what it was doing. And nobody decided to do anything. United States military had no idea there was a Boeing 777 the size of a city block flying past its military bases, flying past multiple military bases. No one had any idea. That's what we're supposed to believe until the MH370 videos came out. Where's my thing? Wait, I think I have it over here. No, here. Okay, chat, hold on. I thought I was prepared. Now I'm looking around trying to find the link, and I don't see it. Wait a minute. Did I close it without paying attention? Ruh-roh, chat. Okay, well, I'll just pull it up. I've got it. I mean, I don't know what I just did to it, but I think I just closed it. Okay, so I was roaming around. I think I took a look at Reddit, maybe. Don't hold it against me. And I saw a link to an article that was pretty good about MH370. It's called, Was Flight MH370 Teleported? Was it teleported? Here you go, guys. So tonight, I'm going to go through this entire thing here. Kind of long, give you guys my context on this, help you guys out. For the people that are new to the MH370 case, let me just reiterate one more time. It's only going to take one thing to prove the videos are real. Gorgon stare, wide area motion imagery. Don't need the science, don't even need the second video. Once the one video is confirmed to be Gorgon stare, that's it. So ask yourself this. How long will it take before an Air Force person who is scrupulous, who wants the truth to come out, reaches out to me or Stephen Greer or one of the other people that's in the sphere that I've talked to, reaches out to one of them and says, I want to go on the record. They say, I want to go on the record. I'm going to show my face. I'm going to show my name. And I'm going to tell you that I know that footage is Gorgon stare. Maybe because they want to be famous. Maybe just because they want to do the right thing. How long until that happens? It's going to happen at some point. It's going to happen at some point because, you know, forever is a very, very long time. So I just want people to remember that. Because when people say, why are you so confident, Ashton? Well, because I know the videos are real, and I know that all it takes to prove the videos are real is Edward Lynn to come out and admit that I was right about him, that he leaked the videos, or for anybody in the Air Force, which has to be thousands of people that have seen Gorgon stare wide area motion imagery, say, yep, that's Gorgon stare wide area motion imagery. That's pretty much it. The sad part is, I don't think it'll move the needle. I think that even after people have to admit that I'm right, that it's Gorgon stare, they're just going to come up with a new excuse. They'll just say, oh, the military faked the video, or they'll say that I just got lucky. They'll say I just got lucky. It's just a coincidence that it looks exactly like Gorgon stare. It's a coincidence. The hoaxer was in the Air Force in the 2013 or something, right? I mean, there's nothing that would make sense, but I think that's what will end up happening. Or they'll just ignore it. Or they'll just straight up ignore it, which is what their favorite thing to do is every time I have a new revelation like Gorgon stare, all the debunkers go silent. Nobody says anything. Just nope. Nothing whatsoever. That's how you deal with somebody that you can't debate, somebody you can't address. You silent. You don't answer them. You don't address them. Anyway. Okay, here we go. Let's get right to this, guys. Okay, the beginning of the situation. I'm gonna make this a little bigger here. Let me take a look. How is this? I'll make it full screen for you guys. How's that? These are the archive links. So when people want to find the archive links, there's a couple archive links in here. Here's the video side by side. I'm just going to play it here so you can see. This was actually the first side by side video that was created. And this was way back when we first thought that there was like this parallax. It's like two side by side versions of the Gorgon stare. That still might be stereoscopic. But so the reason why this one looks cut off halfway is because we only later found out there was a full widescreen version that was the highest definition. Okay, so let's decide. Are the videos real or fake? It's going to be up to you to decide. First one, satellite video. Now we know this is not satellite video. The first oldest version that's on the internet is stereoscopic. What does stereoscopic mean? That's what stereoscopic means. That means there's a left side and there's a right side, and they're not the same. There's a left side and the right side, and they're not the same. You get it? They're not the same on both sides. There's a slight angle difference between the left side and the right side. Why is that huge? Because that could mean that those pods on the drone that are looking down, they're both recording, and then they're overlapping that footage to make the final scene. And that would make sense because it would give depth, just like how our eyes give depth when we look at stuff. Okay? So now you're learning about surveillance capabilities already. So the first version was stereoscopic. I almost never show the stereoscopic version because it doesn't look as clean as the non-stereoscopic does. Now, the fact that it says satellite video, airliner, and UFOs, that right there tells us that the person that named this video was probably Regicide Anon. It was not the leaker. And it also tells us the leaker did not give Regicide Anon enough context about this video. So it's possible Regicide Anon just picked this video up from somewhere it was left on the internet intentionally for people to find, because they got the video wrong. If this person was the leaker and their goal was to leak the videos and to tell us about them, they would have said, Gorgon stare, wide area motion imagery. That's what it would say in the title of this video. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of scary to think about what they're capable of if they can do this. Now, part of this as well is that the video was uploaded May 19th, but it says in the description, received March 12th, 2014. So the video was supposedly leaked from the skiff 4 days after. So the video leaked from the skiff 4 days after, but the video wasn't published until May 19th. So now we have a window. So this is where people get confused and they say, oh, the videos were on the internet 4 days later. There's not enough time. They weren't on the internet the 4 days later, or they might have been. We just don't have any proof. We have proof they were on the internet May 19th. In there, it says they were received March 12th. So how you reconcile that is up to you. And even the debunkers have no answer for this. This is one of the things that I would constantly say. If the videos are fake, why did Regicide Anon claim that they received them March 12th? How does that make any sense? Were they intentionally trying to make it look like MH370? It's pretty dark to make a hoax that is, you're trying to get people to think that it's MH370. And right here, we know that's the case. People initially, one of the biggest things that people used to say on Reddit in the first week, they would say, that's not MH370. There's no reason to believe that's MH370. And this was odd. The way that people said this was like they were trying to get us to not believe it's MH370. There's no reason to believe it's MH370. That could be any Boeing 777. If you go look on Reddit, you'll find dozens of comments that say this. That could be any Boeing 777, not the one that's missing. Could be any one. And we didn't know about the metadata for a while. For several months, I don't think we knew about the metadata, at least several weeks. And there you go. Right there in the metadata says right there, Malaysian Airlines. And it says Flight 370 directly in the metadata of the video. So even though the descriptions do not say MH370 in them, the metadata of the videos does say MH370 in them. So no question, the plane that we're looking at is at minimum meant to depict MH370. And this is not a surprise because when we look at the coordinates are literally the coordinates of the plane. It's like if you pick a random spot on Earth, it's like right where the plane is supposed to be. Oh, okay, so it's obviously MH370. Okay, great. Here's the full scene. The full scene, if you unwrap the whole scene, so what this shows is that we're clearly looking at wide area motion imagery. What you're looking at right here is if you take the view move, they move the screen around. If you add all that up, you can see a full perspective of the world. There is absolutely no way in hell a human being made this. Let me be clear. There is no way in hell that a human being made this. In order to make what we're looking at right here, a human being would have to make a massive, super high resolution image using multiple photos and then record for no reason whatsoever, record them moving their mouse cursor and screen through that image that they created. That's not a thing that exists in the real world. That doesn't exist. It's not a real thing that exists, but it only does exist in wide area motion imagery. Because that's literally one of the main functions of Gorgon stare wide area motion imagery is being able to move a window around to track an object. So again, like this is actually ridiculous that people were trying to claim that somebody made a collage of photos into a super high resolution image and then filmed a fake plane flying through it while they were moving their screen around. Once again, that's not a thing that exists in the real world. And this is where people need to be more critically minded. The debunkers are not critically minded people. They're not skeptics. They're just retards. They're literally just retards that are on the same intellectual level as Candace Owens. Look at it. This plane happened to be in this location. This means that this is a conspiracy. Like that's the same stupid level of reasoning people are using when they're trying to rationalize how a human being did this. Because nobody did. Okay, let's keep going. And let me be clear, these are not stock clouds, you fucking idiot. Like, how stupid are you people? They are not stock. I'm going to have to show the video I can see. For the mentally retarded people in the chat, let me go ahead and show you how simple it is to prove you wrong. You can literally see the clouds moving. All we had to do was speed up the footage. It turns out when you look at clouds for 3 seconds from tens of thousands of feet away, they don't look like they're moving very much. You know what we call this? We call this basic understanding of perspective, which obviously, Roland, you do not have. Because right there, that's not just movement. That's not an effect that's moving left and right. That's volumetric evolution of the cloud you're looking at right there. Let me repeat it together. Volumetric evolution of the cloud. That's not an effect. That's not movement. That's not static clouds. That is very, very clearly moving. There's no disputing it and there's no debating it. Now, what happened for people like Roland here, and I'm glad you came in, Roland, to embarrass yourself. You co-opted your opinion from something you saw on the internet. And people do this all the time. They co-opt their opinion because they see some retard on the internet go, it's static clouds, the clouds aren't moving. And then your stupid mind goes, yeah, dude, the clouds aren't moving. Dude, that person's right. I'm going to repeat that like an idiot. And you didn't even once think critically for even a brief moment. You had no internal monologue in your head at all. You just immediately adopted their belief as your own without even thinking about it. This is the reason why stupid people think the videos are fake. Because stupid people can't think for themselves. Because they're just literally letting some other people do their thinking for them. There are no static clouds in this. And once again, in case you're still slow, that's Gorgon stare wide area motion imagery. Repeat it into your head until it sticks. It's Gorgon Air Force Gorgon stare wide area motion imagery. Nobody faked it. Nobody even could fake it. Nobody could fake it in a million years. Nobody even knew what Gorgon stare was. Okay? So when you say stupid shit like it's static clouds, I'll go ahead and address the cloud images were planted on the internet. We have the date because the API is publicly accessible. The API of the website when the photos were planted on the internet was October 25th, 2014. It was my birthday. That is 5 months after the videos were already online. You guys know how dates work, right? May comes before October. May 19th versus October 25th. Which one comes first? Oh, May 19th comes first. The photos were on the internet after the videos were already online. This is not a debate. It's a 100% fact. Not only did we check the API of the website, we also checked the archives of the Wayback Machine. The photos don't exist. Not only did we check that, we also checked torrents. We went to third-party torrents that nobody could have manipulated. And we looked for these cloud photos that were alleged to be on the internet before the videos. You know how many cloud photos we found in the torrents? None. They don't exist. They don't exist. So let me just be clear. This is a fact, not an opinion, a fact. The cloud photos people have been falsely claiming were used to make the videos post-date the videos in every single source they can be found. Did that sink in? I'm going to be silent for a minute so that sinks in. Okay, back to the task at hand. I mean, the problem is just so many stupid people on this planet, chat, and everybody wants me to be nice to them. They're like, Ashen, you have to be nice to Roland. He's just a dumb guy looking for the truth. No, I don't have to be nice to him, and I'm not going to be. You are the type of people who need to have your mind broken. The type of egotistical retards that don't know anything and think I'm lying, think that I'm grifting to you. You deserve to have your mind broken. You deserve to have your life ruined because that's what you're trying to do to me. So turnabout is fair play. So don't you dare ever ask me to be nice to you. Don't you dare ask me for grace. Don't you dare ask me for mercy later yet either. None of these things. I will remember. Okay. Back to the source at hand. So here's the second video. Second video comes out June 5th. So this video was now releases a timeline. We now have a timeline. When we look at this, we're like, wait, there's a second video and it got leaked later on after the first one. So, okay, guys, if this is a hoax, this is a very elaborate hoax now. We released one video and released a second video at a different time, published June 12th, received June 5th. So first video's on the internet, nothing happens. Second video is now leaked on the internet. Now we're not looking at Gorgon stare anymore. Now we're looking at a very close-up video in a color FLIR, which nobody has seen. Still to this day in 2025, 0 color FLIR videos have ever been released to the public. None, not even one. So again, what, somebody is faking footage that the public doesn't even know exists? Somebody's faking a color FLIR video that the world doesn't even think exists. Okay, let's keep going. Why the dates matter? Because how quickly was this going to be able to be produced? Now, who is Regicide Anon? Look at Regicide Anon's Twitter account, guys. Regicide Anon on Twitter is saying alternate angle just received. This is June 13th. This is the day after he says he received the video, or actually 1 week after and 1 day after he published the follow-up video. So presumably that was a link to the follow-up video. And then look at this. His first tweet was 3 days after he published the video. May 19th, the video is published. May 22nd. Hello, Twitter, my first tweet. Same day. Please spread this video before it's pulled. MH370 is tagged. So if this was somehow a hoax, then Regicide Anon would have to be in on the hoax. Regicide Anon would have to be in on the hoax because there he is connecting the videos to the missing plane. right there. And it is the missing plane. So there's basically no way. I mean, how would these videos be fake? Now you supposedly have the hoaxer. If you think the videos are fake, Regicide Anon is your guy. There he is. And yet nobody has claimed Regicide Anon's done it because there's zero evidence Regicide Anon was behind this. There's not even speculation that he's behind this. And those videos aren't something that some random amateur is going to pull off. You have to be extremely highly skilled at a bare minimum. So the videos were re-uploaded on 2 different channels. Okay, 2023 videos go viral. This is a little bit incorrect. It is correct that in January 2023, the videos did get posted. They did not get serious attention, though. In January of 2023, the videos got posted and they were downvoted to basically 0. Now, retroactively, people seem to have upvoted it because it got a lot more attention in August. But in January, the videos were still ignored. It wasn't until August 7th, 2023, when the videos were posted again on Reddit, and all hell broke loose. Between August 7th and August 19th of 2023, the only thing anybody was talking about on the UFO subreddit was the MH370 videos. And it wasn't until August 19th when Mick West stepped in, along with an anonymous Icy Slide account that still to this day won't reveal their true identity. When they pushed the fake VFX debunk, they literally got the videos banned from Reddit, banned from the UFO subreddit. Nobody was allowed to talk about them unless it was in a mega thread. And then soon after that, they deleted the mega thread and they didn't let anybody talk about the videos anymore because they were distracting people from what? What exactly has the UFO subreddit done in the last 2 years since the MH370 videos? Absolutely nothing. They've done absolutely nothing. They've revealed absolutely nothing in 2 years. But people were not allowed to talk about the most important videos in the history of the world. Reddit is controlled by the same people that are making the stupid Age of Disclosure documentary. It's the same leftist nut jobs and people that are controlled by the feds that control that website. And I've said this in the past, but it's been a long time. I am going to bring Reddit down over this. If you were or are a moderator of the UFO subreddit, your life is over. Your life is over. One of them specifically, I have all their information about. One of the moderators who was somebody who was like trying to feed me information or do some weird shit. And it turned out they were also censoring the videos the whole time. I found out. Again, guys, don't ask me for mercy or grace later. These people were daring me to bring them down. You're cooked, buddy. You're cooked. And you're not anonymous behind your Reddit accounts. You're not anonymous. In fact, the moment that the videos are admitted to be real, I'm going to demand investigations and the doxing of every single person who was trying to anonymously hide these videos. TJ Powell, Tony Adams, these Redditors who've literally spent every waking moment in the last 2 years trying to make these videos go away. You are going to get doxed publicly. Your real name, your identity is going to be publicly known. I'm going to make sure that the federal government comes after you to dox you to everybody. And in addition to just letting the people come after you. And I understand people are upset about that. I don't care. I absolutely do not care, even in the slightest bit. And if you think that it's a crime, then I can go ahead and sue me. Go ahead and try to get the government to come after me. I'm sorry, but you getting doxxed is not a crime. And you should have thought about that before you started attacking me, before you decided to dedicate your whole life to trying to convince people those videos were fake. That was on you. That was a decision that you made. You made that decision. Okay, now going back to this. So videos went viral on UFOs. And here was the next big thing that came up. Next big thing was the Citrix session. I haven't spoken about this in a while. The mouse. This was actually a funny story. I'm going to tell you the real story of what happened. The mouse cursor was not the same frame rate as the background that was updated in the background. And when people found out right away, wow, this is actually a Citrix session. Somebody's logged into a Citrix session going on. This is why I thought that they were potentially at home on a laptop, but the Citrix session would still be happening even in the SCIF. The Citrix session is still going to occur in the SCIF. So this Citrix session was really, this is the smoking gun. I don't know how people thought the videos were fake after this. Nobody could even have imagined in a million years you could fake a Citrix session into your video, right? I just told you they would have needed to make this ultra high resolution collage just to begin with. Now they're faking a Citrix session over the top of it. Not possible. The videos are obviously real, super obviously real at this point. And of course, nobody pays attention to this. The debunkers always just ignore this fact. And again, it's not an opinion, it's a fact. It's a fact. It's 100% consistent with a Citrix session. 100%. They have no counter for it whatsoever. And what happened with this was, what am I trying to remember here? This was one of the big clues that helped us to realize that Edward Lin was potentially connected to this. It had to be somebody who had access to this footage. Somebody had access to the Citrix session capabilities. Oh, crap. I forgot that. I was going to say something significant here, but I'm losing my train of thought. Let me just see here. Yes. Oh, so the other thing is the frame rate. So the thing about the frame rate, too, is the other big giveaway, is that the background was only 6 frames per second. So the background 6 frames per second, but we have like the coordinates are updated in 24 frames per second, or maybe 30 frames per second. I can't remember the exact number here. But this discrepancy indicated that this was this major detail that is something now. This is definitely a computer that somebody's logged into, and they're recording this on their computer here. So now we still think this video is fake. I mean, this is clearly wide area motion imagery at this point. Yeah. So at that point, if it's a hoax, it's way too complex. Now, here's some quotes. I'm just going to read these quotes because there were actually a lot, like contrary to the narrative that's being formed that, oh, everybody knew these videos were fake. There were a lot of people making comments going, I'm an expert VFX artist of 20 years. I don't know how anybody made this. I couldn't even begin to make this. And then you had a bunch of people who aren't really VFX experts. That have never been VFX experts who are just pretending on Reddit, because that's what they do. They all pretend to be everything that there is out there. To me, this is way too complex to have ever been thought of by a hoaxer. If this is fake, then whoever made this is operating on a level most of us never see. The frame rate seems to be coherent between both videos. So the frame rate difference was also confirmed between 2 different versions of the videos that were uploaded on the internet. Now, the 6 frames per second was 100% consistent with Gorgon stare wide area motion imagery. Early on, when they were making Whammy, they had relatively low frame rates. And then they had to enhance it, increment 2. Presumably, they had increments after that aren't public at this point. Okay. So we're looking at this remote terminal session now, and then there are coordinates in the videos. Now here is just, I mean, what are people talking about? Now I do need to point out this location in the coordinates here is not correct. I know because I've literally memorized the real location, which is actually just a little bit further up here. So this red dot is off by a couple islands. It's actually even more directly aligned with the path of the plane than what that red dot shows. That red dot is actually close to where Catherine T's boat was. There was a real person on a boat who saw the plane. Where the plane is in the coordinates is just a little bit higher up between these next islands further up here. Okay. And then we see these coordinates right down here. We can see the coordinates. The coordinates are very clear. We can tell it says NROL 22, and we can tell the coordinates that are the Nicobar Islands. This is a literal direct shot from the last spot of the MH370. Now, people are still struggling with this. Like, I don't know. This is what I was telling one of the investigators. Like, what more do you want, man? What more do you want? We've got 2 videos that are clearly leaked from a skiff. I've identified one accurately as Gorgon stare wide area motion imagery. There's coordinates in it. There's a relay satellite designation, NROL 22. That's the relay satellite the drone is talking to. And if you draw a straight line from the last known location and path of MH370, it goes straight through these coordinates. You're still not convinced? That's where I just say, look, I think we've hit a point where we're just broaching something that is just too hard for people to accept as real, even though it was just overwhelming, absolutely overwhelming at this point. So NROL 22 is USA 184, and this is where I was wrong about USA 229. We had previously thought that Gorgon stare was taken by satellite, checked every single satellite, and craziest part, this satellite pair, it's 2 satellites. There's 2 satellites that fly right next to each other in the same path. sister satellites. And I thought that has got to be it. I mean, it's in the right location at the right time. It's right over the Nicobar Islands. You're like, oh, well, there you go. But I was wrong. I was wrong. It turns out it's a drone. It's just coincidence that these satellites were right there in the right spot. Or maybe they were being used for a different purpose. Maybe they were related, and we just have no idea. This is also wrong. The drone is not an MQ-1L Predator. The drone is an MQ-9 Reaper. I mean, I don't know for a fact. I suppose it could be a different drone. But when I talked to my source that worked at China Lake, what they told me was that the MQ-9 Reaper drone's wings are like 10 feet wider. So you could probably tell a wingspan difference of 10 feet. And the pod location is very close to the nose of to the hull of the drone. So when we're looking at this, and looks like it's inverted here. When we're looking at this inverted image right here, we can see the nose of the drone very clearly because of the proximity of hard point number 5 next to the fuselage or whatever you're going to call it, the hull. Also, we can see this heat signature. I mean, you guys think they faked a weird heat signature of where the top flips open of the drone and there's like a bunch of computer parts right there? You think they faked that little heat signature like that? It's asking a lot. Now, this, interestingly enough, they're showing the Gorgon Stare. This is Gorgon Stare. That is the drone that is flying above MH370. That's not the one that's doing the blue recording, but we're looking at, if you Google Gorgon Stare, you will find these MQ-9 Reaper drones with these pods underneath each wing. That was Gorgon Stare Increment 2. That's literally the exact asset that is recording MH370. Right there, you're looking at it. It's not the one that's horizontal. The horizontal blue video is a completely different recording asset. Trust me, I looked at this for a long time to try to figure this stuff out. We're looking at Gorgon Stare from above, and horizontally, it's most likely a Lightning G4 pod. The zap illuminates the clouds. This was another thing that was found on Reddit. My favorite story about this is that the guy that found this detail was a metabunk debunker. And even after he found this detail that showed that we're looking at three-dimensional scene, that's what this proves. Again, not an opinion. This proves we're looking at a three-dimensional scene. Whether or not you believe the videos are fake or real, that's not what I'm arguing here. What I'm arguing here is that you can see backlighting and you can see lighting where things in the foreground are not lit up. This proves, not an opinion, proves we're looking at a three-dimensional scene. If it was a two-dimensional scene, the lighting would not be like this. That's what that means. So now we've proven that the scene is three-dimensional, which is not a surprise because we have two videos from two completely different angles. So you need a three-dimensional scene to do that as well. Because otherwise it's impossible to make them sync up and be perfectly in sync. So what this means, and this is the thing the debunkers really hate, you had to have made a three-dimensional replication. Your VFX would have to be 3D. You know how much harder 3D rendering is than two-dimensional? A lot harder. As in, it's so difficult that just to render a single frame in 2014 using modern hardware took like 15 minutes. You get that? To render a single frame. So to render those videos in 3D would have taken literally weeks to render those videos in 3D. And we already have an extremely short window of time. So my favorite part is how the debunker that found this, even though he found proof that the videos were real, you could argue this is proof the videos are real, still thought the videos were fake for no logical reasons whatsoever. Now, if that wasn't enough, this is one that I found, actually, or let's say MH370X found this one. The orb literally displaces the smoke. I remember there was one person on social media arguing, if that was real, the contrails would get displaced by the smoke, by the orbs. It does in one revolution. It literally does. You can see it happen, and you can see accurate fluid dynamics. So again, can you imagine trying to fake that detail of the orb going through the smoke and displacing the smoke, just like if you were running through smoke? That's not something that ever gets faked. They don't even fake that in the movies. That's so difficult to fake. So that's just one more detail that, you know, pretty much impossible to fake some of these details. This one was very controversial. The orb displacing the cloud. The orb that comes up through the water. I think this is the one that goes through the water. This is either the first or second orb. I can't remember. Maybe this is the first orb. It seems to punch a hole in the cloud, like before it gets there, which is interesting because if it's using its X-ray beams as propulsion, then that could be part of the reason why. But if I'm right about what I said earlier and it's not using this forward-facing beam, maybe this is just an artifact. People argued over if this was an artifact or not in detail. I'm not really convinced either way. We don't really need it, and that's why I don't really talk about this detail very much. Okay, the clouds. People saying that the clouds were static. Obviously, that was bullshit. Several people proved.
Yeah, probably should play at the start, but yeah, when you look at the video in full footage, there's a zap and the plane disappears.
Prove that the clouds were moving and evolving, because of course one of the first things people said was, oh, the clouds aren't moving, right? I don't know what people were thinking, and that was a weird narrative. Like the people that
I can't remember if the whole thing was played or not, so if you just want to look up, like, yeah, just like you can look it up, it's only a short video, you can look it up.
I would say the clouds aren't moving. Have you ever like been outside before? I actually have to wonder that, because I would go outside on basically any day and look up at the clouds, and they never, ever, ever look like they're moving unless it's an extremely windy day. So much so that I literally took a video for 12 second video looking up at the clouds, and I posted it on the internet. And you know what the same debunkers did? They go, if you compare the first and last frame, you can see the cloud movement. And I said, yeah, we can too. And these are only like 5 seconds long. Each of these frames is only 5 to 8 seconds. It's not even 10 seconds long. So if you don't understand, if you think the clouds aren't moving, then A, you don't understand just like basic perspective, but also you don't understand whammy. Whammy actually has parallax correction, because what's happening is that the drone is circling above, taking photos, and they're using those photos to render a realistic environment with those photos. The problem is the photos don't all fit together perfectly because the drone's moving around up here. So they have to take some liberties and have some like corrections in order to make it all look good. So some people that argue, like, is this CGI? Technically, it is CGI. If we're being very, very technical, this is computer generated from real photos, but humans aren't doing it. It's a computer system called Gorgon Stare Wide Area Motion Imagery, and Sierra Nevada Corporation is the integrator. So there you go. Okay, and then there's a few others where people can see, you can't quite see it as much, but you can see a little bit of the like the bob of the cloud a little bit here in these scenes. And if they were static photos, there should be no movement whatsoever. There should be zero movement. If these were static photos, you should be able to literally overlap them, and they should be 100% right over the top of one another. No excuse for them not to be that case, right? Because you think that it's a very cheap VFX, right? Now, the orbs aren't just spinning. Oh, and I forgot to mention this earlier on. This is another good one. The orbs aren't just spinning around the plane. The axis of the orb is also spinning. And now we know why this is as well. The orbs are spinning because they are stabilizing the plasma. One of the ways that you stabilize the instabilities in the plasmas, axial spin. David Kirkley just mentioned this on Lex Friedman. Just like with the top, spin the top fast enough and it'll just stay upright until it slows down, and then it wobbles and falls over. Same concept with the orbs. And I'll take it one step further. There's a couple instances in the videos where it looks like the heat signature like flips. I think there might be a dynamo effect happening inside the orbs. And I think that they're also reacting to one another, just like the Charles Chase video, where if this one moves this direction, this one also moves in sync, either the same direction or opposite direction, almost like they're entangled to one another. They essentially act like they're entangled even if they're not. Cumulus clouds. We can see the clouds in the videos are cumulus clouds. This indicates that they are low-level clouds. This indicates that the plane is flying super low. And this is another big, huge detail. If you're investigating, you're going, wait, this plane is really low? What does that mean? Well, it might mean that the plane is crashing into the ocean. It might mean that the plane's about to land in the ocean. Not sure. So these are clearly cumulus clouds that we're looking at in these videos. Very important, because if we compare to the weather, some people have tried to say that the weather didn't have cumulus clouds. Those look like cumulus clouds to me, chat. Those look like cumulus clouds to me. So this is 8 a.m. So this time here isn't necessarily correct. We've got a better one. So I've got another one that shows low pressure clouds in that area. Just so that people don't say I'm a liar, I guess I'll just show it real quick. Hold up. I think this is it right here. Man, I was just sharing this a second ago, and now I don't see it on here. Okay, maybe I'm not going to share it. Never mind. I thought I was going to share it, but I don't see it on here. Okay. But anyway, so there is, other people did some checking, and while there definitely were not high altitude clouds, if you go look closely, you will see there's these low altitude clouds right in that area within about 15 minutes at around 1845 to 1900 UTC on March 7th, which is when the plane would have been in that location. This image right here, whoops. This image that I was just sharing here a second ago from this article, this is actually from, they're assuming that when the official narrative claims that the plane crashed because it ran out of fuel, which is like 5 hours different from when the plane was in the Nicobar Islands. Was it sucked in from behind? You can see the plane get pulled backwards. People made all these different graphics. This is one that I do have, which I will share, of the plane getting pulled backwards. And so this is what, I think this is my favorite version here to watch, where you can see the frame right beforehand. And when you look at the frame right after, you can see total internal reflection from the wormhole, because it's reflecting all the light internally. You see this almost looks like the outline of the tail. Let me make this a little bigger. It almost looks like the outline of the tail of the plane, of the, what do they call it? The rudder or whatever the hell it's called. You can almost see it like sticking out of the back of the wormhole. Now, everybody assumed when they saw this, well, maybe it's getting pulled backwards. And actually, if you apply the right-hand rule to an electrical engineering to the orbs, the plane would be going backwards. So this is one of the first reasons why we started to think maybe this is a wormhole, and maybe this plane is getting pulled backwards, and maybe this tells us the direction that the plane is being teleported. That's what that essentially told us. And there was this guy, Punjabi Batman, who was one of the first accounts I noticed where I started to wonder if he was a white hat, because he was pushing this idea of space-time manipulation way back early on Reddit when I had no idea what I was looking at here. I had no clue. I definitely wasn't thinking teleportation. I was just thinking, like, what is this? This makes no sense, right? And he was pushing some pretty interesting ideas about, like, well, we could test this from a physics standpoint. Maybe this is consistent with physics. Now, here's another big one, the turbulence. I mean, look at this. I'm going to make this full screen. You can see the turbulence of the plane when it goes underneath the contrails, the drone. When the drone goes underneath the contrails of MH370, or the smoke that's coming out of the back, right? The wake of the plane, let's just say, you can clearly see the turbulence increase. And this is before the person is zoomed in. When the person zooms in, the shaking of the camera increases even more. So again, this is not a detail in a hoax video. This is real life. That's real physics. You guys have been on a plane, right? You guys understand there's turbulence in the air and how turbulence makes things shake? There you go, right there. There it is. The thermal video is a perfect overlay of MH370. Sometimes people think that this is from the video. The plane you see in the background is a real picture of the plane here. And that's the thermal heat signature overlaid over the plane. Looks like a pretty close match to me, chat. This right here is the color FLIR. This is the camera. That's a Lightning G4 by Northrop Grumman. This also explains why the camera angle is the angle it is from the drone, because this pod can circle around and move up and down like this. This is why you're seeing the wing of the plane. Most of the wings of the drones are not visible from the cameras. The reason why it's visible is because this pod can move around multiple different angles depending on the relative altitudes of the drone versus the plane. So again, that's why we're seeing the wing. There it is right there. Okay, let's see what else we got. Diego Garcia connection. Now, I don't know that MH370 is at Diego Garcia, but if I had to guess, that's where I would bet all my money, is that it either ended at Diego Garcia or in the water near Diego Garcia, because we never looked there. We're not allowed to look there, and it's a super secret military base. In fact, I would go so far as to say they were definitely monitoring the situation, the operation from Diego Garcia, and they might have even deployed the orbs from Diego Garcia. I mean, where's a better location to hide some orbs than Diego Garcia, right? Look at Diego Garcia. That's where you're going to hide some super magical orbs that can teleport airplanes. Nobody's ever allowed to go there. And why? Nobody will really say why, just because it's a secret military base. And Diego Garcia should have been able to track the plane. I just explained to you guys we have quantum radars that can detect submarines anywhere on planet Earth. And you think we can't see a Boeing 777 that has no countermeasures on it, no stealth capabilities? Our military bases are tracking planes for thousands of miles. They would have been able to track MH370 from the time it took off. They could have tracked it the whole way. And it was flying in the air. And you're telling me we didn't know where it was? When I watched the YouTube videos about it, people are like, he was avoiding radars. He was like zipping through, avoiding the radar. I'm like, dude, what do you think a radar is? These people think radar, I don't even know what they think radar is. Like, I think they just don't know what radar is. Radar is just electromagnetic signals bouncing off something. There's no such thing as avoiding radar. That's not how radar works. When Trump is talking about they can't detect our submarines, it's not because our submarines are avoiding radar. It's not how you would describe it. You would say the radar scatters off the submarine, so therefore they can't detect that there was something there. And these planes don't have that. They don't have that capability. If this plane gets hit by a radar, it's going to get seen in every scenario. Okay. Guys, I'm going to crash out, chat. Y'all making me crash out here after I said I wasn't going to crash out. So Sarah Bach and Philip Wood was on there, and Philip Wood had this photo that he posted on 4chan. I have been held hostage by unknown military personnel after my flight was hijacked, blindfolded. I worked for IBM, and I managed to hide my cell phone in my ass during the hijack. I've been separated from the rest of the passengers, and I am in a cell. My name is Philip Wood. I think I have been drugged as well. I cannot think clearly. I mean, Jesus, chat. Chat. If you ever see a message on the internet, if I disappear and there's a message on the internet that says, "Hi, I'm Ashton Forbes. I've been captured by military people. I've been drugged. I'm being held prisoner," you are obligated to go to the EXIF coordination. There's EXIF data in the photo. I post a photo on the internet. There's EXIF data in it. And in the EXIF data, there's coordinates. You are obligated to go to those coordinates just to see if I'm there. Let's just be safe. Let's just go check. I mean, you went through the effort to say you've been drugged, you've been captured by military people, you're being held prisoner, and you literally post a photo with coordinates in it. I think we should go check it out. Even if there's just a 1% chance it's real, or a 0.1% chance. We got to go check it out. Guys, do you think they checked it out? Do you think they went to where the coordinates were? No. Literally coordinates of Diego Garcia military base. And by the way, it's a real black site. Diego Garcia literally has prisoner cells on it. And we just didn't go. We're like, nah, it's fine. The guy's just gone. Don't worry about it. And by the way, the plane is still missing today in 2025. And we still have not gone to check Diego Garcia to see if those people were there. Whew, chat. Okay. Oh, and I just want to add, the person that debunked that photo is Mick West. The same alien UFO debunker that everybody says is on the government payroll because he's super weird and he is obsessed with debunking these claims. He also, for no reason, even though he's a UFO debunker, has no connection to MH370, he debunked this photo too. That's weird. And the weirdest part is his debunk was completely false. Everything that he posted in his debunk, that it was not consistent with the iPhone 5, it was all fake. Everything that Mick West said was wrong and fake. Again, that's a statement of fact. I found an alternative analysis that reviewed Mick West's analysis and shows that everything Mick West said, everything that he claimed about the photo not being consistent, was all wrong. So why is there a guy, a mentally ill guy named Mick West, who's a libtard, who's just a complete retard? Why is he weirdly obsessed with debunking everybody's claims? And why is he lying about a missing person? A missing person. He made a fake debunk about somebody who could have been held in a prisoner somewhere in a cell and just happens to be covering for the United States government, who's implicated in the disappearance of the plane. I've said this multiple times. There is nothing too bad that could happen to Mick West. The debunkers that are watching this, I want to make sure you send this to Mick West. Let Mick West know I have not forgotten about him. Mick West will go down as the worst human being to ever exist on the face of the earth for what he did. For what he did. He tried to cover up technology that the government was hiding. He tried to cover up a literal kidnapping case, at best, maybe murder, of MH370. He tried to cover that up for the government as well. And that's just what we know about. It's very likely Mick West has a closet full of skeletons. I will be advocating for the federal government to charge Mick West with seditious conspiracy for his attempt of covering up MH370, and for him to spend the rest of his life in prison, which is where Mick West belongs. Mick West is going to jail, and he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison, and I'm going to sue him.
Yeah, so just to be clear, natural law has government is slavery, and don't believe in order followers, and all of that kind of stuff. So yes, that's a whole different thing.
For every single penny he has, for the article that he wrote, the fake article that he wrote, trying to debunk the videos, I'm going to own the Skeptical Inquirer, and I'm going to own every single penny that Mick West made from Tony Hawk. Every single penny. And I'm going to give, I don't know, half of it to the families. Maybe all of it. We'll see. There you go. I haven't forgotten about you, Mick. Don't worry. Your time is coming, buddy. Your days of freedom, they are numbered, bud. They are numbered. Those videos are going to be confirmed to be Gorgon Stare Air Force motion, wide area motion imagery. The science is going to be proven to be real.
Yeah, and this is just to kind of add some commentary rather than just idly watching here. This is a few of the people that we've reviewed here, from George Kavassalis, Mark Passio, Ashton. They've dealt with a lot of people coming at them for sure.
Neutronic fusion is going to be proven to be real. Teleportation and space-time manipulation can be proven to be real. And Mick West's life is going to be over. Mick West's life is going to be over. His best bet is if he just dies before that happens. He's going to be waiting out the clock like the engineers are too. Okay, let's keep going. Mysterious SOS. I give this absolutely no credit whatsoever. There was some kind of weird 2017 text message or weird translated message about danger. Ignore that. The hydrophone thing. There was missing data from the hydrophones, but I found out that it supposedly was found later on, and the timing of the hydrophone data did not sync up with the videos at all. So I did research this. I did look into this. I even had a person reach out to me who was, I think, directly connected to this. There's a paper written about this. So yes, there was like 25 minutes missing. It's possible it's tied to like maybe the plane reappearing somewhere else, but there's no way to say for sure. So unfortunately, even though there was missing hydrophone data, we can't glean anything. The more important thing is that when they looked at the hydrophone data, there were multiple scientific papers written about the hydrophone data. There were 2 hydrophones. These are water-based objects that hear sound. They determined there were 2 hydrophones that would have 100% heard MH370 if it crashed into the South Indian Ocean. One at Diego Garcia and one off the coast of Australia. Both of these hydrophones were easily in range that would have heard a Boeing 777 crash into the water. Boom. That would have released a huge shockwave that's fundamentally equivalent to an earthquake of about 2 to 3.0. Depending on how much energy would have been released at the speed of the plane. Did any of the hydrophones have any signals that could have been MH370? No. There was only one candidate signal found on one hydrophone, and it was almost 1 hour after the plane would have already run out of fuel. Those are, again, the facts. Those are the facts. You come to your own opinion. If MH370 crashed into the ocean, how come none of the hydrophones heard it? The answer that the investigators will try to tell you is, oh, well, the pilot ran out of fuel, then just perfectly landed the plane on the water, and then it just sank in one piece. Yeah, that didn't happen. That didn't happen, but you can believe whatever you need to believe. Okay, this one's another interesting one. This is recent, so I know this article is recent. Cargo ship was sent to Diego Garcia on March 31st. Empty cargo ship gets sent to Diego Garcia. Did they use this to dispose of the plane? Because if the plane landed at Diego Garcia, they would have had to break it apart. They would have had to get rid of it somehow. So that makes some sense. I think that they would have probably tried to dispose it that way. Alternatively, they could have just sank it in the water by Diego Garcia, and nobody's ever going to find it because no one's allowed to go there. And I'm not sure, because we found debris in Africa, and the debris in Africa is from MH370. I think my story is the only story that can explain the debris in Africa. South Indian Ocean does not explain debris in Africa. The debris should have washed ashore in Australia, but instead, Africa. Africa is very close to Diego Garcia. So I'm going to go a little bit faster. Now, is it aliens or secret technology? This is Don Phillips right here. I think I have this clip, and I think we'll probably watch it because it's a pretty good clip. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Don Phillips from Lockheed Martin. I think he was former Lockheed Martin. And a lot of people have hit me up about Don Phillips.
We're looking up in the air, and I looked up in the air and saw these objects, lighted objects, moving at tremendous speeds. It's like what we would know as special effects today. And it was in the area slightly to the north and northwest of Mount Charleston. And Mount Charleston, by the way, is over, I think, just about 13,000 feet. So all of a sudden, I says, wow, what an aerial show. I didn't think too much of it because it's not something that surprised me that they were doing these kind of acute maneuvers. But right at that instant, when I saw these things making acute angles and traveling, maybe I would estimate 3,000 to 4,000 miles per hour, and then immediately making a acute turn, I knew that they weren't ours. And I had a special background with the Skunk Works, Lockheed Aircraft, Advanced Development and Engineering, that said, these are not ours. And having been a pilot, I'm thinking, what kind of forces these, if there were people in these craft, what kind of forces their bodies are taking? Then I said, well, these have to be guided by some type of intelligent pilot, if you will, being a pilot. And I thought, wow, how long will this go on? So,
okay. Oh wait, this is the part I wanted.
It went on apparently, from my point of view, for about another 90 seconds, and then all of a sudden they seemed to group from what would be hundreds of miles in the sky to the east or to the west, and they came into a circle, rotated in a circle, and then disappeared. And I thought, wow, what a show!
Wow. That's quite the story. Now, do I believe him when he says I worked at Skunk Works and therefore I know this isn't ours? No, not really. Not really. Because this is definitely at least partially ours. So the big thing about the MH370 videos that is the reason why nobody will talk about them, the reason why the UFO community won't talk about them is because it's not aliens. Because the way the cameras are recording, like why is the drone out there? Why is the drone out there recording over the ocean like that?
This is something that I wanted to talk about because we are going to get deep into aliens and beings and interdimensional stuff and all of that kind of stuff. But what I really like about both ancient sites and with this, and obviously Judy Wood's evidence-based stuff, is that it's all doable. It's like we've already done it. It's like humans can do it.
What do you guys think? It's a covert operation. That's the only reason.
There are other theories out there, to do with the phenomenon and different forces and things like that. So everything is on the table.
The other plausible reason is to say that we were trying to rescue the plane, which doesn't really hold up because the time frame is too short. You're not going to be able to get a distress signal, get your drones ready to record. And why would you bother? You would just send the orbs. You don't care about recording it. If it's a rescue operation, you don't care about recording it. Why would you care about that? You're just trying to rescue the plane. They're recording it because the whole thing's an operation. And what that means is those orbs aren't aliens. They're not from another dimension. They're not coming there to save the people. It means those orbs are a weapon that's being used on the plane. And that's what's so interesting when Don Phillips then mentions Lockheed Martin, and that he's looking at the testing facility, and he's watching things do right-hand turns, just like the orbs are doing. They're just moving in any axis they want. And what does he see? He sees them spin in a circle formation and then disappear. Space-time manipulation, just like the MH370 videos. So I think that for sure, we had this technology for a long time. I think that we've had this technology for a long time, but where the jury is still out on whether or not we got it from aliens or if we figured it out ourselves. Now, enter Salvatore Cesar Pais. Hopefully that's his real name. I wonder if he changed his name. People say that his name has all these meanings. So he was the first person to really respond to me. Now we've spoken many times now, and I recommend checking out the most recent discussion and interview. I think it's the one where I've been the most comfortable talking to him. But he has all these patents that were approved by the Navy back in 2017. And he tells this story about these patents where he had to go through all this effort to get the patents approved. And he tells another story about how Jay Stratton, the guy who's literally in this new UFO documentary coming up, that he and Eric Davis and Hal Puthoff basically gate-kept Salvatore Pais and made sure that the Navy wasn't going to research this stuff any further, that it wouldn't go any further. And I asked him about it. I said, are they doing that because they already have it? That's the only conclusion I can come to. Why would you gatekeep somebody trying to make UFO fusion technology? Well, the reason is because you've already got it figured out. You don't want somebody else to do it. That makes it easier for it to leak out to the public. If somebody else is doing something and you're working on the secret technology, you don't want them to do it. So my opinion of Sal is that Sal is legit. I think he probably rubs people the wrong way, but so do I. I think Sal's 100% legit. And I think Sal works on programs where he's been exposed to these technologies. In fact, I would bet almost anything on it. I know he says he came up with these ideas on his own. That's not how science works. Science is a matter of learning and advancing and iterative improvement. So yes, even though they are his original ideas, I don't disagree with that these ideas are clearly inspired by all the science and technology that we've also been reviewing, which is why I think we're a good fit. So there's the patents there, guys. High frequency gravitational wave emitter, plasma compression fusion device, piezoelectric high temperature superconductor. I mean, all of these things are like, you add these up, and this is what the orbs are. This is obviously why Sal was interested in talking to me, because finally somebody else figures it out. Finally, somebody you can talk to that's like, they understand that you're not.
Oh, and Salvatore Pais has some of that sacred anger going on too. Yeah, he's been spitting it. Good on him.
Not crazy. They understand these technologies really exist and aren't just science fiction. They aren't just on paper. They have working versions of these technologies. And they're not, and to be honest, they're pretty advanced. They're pretty advanced. You don't just go from making some plasma orbs to teleporting planes out of the sky. That's a pretty big jump in technology from plasma orbs that float around to now we're spinning them around and teleporting things. That's a big, big level of advancement. Okay. So here's patents, and the Navy even fought. The Navy fought for the patents to be approved. That to me tells a lot. Now, the fire on the plane. Now, this screenshot here is really good because you can see, this one's not perfect, but you can see a little bit. If you look very closely, the heat signatures are not aligned with the engine. The heat signatures are not aligned with the engine. What I want to say is that I'm not the only person that figured out that this heat signature is coming from the AC exhaust port under the plane. Hopefully they don't mind that I say this. They asked that I not say anything about their opinions, but another of the OG MH370 investigators, when I showed them the videos, I don't know if they even saw my analysis, they showed the exact same image that I've shared of the AC exhaust ports underneath the plane. And they said, that looks like it's coming from the AC exhaust ports. That's why it must be fake. And I said, no, that's why it's real. There's a fire inside that plane in the cargo bay, and it's not an out-of-control fire. It is a controlled burn inside that plane in the cargo bay, and the smoke is circulating through the air conditioning system. And when the air conditioning system heats up on a Boeing 777, it opens up these ports and it flushes the smoke through these ports underneath the plane. We're seeing the smoke come around, wrap around the hull of the plane on both sides. And it looks like contrails because of that, because of how it's wrapping around the hull of the plane. But that's not contrails. Contrails cannot form at low altitudes, only at high altitudes. That must be smoke. And again, this was another thing that people were leaning into this theory early on, but they didn't have the evidence to go along with it. So why the lithium-ion batteries? The lithium-ion battery. There were lithium-ion batteries on this plane. There was rumors that a secret package was put on board the plane as well. They probably just put the device, whatever they did, in with the batteries. They put this device in with the batteries. Maybe it looked like batteries. And then they detonate that device at the moment they want to detonate it, force the plane to turn around, and the smoke and the lithium could have the secondary purpose. Now, if we believe what Don Phillips just told us, then we might not need a payload on board the plane to make the plane teleport or to just annihilate it or whatever the hell's happening. My research, though, shows that lithium is also an aneutronic thermonuclear weapon fusion fuel. So it's very possible that the lithium batteries were used as a diversion to start a fire on the plane that couldn't be put out, and at a secondary purpose that as it's burning, it doesn't even necessarily have to be as it's burning, but it could also be being used as the payload for a fusion bomb. And those plasma balls, they act as the electric detonators. So imagine Wile E. Coyote. You guys have seen the Coyote Roadrunner cartoons. Wile E. Coyote's always trying to blow up a bridge or whatever, right, with his TNT. That thing that he pushes down is called the pusher. You push down on the TNT thing, and then boom, the thing blows up. That's actually how nukes work as well. In nukes, how it works is that the A-bomb blows up, and the A-bomb is the pusher. The A-bomb is what pushes the fusion. But they got rid of the A-bomb. So the pusher is the fusion, it's the plasma orbs. The plasma orbs are the pusher, but they're an electric pusher as opposed to an A-bomb pusher. So those are the theories about what could be happening there. So lithium-ion battery. The other thing is, like, this is one thing. So I get the shout out here. We can see the air conditioning manifolds through the skin of the plane. Everybody kept wondering, why are there these blotchy spots on the plane? Well, the first one and the last one are the doors. You can see the door in the front. If you've been on an airplane, have you been on a plane? Hold on, I got the clip. Rick and Morty. People are like, here it is. Oh, video's too short. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, chat. Hold on. We're definitely gonna play this clip. Rick and Morty plane. Okay, so people are saying, like, oh, what are these splotches on the plane? We can see the doors on there. So have you been on a plane?
Have you been on a plane?
Yes. Yes, we have it. Have you been on a plane before? Well, it turns out that these images, these other splotches, are the air conditioning distribution manifolds. There's 6 of them. There are 6 distribution manifolds that are throughout the plane, throughout the cabin, and those distribute cold air conditioning throughout the plane. So why are we seeing those splotches? We're seeing those splotches because that's colder or hotter air, probably hotter air in this particular case, because of the smoke being distributed throughout the plane. So this is the one where I'm like, looking at this detail, like, you think somebody faked that level of detail? You think they faked thermal heat signature detail that's accurate to the real configuration of a Boeing 777, the real air conditioning ducts in the Boeing 777? Okay, and here you go. If you want proof, there it is right there. There's even this great thing. If you Google air conditioning Boeing 777, you find these great teacher videos. And it even shows, you can see the little tubes going up to each section of the plane right there. And the cockpit has its own. There's also another one. This is how I learned about how they flush the heat through the bottom of the plane. There's another video by these same people. So check out those videos if you want to know more about Boeing 777. The mystery cargo, as I mentioned, I already mentioned the mystery cargo. We're going to skip through some of that. Fire suppression bottle. You can see there is, right here, you can see there's a serial number on this fire suppression bottle. The amount of gaslighting about this fire suppression bottle should not be ignored, because the reason why you have to gaslight people about this is an extremely unique looking bottle. And it's a perfect match to a Boeing 777 fire suppression bottle. It washes up in the Maldives, perfect location for it to wash up, like 2 weeks after the plane disappears. And so, of course, if you were to find this and we were to confirm this is from MH370 using that serial number we can literally see right there, then everybody would have said, oh, shit, it was a fire, obviously. I mean, we're finding fire suppression bottles. Of course, it must be a fire. So this is the reason why they had to, I think it was the Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense said, no, this has nothing to do with MH370. Of course it does, buddy. How many fire suppression bottles have washed ashore since then, anywhere in the world? None, ever. This doesn't happen. And it had to be empty. It had to be empty because it's not going to float if it's full. If it's full, it's going to sink to the bottom. If it's empty, then it's going to float. Crazy, chat. And this is the other crazy part. People are like, the debris didn't have any signs of burn marks on it. Yes, it did. There's 2 pieces of debris that have burn marks all over them. This one is covered in burn marks. I don't know how people look at this and they come to any other conclusion other than that's burn marks. The narrative that people try to gaslight you on this is they try to say that we're looking at, they literally try to say, I'm not even making this up. They try to say you're looking at resin. Resin? Resin from, like, what are we talking about? Weed pipes here? What do you mean resin? Resin from the ocean? Do the other pieces have this resin on them? No. Just this piece has resin on it. No, bro, that's burn marks. I know what burn marks look like. I can take a lighter and I can burn something and I can see what burn marks look like. So here's Catherine T. She was in that spot I was pointing out earlier. I actually spoke to Catherine T multiple times, texted with her, spoke to her, did an interview with her. She saw this plane, no doubt. She saw MH370. And the reason why they had to ignore her and not give her the spotlight is because it was on fire. She saw the plane glowing orange. And the glowing orange wasn't from the out of control fire. It was from the fire suppression devices leaking gas everywhere. And she sees it in the Nicobar Islands, like around the same time we think the plane's being zapped. So we have an eyewitness that sees the plane in the location or close to the location where we've got the coordinates. So here you go. And actually, this one is correct. So they actually do have the right coordinates here now. So the coordinates here, you can see are up here, and then you can see Catherine T's right there. So you can see the plane would just been going right past her. She would have been looking up, and she would have been seeing that plane right there. And do you know, when I talked to the other investigators, they all claim that she just like is seeing stuff. She was just seeing things that aren't real. What are you talking about, man? How are you going to dismiss a witness like this? She's in the right spot. There's no way she couldn't have seen the plane. You have the oil worker, Mike McKay. He loses his job from seeing the plane in the South China Sea. China Times report, plane was attempting an emergency landing and disintegrating. Here it is. The pilot of the passenger plane said the cabin was about to disintegrate and they had to make an emergency landing. The time of that communication, according to China Times, was within minutes of the MH370 videos, 1843 UTC. 2:43 a.m. is the time that comes along with that. So, what happened with the were the communications jammed, or did they just classify the communications? I would argue that they knew about the plane because they knew the plane was not hostile. If they know the plane's not hostile, they must have had communication with the plane. They just didn't release them. When I talk to the investigators, or when people mention this, they go, there were no SOS communications, no Mayday communications. Yeah, because we didn't get them released to us. That doesn't mean they don't exist. What if they're just classified because it was literally an operation they're trying to cover up? So again, this is where we have to use critical thinking. What do we know to be true versus what do we just assume to be true? Very important to understand the difference. This blobs on military radar, I don't think that had anything to do with the plane. Free-scale semiconductors, this is clearly the motivation. I don't think this patent application was the reason, but I think just generally microchip technology was the reason. And that is actually not a stretch anymore. I think that 10 years ago, this was a stretch. Is microchip technology. Why would we do this over microchip technology? Why do microchips even matter? But now, look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA had 95% market share in making microchips for China. Now they have 0% market share. You would say, oh, they must have gone bankrupt. No, they're actually one of the most high-cap, high-value companies in the entire United States. They're worth $5 trillion. They have more market cap than most countries on this planet have GDP. So why is that the case? Because we took them, because they are a strategic asset. They are a strategic asset for the United States. So to me, the motivation is clear. The motivation had to be the engineers that were flying to China, which would mean, if we're really speculating, that the engineers were actually probably a Chinese espionage operation, and the United States ran a counter espionage operation to ensure that the Chinese operation would not be successful. Okay. Gorgon Stare, here it is. It's Gorgon Stare. It's not actually satellite video. This is the most recent update. I think this was March to May of 2025. So this is only not even a year old information. Found out about Gorgon Stare. People had been yelling Gorgon Stare to me, and I'd been ignoring it because I thought they were talking about the other video. I thought they were talking about the color FLIR, and I was like, that's not Gorgon Stare. Gorgon Stare is from above. And then finally, it should have come to me way sooner. I was like, wait a minute, isn't the plane flying really low? I was like, is it possible that there's another drone above the plane recording down? Because that drone has to be relatively low also. And I had AI do the math. I said, what would be the altitude of a drone? I gave it a perspective of the video. And I said, what would the altitude of the drone be, assuming that this video is legit? And it said 20,000 feet. That is well within the operational parameters of an MQ-9 Reaper drone from above. So that was the big break that led to this, in addition to some research I did on Whammy. So then we find Sierra Nevada Corporation. Sierra Nevada Corporation literally deleted, there it is right there, screenshots, deleted their website on Gorgon Stare when I exposed them. They deleted it so fast that the hyperlinks were still on their website. They couldn't even delete it fast enough. Chat, that not suspicious? Is that not suspicious? When a company gets exposed as having been directly implicated in disappearance of a missing airliner, and then they immediately start deleting the evidence from their website, it's called looking really guilty. Called looking really, really guilty, guys. Okay. And then here you go. The resulting imagery has the appearance of a moving satellite, like Google Earth, but alive. And I can tell this is one of my own screenshots here because it's got my terrible highlighting capability, highlighting that I do. But there you go. People were wondering. That guy in the chat earlier, Piggy in the chat was saying, quiet, Piggy. Quiet, you Piggy. He was saying, why are the clouds static? Why are the clouds not moving? Wide area motion imagery is meant to look like satellite video. In fact, it's basically supposed to look like Google Earth. That's the whole point of it. And yes, it is computer generated, but it uses real photos to generate that. It does what a human can't do. And then the leaker, Lieutenant Commander Edward C. Lynn. This is the guy, chat. VPU2 Wizards. Lawyer said that the evidence is available on the internet. Signals intelligence. His last deployment perfectly overlaps with MH370. He was reassigned right after MH370. His lawyer said the investigation began on April 2nd, 2014, which is less than a month after the plane disappeared. I mean, Chad, if this was a movie, nobody would doubt that Edward Lynn. Everyone would be like, this is too obvious. Like, write the story better. It was obviously Edward Lynn the whole time. It's so obvious that he's the guy. And the best part is, like, even if you were to say, well, he's not the guy, there is nobody else that's even close to checking as many boxes as Edward Lynn is to be the video leaker. And then the last bit is, if he wasn't the guy, he would have sued me. He would have sued me, chat. I've been sitting here defaming him every day if he's not the guy. And I call him up to get a response. I say, hey, Edward Lynn, if you're not the guy, please tell me. And he won't return phone calls. And then I go, okay, I'll call his lawyer then. So I start blowing up his lawyer, and I have his phone number. He turns his phone off. He changes his phone number. Is that what you do when you're not the person, you're not implicated in the thing that the person's saying? If he wasn't the guy, he would be reaching out to me trying to correct the record so that I stop sharing his name. Instead, he literally, this is not even fake, he changed his name legally. Edward Lynn legally changed his name right after I started exposing him. So, well, what more do you need? So he goes to prison for 6 years, and people wonder, well, Edward Lynn signed a plea deal. He's still talking about his time in the Navy as if he's not persona non grata, that he's still accepted in the military community. Bro, if you leaked weapons secrets, you should never be brought back into the community. So why is he seemingly in good graces with the community? Because he's playing ball. Because he signed the deal. He signed the deal. And so they're happy for him to be in good graces because he's not telling on them. People are implicated in this, and Edward Lynn isn't saying anything. So people wonder, why have they not killed Edward Lynn? Because he has information that could send people to prison. Edward Lynn knows those videos are real, and as long as he shuts the hell up about it, everybody's safe. In fact, nobody even knew that that's what Edward Lynn leaked. I spoke to people that worked with Edward Lynn and the VPU2 Wizards, worked with him. And they thought he was just like, they thought it was like prostitutes. I'm like, dude, does that make sense? Do people go to prison for 9 years because they had some pillow talk with a prostitute? No one would care about that. How would you ever prove that? It's absurd. So then we've got the debunks, the cloud photo debunk. I mean, the first debunk was the VFX zap. That one never matched. I don't even know how or why people thought this matched. I guess because they found something that was close enough, and then people just thought, oh, okay, that makes sense. It's close enough. We're good here, right? That's kind of what people were thinking. Did I move my video? Where are my debunk videos? Here it is. But if you just overlay it, you can tell right away. I mean, that's not a match. That's the stock effect overlaid. So it's like, and the goalposts just keep moving. Like, so you're like, okay, wait, but you're like, you showed me literally just this one frame right here. It's like, you showed me this one frame and said it's a perfect match, but I'm looking at the frame right now with my eyes, and I can tell it's not a match. I can tell the middle is not even remotely close, and the edges don't match and don't line up either. And then they go, well, somebody just edited it. And you're like, okay, well, what edits did they do? And they're like, well, I can't tell you that. I can't tell you what edits it. What do you mean you can't tell me what edits? You're the one telling me it's a perfect match. Now it's not a perfect match. Now none of it really matches anymore, but you're telling me they just modified it to make it match. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. They modified it to make it match. So now we can address this frame here. Even though it doesn't match, let's just say that it is. Okay, what about this frame? Okay, what about this frame here? This one, we can all agree this one clearly doesn't match. It's not even aligned. There's nothing even remotely aligned about this. And this is where debunkers just went completely off the rails. So instead of just admitting that it doesn't match, they go, somebody took the stock effect, they broke up every single frame of the stock effect, and they started mix and matching the frames and independently modifying each individual frame. Oh, and by the way, the number of frames doesn't even match either. There's 7 frames in the stock effect, but there's only 4 frames in the actual video of the zap. How do we address that? Crickets. So the stock effect debunk fell apart on his face. And the funniest part is that that stock effect, that exact stock effect, shockwave.move, has been used in like a half dozen major productions. Anchorman, Starship Troopers, Eastbound and Down. There was an Attack on Titan advertisement that used it. They all use that stock effect. Do you know what that stock effect looks like in all the places used? Exactly like the stock effect. They took the full stock effect in every single one of those instances and just played the full stock effect without modification. So the thing that debunkers are claiming that someone did to the MH370, that they changed the frame around and they moved and they made it match somehow that we can't tell you, that's actually never been done for that stock effect ever. This is, again, a fact, not an opinion. That's never been done for that stock effect ever, not even in major motion movies like Anchorman. They literally just take the stock effect, they put it in his eyes, and you can see the full stock effect go off. In the MH370 videos, you can't even recognize the effect because it doesn't in there and it doesn't match. Crazy, chat. Okay. I already addressed the cloud photo thing, but just to reiterate, the cloud photos were uploaded on the internet October 25th. Now, the last thing I'll say about this stock effect here, too, is that the debunkers were claiming that they had like 4 different claims for this. Like, they finally organized around this shockwave. But before the shockwave, they were 100% sure it was a supernova that somebody put in there. And then after the supernova thing fell apart, they were 100% sure it was an ink blot, that somebody took an ink blot and they put an ink blot effect in there. And then after all of those failed, then they went with the shockwave argument. And all the arguments were all based on the same flawed kind of reasoning. None of them were actually worked, right? The cloud photo one was the scary one because they must have planted wide area motion imagery cloud images on the internet after the fact that videos came out. And that's the part where people will say, oh, you're being conspiratorial. To me, that's the minimum they would be willing to do. That's the minimum I would do. My video leaks on the internet. I don't want anyone to know it's real. Then you just leak some other evidence and make it look like it was fabricated. Perfect. Especially if you already have the source material. You've already got the source photos. Just there, put them on the internet. Be like, oh, okay, here you go. It wasn't Gorgon Stare that made this. It was some random kid in his basement that somehow knew about Gorgon Stare wide area motion imagery. So the funny part about this is that not only are the videos going to be proven to be real, we're actually going to be able to prove that they tried to cover them up too. We'll actually be able to prove that somebody, I don't know who, I would speculate the intelligence community, took the Gorgon Stare imagery, the photos that the Gorgon Stare produces when it's looking down, and they took a few of those photos, like 4 of those photos, and they put them on the internet, on a website, so that it would seem like they were part of a different set of photos. They didn't do a very good job of it. There's a lot of tells that prove that wasn't the case. So that's probably the hardest part for people to accept. Okay. Oh, one other fun fact. I think we're going to close down here in a minute. I didn't realize we were going so long. The location where this stock effect was found was the stock effect literally didn't exist on the internet. The stock effect didn't actually exist on the internet anywhere where it could be downloaded. The location that it was found was some like Internet Archive user upload folder where this account called Wave Rider 3000 uploaded it. And the funny part was we caught this person manipulating the image. They had a collage that came along with this. And in the collage, this user took the real zap of MH370 and they put it in the collage. They pasted over a pre-existing box that had Duke Nukem or whatever stuff in it, and they put the MH370 thing in there. And the only purpose to do that is so that if somebody looked at that, they would go, oh, this is clearly a stock effect from this package because there's an image of it in this collage. This is true, by the way. I actually exposed this in real time like a year ago because I saw it and I was like, wait a minute, why did someone put the stock effect or why did someone put the MH370 zap into this collage to make it look like it's part of this stock effect? And do you know what happened? I did a live stream about it. You can still find the live stream about it from a year ago. The very next day, I went back to double check. It had been reverted back to its original state. You could now see the Duke Nukem thing there instead of the zap. What did that mean? That meant that Wave Rider 3000 was very likely an intelligence asset, very likely government asset that planted this on there. They, at a minimum, they're a debunker. Because if this person was on my side, they would have come to me and they would have said, hey, I'm this guy. I think these videos are real. I happen to be the guy that uploaded this stock effect, blah, blah, blah. Instead, when they got caught in real time manipulating the collage with the stock effect, where they uploaded the stock effect, this person uploaded it, they went and changed it. The same day that they got caught, right after my live stream, they went in there and they modified it. And we caught them in real time. We have all the logs that prove it. How nuts is that? So when people wonder, do I think that there are people trying to cover up these videos? There absolutely are people trying to cover up the MH370 videos. And they will do literally anything to make you believe those videos are fake. They will plant evidence on the internet. They will fabricate evidence. They will do whatever they need to do. Somebody tried to pretend to be the hoaxer of the videos. And they didn't get exposed until the website owner, where the supposed cloud pictures were from, outed the person who was pretending to be the hoaxer. Said that, nope, here are the DMs. This person literally was just fabricated the story from the beginning. So there's some sketchy stuff going on, guys. And here's the cloud photos. Funny part about these cloud photos, Ariel's 0028 doesn't have any of Jonas's photos in it. Doesn't have any of the Japan photos in it, except for supposedly these cloud pictures and one picture that has Mount Fuji in it. This folder was empty until October 25th, 2014. This Ariel 0028 was empty. And Jonas's Japan photos, we have archive that shows they were in Ariel 0027, not Ariel 0028. So they're in a completely different category. They're in a different folder structure, even though the story we're being told is that this guy took these photos in Japan, even though there's nothing in any of the photos with the clouds in them that indicate they're from Japan. The photo that has Mount Fuji in it doesn't have any of the cloud photos in it. So the only photo that has Mount Fuji in it, there's no matching clouds. All the other matching clouds come from photos that have no distinguishable marks on them. Of course they don't, because it's from the Nicobar Islands over the ocean. Of course it is. So there you go. That's pretty elaborate, though. Pretty elaborate to plant those. And just in case you need the absolute proof, again, not opinions, I deal in facts. This top indicator is what the debunkers showed people. And it says right here, Ariel 0028, free background texture, says May 25th, 2012. And so you would go, oh, that proves that the cloud photos were on the internet before the MH370 videos. That proves the videos must be fake. But these people don't know how databases work. That is only the date for the folder itself, not the contents. You actually scroll down and you can find when the contents were uploaded to that folder. This is, again, this is from the API of textures.com. This isn't me that created this evidence. We pulled it directly from the website. We didn't manipulate it. Nobody. If anybody,
if you'd like to learn the skills to know how to do that yourself, go to howtobecomethitruemedia.com, and you can learn to educate on natural law through the use of media by learning the technical skills.
Manipulated the website owner did. In fact, as far as I know, there's no way to manipulate data files like this without hacking into the database. And right here it says created at the image. This is the first image, ID 75560. This is the actual, you can see the gallery, you can see the URL of the thumbnail. This is the image itself, the cloud image. October 25th, 10/25/2014. There's even a timestamp. And do you know why the timestamp is important? Because when database migrations happen, all of the timestamps for all of the data elements is the same. Are all the timestamps the same for the different photos? No, they're actually off by a little bit, as if they were manually uploaded. As if they were manually uploaded to the database, not indicating a database migration. So this right here is absolutely created at date is the very first time this photo was put into that folder. Creation dates never change in databases. You're learning about databases today, chat. Creation dates never change. The only date that updates is something called the update date, which you can see right below that. The update date, you can see that this photo was updated in 2023. So why did somebody update this photo in 2023 as well? Just pointing that out. So there's your absolute proof. And here's the full upload dates of all of the photos. I believe one of these wasn't even used. One of these is the Mount Fuji picture. There's 5 total pictures. Notice the upload date on them is not uniform. 4/58/20, 4/58/44, 4/59/08, 4/59/25, 4/59/38. That right there is proof that this was not a database migration. Those all indicate a manual intervention with the database. I know this because I've worked in databases for 20 years. I can write SQL. I literally look up databases like this every single day at my job. And our database is a massive database, probably about 1,000 times bigger than this database. And when we do database migrations, you can see the date and times match up 100%. They're perfectly aligned because that's how automations work. So I do want to point that out. I do have inside information on this particular thing. Now, where does this leave us? I already kind of listed out what I think happened to the plane. One last thing I want to mention tonight is this idea of, could this have been a time attack from the future? Now, this seems crazy as shit. No, I don't really think this is the case. I think this is just our technology. But the theory about aliens that to me is rising the most is the future human hypothesis. Why? Because when you're dealing with space-time manipulation, you're dealing with time manipulation. And I have been speculating that we cannot go back to the past. But what if I'm wrong? What if we can do retrocausality now or ever in the future? If that's the case, then we would expect to be seeing people sending messages back to us from the future to the past. So what if I'm the person? This is just hypothetical, of course. What if I'm the person that zapped MH370? What if in the future I get access to a time travel machine, space-time manipulation, and I send the orbs back in time to zap the plane? I don't necessarily give this theory any credence, but I do think it's just interesting to think about as a thought experiment, because that's what would have to happen in a closed time-like loop. Like, let's say somebody changed the past. Well, somebody has to go to the future, or in the future, somebody has to go to the past and do that again. And that has to continue to happen forever. So I just think that's kind of an interesting theory. But at the end of the day, what if we are the aliens?
Yeah, so we can leave that there. Because I just wanted to say on the point with MH370 and the evidence with that. So what I want to do is I want to go all the way, I think, is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to introduce Ben Davidson, Space Weather News, Suspicious Observers. A lot of people know about it. Basically, sun weather follow him, some weatherman on X. Went to his conference in 2018. And one of the things we learned from natural law is as above, so below. So what we should find when we are finding real truth, objective truth, is that the same pattern's showing up several times over. So, whether it's getting into the quantum or, getting into, that weaponry being used in the real world, or then scaling up to the, galactic forces and, like nature and weather and, geomagnetic storms and solar wind and these kind of things. We start to, this is just going to be the evidence. So I've got my own, I guess, where I've arrived at. So I'm just trying to do my best here to, give my piece while at the same time just showing the evidence. So this topic is like, I guess, I think I'm overcoming fear just by showing it because, it's like a lot of people already know about it. It's been, 2018 since I've been following since now 2025. Paid for a VIP ticket, and, got to spend a little bit of time with, just chill time or whatever with, people wouldn't even remember me or whatever, but it's cool people like, Dr. August Dunning was one of the guys, but yeah, just like, like hearing all of the best solar physicists from around the world, and then kind of learning about space weather and physics and all of that. So I learned like a bunch of the science from Ben Davidson. And again, like this is like one of the things where I guess, and again, I've learned this from Passion. I'm just kind of name dropping a bunch of people, but there's coherency here. What we're all talking about is natural law in different, like, and then like, yeah, it's like, yeah. So like, yeah, I forgot my train of thought then, to be honest with you. But yeah, so I want to, it's like very hard, I think, to talk about this subject in particular because people want to think it's black-pilled. They want to think that like there's, they might even insinuate, people that think like that to be in the wrong mindset mentally or whatever. They might be in like cognitive dissonance about like really going to happen. And like, like I've heard all these things before and all of that. And then you've got, that's what I was getting at was like the personalities with, personalities of, like Ben Davidson, or if it's Ashton or whoever it is, Mike Passio, yelling or whatever. Doesn't matter what the thing is. We've got to look at the evidence. So, I do want to get into, we'll see how long the stream goes for. I do want to get into, there's a thread here. And so, it kind of taps into, the no attempt to, let's see if I can do this. So, yeah, so he said, Ben Davidson said, I'm leaning towards thinking that this, so we're looking at a photo of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Don't want to get into any politics or anything like that. But there's a thing where there is no plan to save the world. And so he says, I'm leaning towards thinking that this confirms that the 2012 to 2017 suspicion that the elites figured out they didn't have as much time as they thought. They panicked, and now it's everyone for themselves. And of course, little factions are trying to form alliances. There is no plan. Kind of worried about that part. So everyone's got their own narratives with different things. And again, I want to stick with the evidence, but it's all pointing to something. And so, I want to get into the quantum and I want to get into the nuclear after this, depending on my endurance levels of getting through this. I'm feeling pretty good right now. So this next one goes for an hour and a half, and Ben is coming out with a documentary like pretty soon, I believe. And so basically, it speaks to 6,000 year cycles, 12,000 year cycles, crustal displacement, Earth's magnetic pole flips, and there is a lot of wacky stuff around that. But Ben Davidson, if you don't know him, he does read all of the it's not like Trust the Science or anything like that, but he reviews all of the appropriate scientific material, and it's a multidisciplinary approach. And so I guess part of the feedback or the pushback with introducing a subject like this is, people immediately jump to, oh, well, we're fucked anyway, and they go into apathy. That is not the case. The point here is to arm yourself with information, knowledge, wisdom, and then you can be proactive about it. It's, it will be, there will be big events, but we can survive and thrive through it. And also, I'm making the argument, the moral argument, that we all have the right to know about it. We all have the right to access 0-point energy and to act according to moral principles and all of that, so that we can get going now on creating solutions, beyond technical outages and power outages and, energy issues and, having major weather events and things of that nature. So we are already aware from the evidence of what just been presented with, cold fusion and scalar weaponry and however you want to look at it. And then, we will hopefully get into the, the nuclear program and the Nazis and all of that, and the advanced technology from 100 years ago. And Stephen Greer gets into it. We've already been through that in one of the earlier episodes. And then there's also this natural law, LORA part, the natural way of life. There's constant cataclysm, and this is what the oral wisdom stories are about, or at least in the large part. And I think that there's some kind of resistance to kind of integrating the fact that it's going to happen in our lifetimes. So, yes. And so that's probably why I've been processing it for the last, 7 years at least or whatever. So, again, look at the evidence, and you take the evidence for yourself, and you decide, what you're going to do about it, So let's... still recording, still on. So let me check the mics and all of that's still good. And here we go with Ben Davidson.
Always more challenging to hit a moving target, especially in science. By the time you write a book or do a summary video, there's more to add, which is why after a few dozen episodes in the 2019 playlist, we had to make a full film on the disaster. But by the time it was done, dozens more papers needed to go into the mix, and we chased for another year, and again this year as well. The goal is tracking the ongoing geomagnetic shift of Earth. The magnetic poles are shifting. This is bad news for the creatures that live on this planet. And indeed, we see evidence of an ongoing solar system shift, with the other planets, the sun, and even interplanetary space changing, as well as the nearby stars we'd expect to have been recently triggered by a larger galactic shift. It's all about chasing the next iteration of a disaster cycle, and tragically, with all the events and of all the times to be alive, we are about to endure the big one, 12,000 years. Here, we have compiled clips from the full disaster film in 2019, all 3 existing postludes, the important geomagnetic update from earlier this month, a 4th postlude we will do right in sequence, followed by 3 bonus clips that all go.
If you want to watch, just go to space weather news or suspicious observers.
Go together with the rest of this material. It's not Hollywood cinematic quality, but the storyline is way more interesting than what they've got, and it's real, with us cast as the lead characters. Here's the script in a little over 90 minutes.
And just to also say, I guess, the people that we've reviewed today, whether it's, these people don't necessarily agree with each other.
Minutes. Let's begin with the clips from the full film in 2019, Cosmic Disaster, CIA Classified. I'm going to tell you the scariest true story ever told. Over thousands of years, in thousands of versions with different names and minute details, but the story always ends the same way, with the next end of the world. I'll give you the short version first, and then the burden of proof will fall here to present the evidence across time and topic that the slow crawl of geology, the wind, water, fire, and tectonic creep is punctuated in rare occasions by disastrous upheaval. The Earth's magnetic field reverses, with dramatic excursion events sprinkled between. They can occur in less than 100 years from plunge to rock bottom. Earth's ongoing magnetic event has already been underway 150 years, into the red zone, and it is speeding up. In early 2019, the magnetic event accelerated to where an update to the world magnetic model was required ahead of schedule for the first time. Well, so far, this has not been causing catastrophic events, but unfortunately, there are other aspects to the event coming, both in physical evidence and in the stories told in rock and voice. The sun plays the role of the destroyer. Where the decadal and centennial cycles of activity converge, we find the entire magnetic potential of the sun accessible for what can only be described as a micronova. As unbelievable as that might sound, the evidence will actually show this to be an almost unavoidable consequence of the solar system trip through the galaxy. There is evidence that the crust and mantle unlock at the low velocity zone. The plates collide and maybe worse, triggering volcanoes and sending unfathomable amounts of water into the land, creating surge deposits of bone and earth. The earthquakes and volcanoes and tsunamis are followed by snow, ice, incredible amounts falling by the yard as Earth's temperature plummets. We'll see evidence at the micro scale of the previous great solar blast, the ways in which humans survived the last great catastrophe, the evidence that similar plans are secretly unfolding beneath our feet, and the evidence demonstrating the cover-up and erroneous geological science that overthrew a course of rediscovery. One that can now lead us to understand that the sun's cyclical passage through the galactic electric sheet is the trigger for the great catastrophe cycle on Earth. Let's begin in the 1700s, with a surge of global exploration in science and the discovery of the evidence for these cycles. A dozen researchers became dozens in the 1800s as more evidence and excitement and terror over the implications of the evidence was mounting in an undeniable charge to science to explain all the evidence. The 1900s saw a further growth of the field. Many researchers gained considerable fame, while others were silenced. The end of the century saw the birth of the plasma universe connection to catastrophism, with the first global study of petroglyphs describing a solar catastrophe in antiquity. The story truly begins relevantly, however, with the man.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why I, of course, stumbled across this as well, because cosmic stuff is, that's where this name comes from. Of course, these ancient sites and what he's talking about, those petroglyphs, that is true. And you even have the plasma symbols as well.
Almost certainly responsible for the misdirection of the truth, Charles Hapgood. His Earth crust displacement theory became the torch for the catastrophe cycle, and when it bombed, it took down the entire field with it. We will demonstrate his motive and opportunity to cheat Einstein, that he knew the truth, he covered it up. In the 1940s, one of the most critical scenes of this theater played out at the North Pole. Major Maynard E. White led the first mission to map and understand the Arctic region, mostly because of navigational concerns and to monitor for Soviet attacks over the pole. When it became imperative to locate the magnetic pole position, the scientists found much more than they bargained for when they got their boots on the ground. They found evidence of marine strata, lifted to significant altitude, time after time, and with tropical corals found in that Arctic region strata, complementing the evidence of similar fossils found by Admiral Byrd in Antarctica, both complementing the prehistoric trees unearthed in Norway, which had no rings, indicating that they resided at the equator. All in all, Major White's team believed that they had unearthed 9 levels of catastrophe on the planet. These findings were reported at the Pentagon, attended also by Paul Sipple of the RAND Corporation and presumably members of the Office of Strategic Services, where Charles Hapgood was a key player in geophysics. And working with Major White's findings and Dr. Sipple's experiments, it was concluded that Earth's magnetic pole began slowly accelerating, followed by a whip around the geographic polar region, which somehow tilts the planet back and forth, which is why there is evidence of the polar region.
This back and forth also comes up in what I've learned from Kemet in Egypt as well, with a back and forth TikToking, 22.5 degrees, 23 degrees, whatever.
It's in the same places over and over, because it always tilts right back and appears to have not moved over geologic time. They confirmed the catastrophe aspects of the new mountain range creation and ice age conditions immediately following the great event. Charles Hapgood, Paul Sipple, and the Pentagon are perhaps the most credible advocates of this 10 to 12,000 year cycle of disaster on Earth, especially when you consider what they did next. Hapgood continued his classified life while also teaching at various universities up through the late 60s. During the 50s, in the years following Major White's Arctic mission, Charles Hapgood stepped into the limelight in his public life with the famous Earth's crust displacement theory. It was a much mutated version from what we heard from Major White, where the poles do not go back and forth to the same places. The cycle is twice as long, and instead of a one-day event, it takes thousands of years to complete, and which was easily debunked by modern geophysicists, taking down the entire science of catastrophism with it. That is the famous version with the foreword written by Albert Einstein. That is not disputed, as his work with Hapgood was well known in the years before he died. However, Einstein was likely privy to the same information as Hapgood, and the final book came out after he died. There is no way of knowing if Einstein supported the radically different version that Hapgood eventually espoused. But what we do know is that Einstein saw the cycle of catastrophe and the turning over of the Earth. He was looking for a way to unlock the crust from the low velocity zone in the years before he died, and we know he never did find a sufficient geophysical mechanism. Hapgood's version of the story, the public one, does not match what he and Sipple delivered to Major White at the Pentagon a decade earlier. It does not match the geological evidence or the timelines as well. Hapgood's versions, again, were easily debunked. Now, Einstein discussed this for years with Hapgood, and the only contribution was a foreword. Maybe. But, armed with that foreword, the weak version of crust displacement Hapgood placed over the field had the credibility to do so. The Chan-Thomas version matches the version that somehow got lost between the Pentagon and Charles Hapgood's public life. It plainly contradicts the version that the CIA geophysicist Charles Hapgood was promoting around the world, even if he had promoted a different one in private. And Chan's version got classified, as apparently did that real version of the story reported from what Major White and Paul Sipple provided. Einstein's key problem was the evidence of Greenland's tilting action, but a lack of weight in ice to pull the crust itself. Nobody had ever before discovered a mechanism for how the Earth would actually accomplish this unfathomable disrespect of inertia, basic physics, common logic. Frankly, the explanations blaming the hand of God had about as much evidence as anything else up until that point. That is, until the version Chan-Thomas tried to put out. The postlude of Chan's work was not part of the sanitized release by the CIA, but it was included in a 1993 version of the book the CIA apparently didn't feel the need to classify due to the disrepute of the field of catastrophism. Nobody cares anymore. The postlude describes the only potential mechanism for connection of all the evidence from beneath our feet out to the sun. In recent years, the move in cosmology to see the galactic magnetic field structure as coherent, including the central torus and jet model, has run through the national labs and NASA with incredible success. But one of the lesser publicized realizations of this fact is the scaled similarity with the solar system and with Earth's equatorial ion emission. You see, just like the solar system, the galaxy has an electromagnetic current sheet rippling around the equator, separating the coherent fields of north and south. Now, in our solar system, the sheet ripples, wavering around the equator, bringing a spike in ion density and a reversal of the interplanetary magnetic fields. At Earth, although our orbit only crosses the exact solar equator twice per year, the solar electric current sheet hits Earth every 2 weeks and can produce a geomagnetic storm, inducing electric currents in the atmosphere and the ground. Earth is constantly protected by its own magnetic field, but in addition to things like solar flares, simply enduring a every 2 week solar system magnetic reversal and current sheet impact can cause those electromagnetic disruptions. So, what happens when the sun and solar system encounter the galactic version, its spike in density, and its magnetic reversal process? Let's actually add one more element to that puzzle, the dust. In our own solar system, and most we see, there is a dusty plain. Like Saturn's rings, density is low from planet formation over time, but in the galaxy that is not the case. There are dusty remnants of countless nova and material left over from the star formation events of the galaxy. So the galactic sheet is more ion dense, a galactic magnetic reversal, and a much more dusty region than we find in our own solar system. Now, out of those three, it might seem like the galactic magnetic field reversal and the extra ion and electron density are the scarier propositions than the dust. But in fact, it might be the dust that makes the situation so awful. To understand why, we must investigate a phenomenon known as recurrent nova.
There are quite a number of these recurrent nova that we do know of. Here's an interesting picture of one called T-Pix. And by the way, this first image was the T-Pix nova of 1997, and this was the T-Pix nova of 2011. It just goes boom over and over and over again. Beautiful plasma physics swinging into view with how they're pretty sure the eruptive character is when it comes to at least this one recurrent nova. And so what this is here, and this list will be ever expanding, these are the current recurring nova in the Milky Way, with the exception of the one that was just discovered about a week and a half ago that was in the Large Magellanic Cloud. I don't know if they're going to count that one as being in the Milky Way or not. But take a look over, it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th column where it has a bunch of years. Those are the known outburst years. Just take a look at how many times these ones have actually gone boom, some of them. All of the lectures that students are hearing right now and some of the best literature reviews on this topic that you can find very much conclude one thing on this list. It is egregiously under-inclusive. They say that our viewing of the heavens at this level is so nascent that there are almost certainly supernova that we have seen that aren't supernova, that we will see them go boom again, and they will make this list. They believe that there are many with hundreds to thousands of year cycles that we simply have not seen go boom even once. And when we do, we'll have no idea it's a recurrent nova for hundreds to thousands of years more. And so, come to ask what the trigger mechanism is. And it is currently thought to be close-in binaries that is feeding material down onto one of the other stars and basically causes a thermonuclear explosion on the surface.
There is no doubt that some recurrent nova are binaries feeding material down onto their partners, exploding in dramatic fashion. But this has implications for stars with dusty encounters on their way through the galaxy. Apart from dusty filaments and gaseous clouds, the central current sheet is going to have a higher dust density coinciding with the extra energetic particles. This is due to the same mechanism that allows a static duster to work in your home. That electric field is going to contain a surplus of that dusty material, and indeed, we're learning that the dust content overall may be much greater than we realized. The same mechanism described for recurrent nova binaries works on some level for these stellar dusty encounters, except with the current sheet, we also have a surplus of electromagnetic particles as well, all during a galactic magnetic field reversal. The proposal for what that could mean for a sun that is known to have the ability to produce rare superflare type outbursts already is something close to the stories of our ancestors insisting the sun has a dark side.
Many astronomers, physicists have hypothesized that at one time there was an immense solar outburst from the sun, maybe 100,000 times what it is right now. Tommy Gold was one of the first to suggest this hypothesis, and it has been followed up by other people. So many physicists, many astronomers believe that in the past, millennia ago, there was an intense solar outburst, and so I'm going to
there's evidence of that through Egypt as well.
pursue that.
One that I have been focused on lately has been the antediluvian, the so-called biblical flood, if you will. On average, about every 10,000 years, you can expect a catastrophe to happen. For the most,
there is some dating issues with, as we saw. I think we did, with when that period of time is, because archaics would argue that it's all happened in the last handful of thousands of years, and while there are older cataclysms, that things have been misallocated to different disasters.
part, the civilization is wiped out. It's a horrendous catastrophe. It wipes out a pre-existing civilization and most of the people on Earth. And so we must start anew.
A consistency of reports from around the world of catastrophes that are amazingly similar. But a lot of people thought it's just what people dream up when they have a lot of time, or they're dreaming or whatever. It's just stuff that people naturally come up with. Velikovsky thought it was catastrophes that people witnessed and remembered as very different.
What's called the 4 o'clock rapids, 56 concentric. Actually, it's less than that, because these have started to undergo rotation. Here's one on the Navajo Reservation, Bronze Shield, 3rd millennium, Middle East. This is a 56 ray from Kazakhstan. Somebody locked the doors because at this point people are going to start escaping, but this is a 56 ray circle axis mundi from China. And these are actually drawn as paintbrushes. The axis mundi here, the tree coming up in the center. But anyway, the 56 are there. In Arizona, says same thing. Pick that one up. This is unfair. I picked the penumbra of a dense plasma focus, which also has 56, but it's a plasma, so we would expect it.
It's not what they taught you in school because they gave you it nice and coded. But again, remember, the people
This guy unfortunately passed away.
in the U.S. government who saw the sun flare up and get the information back from the moon when we brought the stuff back, they were mostly scared. The sun does something terrible. They didn't know when. They felt they had no power to change it. See, our tools have shown us things that they couldn't have possibly seen 50 and 70 years ago.
It's one thing to look back at our ancestors and the stories they tell and say, you know what? You guys did a pretty good job inventing geometry, philosophy, architecture, but we're going to just take your most important stories and just going to pretend that you guys are crazy and made them up. That's one giant leap, especially when they could predict eclipses. What you got on the left there is
natural law.
A piece of Muscovite mica. This was taken here on Earth. It is only the 3rd ever found rare cosmological event, they say. All of the black stuff around there, those are normal fission tracks. That's real cosmic rays. That's what cosmic rays look like when they hit. But there's this exclusion zone around what they call the rare cosmological event. They know for a fact that it's not electrons or positrons, and they represent a residually input positive charge that didn't discharge outward, but it discharged from the center. And it looks exactly like the cosmic jet that blasts out of a star when it's born. It looks like the cosmic jets that you see from the center of a galaxy when it eats a star. And so how do you get a residual positive charge to basically bathe a crystal such that it takes it in and it can't discharge it out. It's still bathed in the stuff. It has to discharge in the center. There's actually missing atoms in the center. No, they're not really missing. And I would argue that while not definitive, something tremendous from the sun is not a terrible first hypothesis.
The galactic trigger, the dust and gas mechanism for superflares and recurrent nova, the evidence on the moon, the stories of our ancestors, the global nature of the disaster, all point to the sun as the destroyer. But is it a superflare or a micronova, and does it really matter? To look at this question, we will first investigate the recent history of magnetic events on Earth, starting with the one ongoing now. The key element in this overall process is one that has already begun to unfold again here, and the clock is ticking as we move deeper into the shift. We know that Earth's magnetic field has begun an acceleration beyond its normal wander, and coincident with that is the loss of field strength. Magnetic reversals as rapid as 80 years have been recorded in the paleomagnetic record, and we are already more than double that many years into the current shift. While moving more slowly than the record-fast reversals, things have begun to intensify. The Earth's magnetic field is currently decreasing by approximately 5% per decade, with the north and south magnetic poles set to meet in the eastern Indian Ocean. While the north is moving much faster, the south has already left the continent of Antarctica. The timeline is on the scale of a few decades to 100 years, presuming things don't accelerate any further. Seem impossible? Well, these are the current motions, and that is not disputed. But this magnetic meeting point scenario also has interesting coincidences, and not a one of them is bright and sunny. First, this region was an incredibly interesting place a few years ago, until the data disappeared.
Buoy in event mode, south of Bali. For those who monitor the ocean, this is a familiar sight. The tail of this buoy starts with another and begins long before there was such a thing as Station 53046. You will notice the primary areas of coverage from the Solomon Islands, east to the Kermadec Islands, and up around to Sumatra, all locations of powerful earthquakes in the last few years, except this central three, including 53046 in the middle. Like I said, our story begins with a different buoy, 56003 to the right. She's had a turbulent life, as you can see here. In October of 2008, they put her down, and it was barely a month before the wild readings appeared. She was immediately taken offline. During the time she was down, another buoy was put in, 56001 to the left, put down about 350 days later in October of 2009. She ran fine. 03 came back at a much lower sea depth, but in the exact same location before jumping back up in 2011. Station 56001 began deviating in November of 2011, and one must assume it was about that time they hatched a plan to add the third buoy to the group, 53046. It was a few months later in mid-2012 when she began to send back information. Within a few months, the action began. Short but significant drops in the sea depth. This channel began reporting rapid seafloor rise, and the buoy was taken out of commission by the Australian BOM. Clearly it is back and in the exact same place, but when you factor in the further movement of the last 36 hours, more than 100 more meters, which is barely visible here at the end of the chart, we have officially eclipsed the 1,200 meter mark, or just about 4,000 feet. This could be volcanic, could be related to the fault destabilization described in many of our previous videos. It looks like this part of the world is a significant place to watch.
One of the biggest alternative news stories of that time was that a few days after this video aired, the buoy disappeared, and to this day both it and its data are gone. Further complicating the story is that this region forms a geographically small triangle with the strongest magnetic point on Earth, the South Magnetic Pole, and with the Dragon's Triangle, Asia's version of the Bermuda Triangle, and indeed, that new pole position is near where those airplanes disappeared in recent years. Now, since one pole might reasonably be expected to emerge on the opposite side of Earth, we find that to be here, in South America or perhaps just offshore, forming a geographically small triangle with the weakest magnetic region on Earth, the South.
Yeah, I've seen an updated one where it's off the coast there, about southwest of there, off the coast.
South Atlantic anomaly, and the Bermuda Triangle, where airplanes may have been known to encounter a difficulty or two over time. So the magnetic poles are on a collision course, at a point near the magnetic maximum point of Earth in the Dragon's Triangle, with the other side of the world, where the other pole would be, happening to sit next to the magnetic minimum point of Earth and the Bermuda Triangle. This is not your normal polar wander. This is a true shift, and Earth is already down approximately 20% in magnetic field strength and decreasing. As if all these coincidences aren't enough, there is one more, and it is the big one.
I decided that a magnetic reversal had an awful lot to do with the dinosaur extinction. And then the more I researched, I realized that magnetic reversals also, as far as I'm concerned, trigger ice ages, and that they return in the cycle.
All right, so a couple of things. I don't think Archaics, that's not about what everyone else thinks. I don't think Archaics believes in the ice age thing, but I think he's more into the vapor canopy. But I'm more likely on Ben with this one. And then also there's been recent data that come out to further show that the speed at which the magnetic poles changing has like rapidly increased. Because this video is 3 years old.
Regular pattern that we should actually be able to predict. When you have the onset of an ice age, of course, here's the conundrum. The conundrum is that you've got to have a very large, rapid accumulation of glacial ice, which requires that the climate be cold enough that ice does not disappear through seasonal melting. At the same time, you have to increase the amount of evaporation from the oceans in order to loft this much moisture into the air that can precipitate out as snow that ultimately is compressed into glacial ice. The problem is, as you can see, is that it requires heat. So there's the kinds of conundrums that we're confronted with when looking at this. See, our predecessors from a few generations ago had it a lot easier because they could imagine that the whole process took 100,000 years or longer. We don't have that luxury anymore.
A recent paper in the world's #1 geophysics journal highlights this disaster that looms on the geological horizon, but it's not something that happens hundreds of thousands of years apart.
We call them excursions, magnetic excursions, which is, a term that's well integrated in the literature now. And these are very short-lived reversals, but they're associated with minima in field intensity, and it's the minima in field intensity that are implicated because when you have low field strength, you enhance UVR.
How do you go from the heat and energetic input of the solar blast to an ice age? The answer will ultimately determine whether a solar aspect is a superflare or a micronova.
Sometimes admitting you don't know, at least your mind is open to look for more evidence. Right now, the pressing issue is, if I'm right that this next Gleisberg cycle is going to be when the reversal happens, I'm going to be like 99 years old. And some of you are probably not going to make it either in 27 years. But it's for the children and grandchildren and the unborn generations.
Oddly, as vastly more energetic as a nova event would be than a solar flare, it may bring about more of the cooling effects to our planet. To explain the ice ages occurring with the magnetic reversals, we must actually look to either that nova-like event or the tilting of the Earth's crust, which vexed Einstein for a solution he never found beneath our feet. The sun does not bulge. In blatant disrespect of physics, it has a secret. Its cycles always build to greater crescendos, and the great solar blast could truly disrupt our entire planet. While Vogt does not advocate for a tilt of Earth, he does advocate for a reversal of rotation. The stories of the sun rising in the wrong place. The stories of the long night where tribes believed the sun might never rise again. The stories of the sun standing still in the sky. All of those ancient stories from around the world complement those found in the rock. Interestingly, either a 90-degree tilt and tilt back and forth, as was described by Chan Thomas, Albert Einstein, and Major White, or the rotation reversal advocated by Vogt, both leave evidence of the poles residing in the same positions over millions of years, cycle after cycle bouncing back to the same places, such that if you were to look over long periods of time, you might think the pole has never moved at all. Here, It is Einstein's hitting a brick wall that actually gives us our best chance to know what's happening. Like Chan Thomas and all who came before him, Einstein saw the tilting of the crust. His problem is that the most likely geophysical actor is Greenland. Its massive ice weight creates an uneven distribution of mass in the northern hemisphere, which due to centrifugal force of the planet's rotation, wants to spin at the equator. The problem of geophysics, which Einstein realized and never overcame, is that Greenland is unlikely to ever gain quite enough ice mass to unlock the rocky crust from the liquid mantle and float freely. It is that unlocking of the crust that is so critical to the crustal tilt possibility. Einstein, Major White, the researchers throughout history, and Chan Thomas are all focusing on what's known as the low velocity zone, a thin barrier between the rocky crust and fluid mantle, but which acts like plastic due to a delicate thermoelectric equilibrium, meaning the temperature and electrical activity create the plasticity and the friction. If that equilibrium were to be disrupted, it would allow the crust to float freely on the mantle and allow for any number of tilt or plate collision scenarios to occur. Well, how do you disrupt the thermoelectric equilibrium that's creating the low velocity zone? A major solar blast. Such an eruption would immediately change viscosity in the magma due to cosmic ray bombardment, and also cause temperature changes, which would only add to the temperature changes resulting from any induced currents that resulted when the shockwave hit Earth's magnetic field. Those events are indeed globally induced, and they are electric. We may also scale up the two known drivers of length of day glitches. Believe it or not, those are real. They are usually small glitches, self-correcting or spread over long periods of time, and are either caused by major solar storms, geomagnetic jerks from Earth's core, or in the case of the longer-term variations, Earth's long-term magnetic field changes. Now, since the length of day means we are talking about rotation speed and crustal motion atop the mantle, it bears mentioning that in the greatest solar storm imaginable, which could induce current all the way to Earth's core if we know modern-day blasts can affect the mantle, makes for possibly combining the two causes of rotation speed glitches in the same energetic solar mechanism that would satisfy the ancient stories, disrupt the low-velocity zone, and unlock the crust. We are now at the second time we have found ourselves confronting way too many coincidences to ignore.
It's a little bit difficult to go back and to say, well, the story is not exactly so. We have the phenomena from all places, from the bottom of the sea with ash and with nickel, which is of meteoric origin. The terrestrial axis moved. And that paleomagnetism proves us that terrestrial axis, that magnetic axis, and possibly like Runcan and other of Manchester, claim that the Earth turned over. We know now from observation of Professor Danjon, director of Paris Observatory, that flares on the sun may influence the speed of rotation of the Earth, and there were sudden changes. We generally don't like to know that we are traveling on a accident-prone planet.
What were all these ancient people saying? What were all these people trying to remember? We must take the words left to us in generations of oral histories and written records of observations in the sky as instances of events that were not the norm. They were so important and unusual that they have come through time as warnings left by our brothers and sisters of the ancient past. These events were not lunar eclipses or earthquakes. Now in this time, with our understanding of celestial mechanics, atmospheric and geological sciences, we must try to make sense of these recorded events and untangle them from worship and prophecy. It's time to look at them for what they actually provide as a roadmap of things to come. We can ask the question, has the Earth stopped rotating for any length of time in recorded history? And the voices call out to us from the ancient Middle East. The book of Joshua in 1405 BC. O sun, stand still over Gibeon. O moon, over the valley of Aijalon. 1013. The sun stood still, and the moon stood motionless while the nation took vengeance on its enemies. The event is recorded in the scroll of the upright one. The sun stood motionless in the middle of the sky. It did not set for a full day. And those same voices call out to us from ancient Peru. Also in 1405 BC, The 40th Inca Capac was Pachacuti, the reformer that started the worship of the sun god Inti. In 1405, there occurred a frightening darkness. Quote, good customs were forgotten, and people were given to all manner of vice. There was no dawn for 20 hours. After a great outcry, confessions of sins and sacrifices and prayers, the sun finally rose. Has the world experienced a global cataclysm before? And will it happen again? And what was remembered and how is it described to begin again? The voices call out from the ancient American Indians, and this is the 9th and last sign. You will hear a dwelling place in the heavens above the earth that shall fall in a great crash. It will appear as a blue star. Very soon after this, the ceremonies of my people will cease. Has this cataclysm happened before? The voices call out from ancient China. There were seen fire-breathing dragons leaping into the sky.
Cyclically.
They call out from ancient Siberia. The earth was on fire from both horizons. And they call again from the ancient past in the voices of the Inca. At the Intihuatana was a stone cut with great precision to observe and measure the movements of the sun. The name meant that which binds the sun, and it makes it return, lest it disappear, returning the earth into a darkness that had occurred once before, according to the legends. Did the Inca, Chinese, Siberians, and the rest remember the last micronova event in their oral histories? We need to take these people seriously.
Now let's take a moment for the respect of geophysics and things like basic inertia of the Earth's rotation being unimaginably unstoppable. That indeed is the current prison from which Earth's catastrophe cycle must escape. The tilting of Earth's crust is restrained by the evidence that the poles and the ice existing at the polar regions have done so for millions of years, and both the tilting crust and Vogt's rotation reversal are battling the force of inertia of our rotation. The reason that the poles and ice matter is because the entire topic of catastrophe was umbrellaed under Charles Hapgood's absurd version, where 7-degree tilts happen randomly and over 1,000 years and never tilted back to put the poles in their original positions. This concept was easily debunked, and there went the fear.
And then you'd also have the, I'll think of it in a second, it's the morphic resonance. And that's why you may get some of these like magnetic anomalies in, places like the Bermuda Triangle and so forth. And, random link to Epstein from Dark Journalist and Whitney Webb's kind of stuff is that, off the coast of Cuba, they were looking, they would take two man submarines underwater to look at Atlantis stuff. But then, everyone's got their own version of Atlantis.
Field of study. However, the previous versions to Hapgood's, Vogt's rotation change, Major White's insider version, and the Chan-Thomas classified version all put the poles in the same places over millions of years. Furthermore, the most highly cited work on past pole positions, which was used to debunk Hapgood's work, and which was used to crush the field of catastrophes as a whole, actually has a correction paper published, which was cited far, far less often, and which nobody really remembers. But it changed the past pole positions from the original publication, in some cases to the point where the original paper had them on the opposite side of the planet, as wrong as you can be with a polar search. Another of the well-cited papers debunking the polar motion came from a bachelor's student at Columbia. While in theory, a major paper does not require a major degree. This student worked under the CIA-controlled programs at Columbia at the time when it was becoming so rampant and overbearing that the local community had begun an uproar. This is how you control a scientific theory. Whether we further investigate the problem of the poles in the past or we cling to the concepts that don't require them. The only reason this topic is considered pseudoscience is because a wildly mutated version of the story was put out by a CIA agent masquerading as a professor, and which somehow overthrew the centuries of study and literally the world of evidence.
One of the things that you and I have been talking about are the idea of these micronova events on the sun, these periodic cyclical eruptions on many stars based on the Kepler-2 satellite data. And that as this stuff is sprayed out into the universe, around in our solar system. And these things could have been blasted out from the sun in these periodic explosions, and that could have been deposited on the moon, on Earth, on Mars. The fact that they're only about 12 miles down indicates they're not deep penetrator meteor impacts. So it leads me now to believe that these magnetic anomalies, if not all of them, certainly some of them, could be from solar eruptions. And this is just solar material that is splattered out and these planets have run into in this huge cloud of debris once the sun releases these nova events.
The end of the last ice age, we had catastrophic rains, catastrophic flooding. I believe this goes along with the solar outburst at the time, which caused glacial melting virtually instantaneously in the ice core records and in the sediment records, but particularly the ice core record. We see that we snapped out the end of the last ice age virtually overnight. I mean, literally the microstratigraphy is that accurate. And what happens to, what could be the cause of coming out of the ice age so quickly? We're talking an incredible temperature increase. And based on many lines of evidence I've now been accumulating, I'm convinced this was a major solar outburst, a major solar event. I'm now convinced that we have direct evidence on the Giza Plateau of a, quote, lightning strike, unquote, which would not be a lightning strike in the sense of normal thunderstorms, that type of thing. But I'm convinced that it probably is indicative of what was happening at the end of the last ice age, and that the Giza Plateau itself was literally hit during the solar outburst. But I now am convinced that we have on the plateau direct evidence of this, as we have elsewhere on Earth. And it turns out on the plateau was found something known as the inventory stela. And this is something I've been studying in great detail with my colleague, Dr. Manu Safzadeh. And it talks about Khufu, the supposed builder of the Great Pyramid, acknowledging that the Sphinx was already there and that the Sphinx had been struck by, quote, lightning in much more ancient times.
The lightning strike that he speaks of is between the second pyramid and the Sphinx, so the pyramid with the capstone, if you will.
There's a whole lot of dispute with this, with archaics calling them all out, because he believes that this is only a handful of 1,000 years old and he's got all the evidence.
So there that's still intact, and between that and the Sphinx, the back end of the Sphinx. So it's vitrification everywhere and a big scar going deep into the ground.
We have major vitrification because of this, quote, lightning strike. And again, I would stress it's well beyond anything that you would get with normal atmospheric, thunderstorms. But vitrification there, I'm convinced, as we're finding elsewhere, that ties in with the phenomena, and I'll use the term cataclysm at the end of the last ice age. When you have vitrification at this level on something like the Giza Plateau, it cannot be a meteorite or a comet or an asteroid, because that would have literally destroyed the monument. You wouldn't have the monuments left. On the inventory stela, it talks about this huge lightning bolt knocking off part of the back, basically, of the Sphinx.
There is a concern for the lower level L-shell magnetic fields, the smaller arches instead of the global fields connecting to the polar regions. In most solar blasts, even the worst ones we only see every decade or so now, the magnetosphere of Earth compresses down to those outer L-shells, but still connects to the polar region in the most exposed outer zones. But in the extreme scenario, it could be very different. The modeling of the Great Solar Storm of 1859, for example, which lit telegraph wires on fire and shocked operators, came close to hitting the lowest level L shells. And if that were to actually happen on Earth in a superflare or micronova, then you get the potential for a magnetar-type discharge, where its own processes are thought to surge energy through its L shell fields, arc down, and literally crack the surface of the star. At that point, the loss of power grids might be one of the lesser concerns. As for the electric geology, lab results confirm this action on terrestrial planets. The only question is Did it happen before, and could it happen again?
You know, you have to bring in new evidence, and it has to adjust your theory, because theories are just theories. Now, one of the interesting thing about the Clementine mission is it took magnetic readings of the entire surface of the moon and found the largest magnetic anomalies on the far side of the moon, around Von Karman and Leibniz craters on the far side, which is exactly where the Chinese just landed a lander.
Does China know? Does the U.S. government know? All the information shared here is published in major journals.
Yes, they know. And the point of watching all of this stuff is, I know everyone can go and watch all of this stuff individually. But again, I want to reiterate that there's a track here. The government's knowing advanced technology, not fixing anything up, kicking the can down the road, slow rolling things. So creating a digital control, creating a digital control grid with AI and quantum. And then they potentially, if this is true, if you follow the evidence, it explains why a lot of billionaires are, building bunkers and all of that kind of thing. And then also the underground stuff. There's over 181 underground cities. Catherine Elson Fitz brought that up on Tucker Carlson. There's a guy called UAP Gerb, G-E-R-B, who's like a great kind of UFO researcher kind of guy who's got a video on DUMBs, deep underground military bunkers, I guess. It's been a little while since I've looked at that stuff. So they do know.
With admittedly a bit of connect the dots as well, trying to fill in the gaps of the researchers throughout history with the...
And that's the point that's what I was getting to with the point with the nuclear and the atomic stuff and Hiroshima and all that kind of stuff. And then it intersyncing with like the UFO file, which, everyone already knows all of this stuff, but just to kind of see it in one thread.
Tools they didn't have. Certainly, it seems like the CIA had it pegged decades ago, at least the fact that there was a cyclical catastrophe, and perhaps as early as Major White's Project Nanook expedition to the North Pole. It all relates to the all-important question of survival in the catastrophe, and the only good news we have to deliver in this presentation. There is evidence of tremendous retreat of the populace into caves and tunnels thousands of years ago. Multiple times, actually. These tunnels have been reused countless times over history, including during wartime and by smugglers, but their purpose was once to house the humans who, for some reason, could not remain at the surface. As terrible as this event is, we must remember that we are here today, so we have survived countless catastrophes and come out on top of this world. We are survivors. Our government appears to believe it has what it takes for the country to survive. What may have begun as underground shelter for the military elites, and which may have expanded as the result of threat of nuclear war in the mid-20th century. What exists now is a complex, interconnected underground world, far greater in capacity than could ever be needed by the military. One must genuinely begin to ask how many people could fit down there. There are many maps on the internet and lists of deep bunkers and bases, but these are just the ones we know about. Most on these maps are even acknowledged publicly. There's no telling just...
And what's their power source? This is why it's good to understand cold fusion and 0-point energy, because if they power it with 0-point energy, then that's also a thing, and there's a moral argument against who has the technology and who doesn't, right?
How much more exists and how ready the country really is.
The U.S. government knows some of this stuff. They know the sun does nova. There's no debate about that. The question is they don't want you guys to know about it. If it's no longer a secret, there's no point in keeping it a secret. They're desperately looking for any other explanation. Don't look at the sun. That's it.
The rebirth of catastrophism has unquestionably begun. For those watching our daily program, it may already be obvious how much more rapidly the papers on the topics relevant to Earth's catastrophe cycle are coming out, and how much more attention they're receiving in the larger media. We are 6 months past the release of our book on this topic, The Next End of the World, The Rebirth of Catastrophism. And the last 6 months have been an even more incredible flurry. The topics we cover in the book are now being flushed out and expanded and reanalyzed at a rate that is staggering, utterly staggering. Here, 6 months after our book proclaiming the field had been reborn, let me show you just what's happened since then. From the ancient stories to the astrophysics to the paleogeologic studies and the lab work showing how worlds are worked by these electric events. Here we go. Would have been really nice if these guys had just hurried about a month or two so I could get this in there alongside Billy's lab experiments. One of the most voluminous aspects of the field's rebirth is in new corings and sediments and similar analyses showing these events within both the 12,000-year cycle and the 6,000-year magnetic half cycle. We are seeing their confirmation at various places across the globe and their varying intensity across the globe, suggesting it's never a global unsurvivable disaster, but a harsh transition nonetheless. We are learning more about how our species was challenged but endured each of these past events, and we've seen modern technology extend these studies into deeper analyses of our ongoing situation and the secular variation of the field in general. Few people know of the new observation sites planned to monitor the field event, including one by the Indonesian government that is exactly where the magnetic pole shift has them set to meet. Yet another nod to what modern observations and the last generation of catastrophists claimed as well. The most critical studies in this line of the field came with the identification of another field progress back in 2015, which explains most of our scary geomagnetism videos from that year, and a confirmation of the 2017 acceleration of the field centered on the Pacific sector above that LLSVP. Remember that last bit about the field changes tied to the regions above the large internal Earth structures for later in this video. A quick stop at Greenland, where 2 bombshells dropped in about a week. The first suggesting that Greenland melted off entirely in the recent geologic past, and then the second describing warm periods at half the age of the alleged oldest Greenland ice. The datings of corings must be re-envisioned entirely. Folks, that's the retrospective look at the magnetic cycle and Earth changes during past events. Now, let's head out to space. In the realm of nova, we continue to see the standard view challenged with anomalies and extended outburst ranges, and the nova we've been missing are starting to show up with the latest technology and in ways they never thought to look before. Dr. Sofu's first paper made the book. The follow-up discoveries were just a few weeks too late. We continue to see the micro and even nano nova limit pushed, with one at X-ray luminosity around only a strong M-class solar flare from the sun. Nobody is claiming a 10 to the 34 erg burst from our star is impossible anymore. We continue to see shockers like planets surviving supernova, let alone the smaller nova events, and we continue to be reminded of the broad array of names given to the recurring stellar outbursts. Just a reminder, this is just in the last 6 months since the book came out, because you'd be forgiven for forgetting. We're at the whales next, where we've got confirmation of their dependence on Earth's magnetic field, and that happened about the time we were learning of their distress being at record levels amidst the ongoing magnetic excursion here at Earth. We saw more on the conductivity of the deep Earth and how it should be part of the entire conductive system of the globe, part of the electromagnetic mechanism for glitching the Earth's rotation, changing the length of a day, with solar storms getting a nice nod confirming their role in the matter, especially in its interaction with the geomagnetic field. And as that field changes, so changes our speed, apparently. The fastest 28 days on record were in 2020, and we're speeding up even more in 2021. Would have been really nice to have that in the book, along with the asthenosphere drag of the crust, which they thought was impossible until apparently just after the book came out. We see the difficult science of galactic mapping continue with identification of the magnetic structures of the galaxy, with a look to the side, so to speak, revealing the curve of the wave, showing we're in the southern positive sector, heading into the northern negative sector. We've seen them trace these ripples to the circumnuclear region, even way inside the galaxy, and as they confirm that the Parker spiral in the solar system extends way out to the outer reach, as the lab work and plasma physics demand, we know the same must be true for the outer reach of the galaxy as well. And we have seen a number of excellent studies on the sun's current sheet effect on Earth that can be used to understand how the sun will react so violently to the passage of the galactic sheet. Remember this one from a few months ago? A strange radio signal is expected from a star recently having undergone its ignition of disaster by the galactic sheet, as was the case with the Proxima Centauri superflare a few years ago. We expected to continue to hear about changes on the planets, and the Pluto atmospheric collapse was the last one to make the book. Neptune's storm reversal news broke a few weeks later, and is impossible without a major reversal of some major system on the planet. In terms of the ongoing event here, our ability to spot changes and new observations in Earth's upper atmospheric behavior, extreme detail about the processes of Earth's electrodynamics, is helping to better understand the data, and where they believe they previously underestimated flux values, I argue those flux values should be changing.
So you can see the common thread through all of this is the scientists and the experts and all of that, and how all of the science is out there, but it's about having it in a coherent way. And especially in the 0-point energy field, one of the things that happens is they constantly change the names of everything. So it kind of seems like conflicting information, but it kind of gets people running around in circles. So again, being able to have like a holistic healed worldview, or, you know, a coherent worldview is key here.
Due to Earth's ongoing magnetic event, sort of like the polar mesospheric summer echoes that are increasing. These are driven by charged dust and ice, and while they blamed a colder mesosphere on making more ice, the problem is at 90 below zero, it's all frozen already, and the increase in charged particles due to Earth's weakening magnetic field is an excellent explanation, and add some extra dust coming with the galactic sheet, and we've got a 1-2 punch explaining this perfectly. Some of the observations are less hidden from view. Numerous similar reports around the globe are all bested by the one from the Arctic, shattering records, and is on the increase. Another we'd expect, given that the northern polar cusp is where the solar energy prefers to enter the Earth. As we learn more about what drives the chemistry of the solar corona, we ask what signal of the galactic magnetic reversal would be present in the sun now. And within 20 days, we learned that indeed the solar chemistry is changing, and at the exact time the polar mesospheric echoes increased at Earth, the primary solar chemical changes are beginning as well. Now remember that part about the geomagnetic field variation tied to the LLSVP internal structures of Earth, the solar storm Earth rotation glitch story. Here, we discover yet another confirmation that electromagnetic variations and core mantle coupling are the cause of expected changes in the length of a day, confirming the anomalous glitches tied to geomagnetic jerks and solar storms, both in the statistical analysis and explaining the mechanism. They tie the slow variation or delay in the Pacific to what we inferred from the first real acceleration event for the Pacific happening in 2017, again, above the LLSVP skeleton. And indeed, these are the preceding routes of the geomagnetic reversal process. Not news to you observers, just nice to see it in the journals. As more and more studies begin to point out the climatological changes associated with previous cycles were to blame for extinctions rather than human hunting, the seriousness of the situation is appreciated more by the field and the larger population. From the multitude of papers like this one on such risk in journals most people never hear about, to the story of 2021 so far, by far, which was spread around the world, acting as a beacon, warning anyone and everyone who knows we're in the middle of the next event now, and what that means for our future as the pattern change rate suggests 20 to 30 years until the climax. Folks, that was 6 months. Nearly every major avenue in the book confirmed or taken further down the line. The planets, nearby stars, Earth itself, and the sun, all commanding our attention. I'd say the field has been adequately reborn, wouldn't you? The rebirth of catastrophism has been catalyzed by the age of information, getting its hands on the history of evidence and analysis of Earth's catastrophe cycle, and the evidence suggesting the next one is unfolding now. By the end of this video, you will understand that this is much more than the rebirth of catastrophism. It is a complete science revolution, hiding in plain sight. First, the Earth has hit the accelerator, and we've seen auroral anomalies and unexpected severity of space weather.
And in just a couple of weeks ago, in November 2025, seen stuff happen in the US, which has never been seen there before, which is a result of this.
Other impacts. We've seen absurd land motions attempted to be blamed on farmers digging. Okay. We've seen the seas catch fire. Not once, actually, but twice. Allegedly, the first was a broken pipe that coincidentally got hit by lightning, but the second one gave itself away more plainly in the mud ejection. We have seen such a surge in the Earth discharge version of lightning, upward, that they are starting to understand it very well. Talented people like Dan Robinson are able to get shots weekly that photographers used to dream of once in a lifetime. There have been no less than 50 papers in the last 4 months identifying one or more of the last magnetic excursion events, some from cave sediments, others from corings, but we continue to see the cycle, even though some still confuse Lake Mungo and Mono Lake, and even today, many confuse Le Champ with the half-cycle Adams event around 42,000 years ago. It shows up a lot, and so do the half events Helena Pali and the Noah event, 18,000 and 6,000 years ago. There have been dozens of new recurrent nova, leaving a star behind or performing encores of previously seen events, and seen many more nova-level events with energies no bigger than the sun's solar flares. And in terms of driving forward the known science, the importance of the sun's current sheet, the solar wind BY, the interplanetary magnetic and electric field, is as big a factor in Earth's electrodynamic near-space interactions as CMEs and coronal holes. Of course, these are major impact studies in big journals to the tune and detail I used to expect over years' time, and they are important because they tell us about what the galactic current sheet is doing to our solar system and nearby stars now, and what it's going to do to the sun. And speaking of the galactic current sheet itself, the high-level modeling is getting unbelievable, especially in terms of how many waves they are producing in just a small section of the galactic interior, more than the total number of visible dusty spiral arms in the galaxy as a whole. They have also begun to discover more of the expected small-scale features like the filaments running the interstellar magnetic field, the galactic magnetic field through the midplane. M82 was discovered to have almost identical character to the Milky Way in the models, and while plasma and electric cosmologists like to think of magnetic fields other than necessarily being open or closed, it's literally the qualitative description of the interplanetary magnetic field connections through the solar wind. Just, this is at the stellar and galactic scale. Now, that would be the peak in galactic astrophysics for the last 4 months, if the key competing theory to this one wasn't obliterated again by Bennett and Bovee. While the waves would still inflict the same effects on the sun and solar system if it was due to a dwarf galaxy collision ripple, we do like to get the entire story right, which is why we wanted to add to the knowledge of the amplitude of the galactic current sheet waves of 60 to 170 parsecs, the wavelength of those rippling undulations, tens of light years across. Compare that to the visible arms of the spiral galaxy, 1,000 light years across or more. Of course, the real zenith of the galactic astrophysics news the last quarter was the identification of those waves themselves, here in our neighborhood. It's actually where the wavelength data came from, and the hum and associated anomalous signals all help solidify the notion we are inside the galactic current sheet right now. Our look at nearby stars continued. Proxima's continued activation in the wake of its super outburst a decade ago continues, and we can say the same for Barnard's star, since its exoplanet was debunked, meaning its luminosity changes are due to its luminosity. We also have the first look at Wolf 359 in about 2 years. This one is out ahead of Barnard, and we confirm it's super flaring. Its initial activation would have been before the modern scopes that could see it. Mars is really the only planetary level change we saw updated the last 4 months, but the confirmation and continuation of its anomalous seismicity, which is predicted to ring even higher soon based on the patterns, is an indication of the great shift on the red planet as well. We saw more detailed identification of the non-human extinction parameters for megafauna during the last event about 12,000 years ago, and while we've seen about a dozen articles on the minutiae of the bird magnetoreception, the shark study was clearly the observer's favorite in the magnetobiology realm. Now we're going to get to the big stories. Folks, this one debunked the last great doubt about the imminence of danger in Earth's magnetic situation. Some have drawn comfort in Earth's relatively high modern field strength compared to paleomagnetic records, but as we've responded for years, no. How strong you get inside of the cycle doesn't relieve you of the cycle. When it's your time, it's time. Up next, it's the large low shear velocity provinces, the LLSVPs, the massive internal skeleton of Earth, and they're getting better at mapping its fingers up to hotspots. With a confirmation of the direct connection between the core and Hawaii, those near the Spanish islands in the Atlantic, and Reunion in the Indian Ocean. We also learned that the core of Earth is lopsided. All that stuff about symmetrical Earth immune to perturbation instabilities is out the window from the surface terrain down to the core. The total global electric circuit connections with the solar wind provide further evidence of how our star will be affected under the galactic magnetic reversal coming with the current sheet. What is most interesting is the rapid forcing identification, also important to solar climate forcing, even faster than the minute scale forcing on clouds that we've seen before, near instantaneous, instant, light speed fast in terms of the forcing influence of geomagnetic dings from the sun. Speaking of that, the unusual chorus waves at the top of the sky are a sign of changing upper Earth under the weakening magnetic field. The total electrical influence on lightning has gone beyond the Arctic to allow for the identification of 2 new kinds of lightning this summer alone. The weakening field is driving critical frequency changes in the F2 layer and is allowing for sustained ionospheric disruptions despite weakening solar activity. Despite that lower solar flare impact the last couple decades, the Earth has been taking an equal pounding due to the weakening protection. And we have also seen the carbon story, the Arctic story, and the real cause of climate change collide as even the lower atmospheric chemistry in reaction is changing now. We had a fantastic update on Earth's rotation glitches being tied to geomagnetic jerks from the core, and we saw that they were actually mistaken. Both the cycles they identified are basically solar cycles known in other fields to be connected already. We got more on the conspiracy side after learning that Major White did more than just Project Nanook in the Arctic. He directed and appointed spies in Europe and Africa immediately afterwards, a weird task for a pilot explorer, and then was in charge of manned spaceflight operations for Apollo, which found the glass and other evidence of the Great Solar Flash. By the way, the best evidence for the Earth turning over 90 degrees comes from the evidence Major White stole from the Pentagon meetings to give to his son to publish years later. And in that same vein, these scientists are right now being tricked and trying to figure out how dinosaurs may actually not have been cold-blooded. Otherwise, they couldn't live where they found these eggs in the Arctic. Of course, the other explanation is that this region wasn't at the pole during that cycle, and the only reason those eggs were found and preserved in the first place is because a warm area was rapidly inundated and frozen in time. As if the no ejection nova events we've previously seen weren't amazing enough, we've seen 2 no luminosity ejection nova events, one at the giant star that blinked, and a confirmation of that hypothesis for Betelgeuse as well. Sometimes the main, primary, and seemingly only nova component is the thick dust, and you don't get a major flash. Some think the other giant star has an orbiting disk that's occulting it, but they've never seen it before or since, and they know Betelgeuse's dust came from a dust ejection event on the star itself. After wondering for years if indeed this government, university, and private interest-funded visual was a centrifugal breakout nova from the equatorial region of the sun, rather than a CME as the video label suggests, we learned they have found exactly that out in space, and it matches the predicted solar micronova energy range we have forecasted, if not a touch smaller. Hopefully, we recall the sun's magnetic fields are changing and that the helium abundance is changing. We got the confirmation and update of that discovery just a few weeks ago. The sun's helium abundance has begun to change, and it won't be many years before this takes over visually. Then, of course, the paper of the year so far, the identification and naming of one of the key cycles at the foundation of Earth's disaster cycle, the connection between major solar events and the half-cycle climate smacks on the planet, the Heinrich events. The solar events finally joined at the hip in the publications, as they have been in the sediment and throughout time. Folks, there are now almost no remaining holes in the total theory, and that's including the minutia, which wouldn't even really affect the outcome one bit. But the best question at this moment should be this, or maybe more appropriately phrased, what the heck is going on? Why do I have more to report by the month, by the week? Why are the key arms of the disaster so well studied now after being fringe and cringe for a distinguished professor just a decade ago? Those papers are the top professors, top folks from NASA and major organizations, the journals with gatekeepers and the peer reviewers. There are 2 answers to why this is happening, and the first one is there is an absurd number of scientists who are starting to get it. On a weekly basis, I coordinate with dozens of those scientists at various universities and organizations, and they know what's coming. They know what they can publish, and they know how to use their free time wisely. This is spilling over into abundance recognition, citation power, and more. And that is where the second part comes in. You. Folks, our silent friends in high places at NASA and ESA and national labs and prestigious campuses, they have a message for you. You are driving this change. You click the links. You watch the videos. You discuss the topics and share information. Do you understand how views, downloads, and citations of papers leads to a direct change in the researchers, the journals, and the direction of the fields? When a journal that averages a few dozen or maybe 100 views on its top articles a year does one special episode on magnetic excursions, gets thousands of views and downloads per paper, that it doesn't affect them? It's been affecting them this entire time. You have been. Let's keep going, because the snowball is rolling now, and it's all downhill from here. The expansion of the nova category in progenitors and triggers continues, including the nova-like variables and those that seem to jump around between the categories. This is, of course, imperative to the bigger picture of the more widespread understanding of the variety and range of nova events, triggers, and progenitors. We continue to see more identification of the processes of ozone destruction. This is expected as an ongoing effect of our weakening magnetic field and is now seen in the only positive ozone trend being at the South Pole, where those chemicals had previously accumulated. And that analysis didn't include the record low ozone levels in 2020. We're dropping worldwide. We also saw how the drops in ozone can hide in some data sets and not in others, which is where pretty much all of those opposing statement papers are coming from. We follow up the previously reported weird animal behavior with the orca attacks. No, it's not unheard of, but they are acting out in incredible numbers and in as unfamiliar waters as those sharks and whales and racing pigeons. We also continued to see the ongoing geomagnetic biology topic advance from that navigation and other aspects of magnetoreception to even the negative effects of inclement space weather and geomagnetic minimum during secular variation, like the magnetic excursion we're heading towards now. The continued identification of polar summer mesospheric echo signatures brings back the big story that thermosphere temperatures are wholly driven by the sun and geomagnetism. Way up there in the sky, it's not CO2 as was previously believed. There's no signature of it at all. And so their explanation of CO2 for those mesosphere changes takes another hit. The explanation that it's the Earth's weakening magnetic field is strengthened. When you continue to get confirmations of the natural forcing down to the stratosphere, the explanation that it's Earth's weakening magnetic field working those layers above again is strengthened. Then things get very interesting as the Heinrich events, already tied to the 6,000-year solar cycle, now are also tied to the tropical hydroclimate events, as well as those cold outbreaks at mid and high latitude. Speaking of which, a super green, greenest of the green Sahara is what existed at the last half cycle, 6,000 years ago. The NOAA event, which needed more evidence, got more in the volcanic realm, almost right on the nose. And in the isotope record, where this might be the best example of it, as the impact on deposition dwarfs what we saw even at the full 12,000-year cycle event, the Younger Dryas and Gothenburg magnetic excursion. Speaking of which, the volcanic evidence from the last event got strengthened as well. We had sediment evidence to that in Europe of the German Eiffel volcanic complex during the Younger Dryas. And when it comes to the LLSVPs, the Earth's internal skeleton, we got a non-flashy but critically important aspect of their character confirmed as recycling crustal material is found near the edges of the LLSVPs, but they themselves are not subducted crust. They are, in fact, core mantle boundary protrusions. These and the low velocity zones are critically important aspects of the disaster disruption in terms of the geophysical insult. And when it comes to mantle heaving, earth tilting, and the waters below, the evidence for unthinkable reservoirs beneath our feet rang out once again. We're standing on more water than you can envision, a lot more. Of the few Earth's rotation glitch stories, this was my favorite of the last 75 days. And for those who don't know, it is already mainstream science that many of Earth's length of day glitches, our rotation hiccups, are tied to solar storms, geomagnetic jerks, and longer solar cycles. This just happens to be a half harmonic of the sun's 3,000-year flare cycle. Speaking of geomagnetic jerks, the latest one was a global event, This compared to the 2017 event concentrated in the Pacific sector. It's not just the upper atmosphere having anomalies we can easily tie to the changing magnetic field, but the field itself continues to show new tricks. And speaking of new tricks, how about this one? Yes, it's just the baby step for the white dwarfs. Why they don't extend it further when they know solar flares produce elements? Every known element was detected in the solar wind by the JPL Genesis mission in the 90s, and the ongoing studies in this field are exceptionally detailed. Recall from previous updates that we know the sun's helium content is changing, and recall the number of coronal rain stories we had this week, how the falling condensate triggers eruptions, how it is triggered by a disruption at the upper corona, or the magnetic fields of the sun responsible for the helium change are also known to be changing. And this process represents the second way to get the solar micronova shell built up. We've now got two options under the disruption from the galactic magnetic reversal, and that shell, while heated in the micronova to nuclear relevant temperatures, is in fact released via deflagration, as we continued to see discovered in space, deflagration of the accumulated shell. Of course, we've seen the other planets continue their destabilizations. Mars' seismicity increased in magnitude again, and the biggest one lasted 90 minutes. Jupiter's Great Red Spot is tightening, and the wind is speeding up like a ballerina pulling arms in to spin more quickly. And we got confirmation about Pluto. It did lose a fifth, 20% of its atmosphere in no more than 2 years, 2016 to 2018. The galactic sheet forcing this solar system shift continued to be flushed out mathematically in the models, but still showing too broad a region between galactic magnetic reversals. We did get some big confirmations of unmixed gases and waves of high-density clouds tens of parsecs apart. That should sound familiar. It's how I describe the gunk stuck to the electrostatic current sheet. We got a critical scalability confirmation about flux interactions from the heliopause out into galactic space, and it works exactly how the Earth-Sun magnetic connection works at the polar cusps as well. We'd hear the same in the abstract for a talk coming next month, confirming the current sheet and Parker instability-like nature of the rippling galactic field is indeed not just observable, but workable into the models. All you need is nova-level energy along the way. You heard correctly. Now, they used supernova in the paper as an example, but mathematically, if the current sheet triggers superflares and micronova and dwarf nova along the way, you get the same, if not more, energy. And so let me go ahead and simplify what I just said for you. We have shown a lot of the evidence already. They know from the polarization, dust density, gamma signatures, and more that the galactic current sheet ripples every few tens of light years, bringing the galactic magnetic reversal. But they have never been able to quite make the observations fit into their models or the theory. Now, what it finally took to bring those models and theory up to the observations of the current sheet was nova-level energy along the way. You've got to be kidding me. After all this...
Doesn't that shape look familiar from the previous videos that we were just watching with Dr. Judy Wood?
The galactic magnetic triggering of the solar micronova and similar events throughout the galaxy is what it takes to complete the picture. Not on board yet? Let's add to everything we know about the Earth's rotation in the sun, and add in the fact that it's the thermosphere super rotation, its faster rotation than the ground below, being due to energy from above and geomagnetism. This, of course, must be true if all those other connections we've implied down to the core are true as well. Last but not least, folks, I think they finally spotted the dust. Their asteroid explanation is not a good one, and basically they've just realized there is more dust in the solar system than there should be. And if that's not the prediction of the last 3 years come true, I'm really not sure what is. One of the most foundational elements of this channel, one of the most remarkable moments in history time and time again, and one of the most dire conditions of our modern existence is the weakening of Earth's magnetic field. We're going to dive deeper on a recent update to this ongoing event, and we will end by learning just how fast the magnetic field is going to be declining when it hits full speed. This week, we reviewed this article and discussed how the weakening magnetic field is beginning to allow significant penetration advancement of charged particles into Earth's upper atmospheric layers. To understand just how significant of a change has taken place, we will look not at the polar fields wrapping around the globe, but the L shells, the smaller arcs that touch lower latitudes. And while they go up to L6 and beyond in theory, the innermost shells here are what are most important. The number corresponds to Earth.
Show, you reckon? Similar kind of phrasing to Dr. Judy Wood again. It's almost like they're using nature's patterns to manipulate energy.
Radii altitude, so the L 1.5 shell extends out to 1.5 Earth radii. The particles in focus in this paper are said to have dropped from a little less than 1 Earth radius down more than 500 kilometers, and that is not such a small change at all, especially when you consider that it's not been a constant drop, not by a long shot. The process has been accelerating, making this a direct measurement of one of the scariest potential events for an excitement of that lowest L shell in a solar superstorm. Both of those animations are from NASA and represent what happens when the sun juices up those fields in modern-day regular storms and when a major event happens, modeled with a magnetar burst. That'd be fun on Earth, eh? Now, this outlook of sustained acceleration to significant levels makes us ask, well, just how fast can this magnetic event unfold on Earth? Well, for that, it helps to look at curves. This is literally the best resolution graphic that paper had to offer, which is absurd. But top right, we have the drop in altitude over time, but with a straight regression line that obviously does not capture the true nature of the curve, which is accelerating downward. And so, I just copied that real curve onto a blank sheet, and we can start from here. Folks, I've looked at the data of the magnetic field weakening enough to know that this curve of particle penetration looks pretty darn close to the overall field loss. So, how fast are things going to get? Well, first, let's review where we are now. The most famous...
And the latest update again, since I'm pretty sure it might have been the next one since this one came out not too long ago, and it's the speeds increase even further.
This announcement of the 10% field loss was in the year 2000 by NASA. Here, we not only learned about the weakening field, but that the magnetic poles were shifting and speeding up. In the north, this modern shift began in 1859, coincident with the Great Carrington Event solar storm, and the North Pole has now gone over the top, as they say, and is heading southward towards Siberia. During this time, the South Magnetic Pole has been on a slower saunter, but is way out in the lead, already having left the continent of Antarctica. In 2010, the European Space Agency updated that number from 10% to 15%, which is really a psychotically huge jump from the 10% lost from 1859 up to 2000. But it was real, and the leader of the mission measuring Earth's magnetic field made no bones about the fact that Earth's magnetic field was getting ready to flip. He quickly and very quietly lost his position shortly after revealing that Earth's magnetic field had gone from losing 5% per century to 5% per decade. This put a lot of folks on notice, especially those who were repeatedly proving that these events are extinction-level moments for many species and major hits to the biosphere, and doing so in the top journals, and for those tracking the field across the world and showing how rapidly this event is happening while we all clamor over COVID and climate change. Folks, we are in big trouble. For those who forget, the official science says that when she goes fast, 100 times the mark used by NASA's 5% per century, severely extreme. And by the way, that would be 5% lost per year, about 1% every 72 days. When she goes, it's going to be a couple years at most. That's not a joke. This is not a joke. At 5% loss per decade, we are now down 20% or more. And if Earth's magnetic field accelerates again, it is very bad news. And as many of you probably recall, it is very likely that it has accelerated again in the 2019 and 2020 geomagnetic jerk after the more regionally focused shift in 2017. Below this video, you will find a playlist, the playlist detailing what this cycle is on Earth, how terrible it has been in the past, and how we're due in the cycle timeline again. And what do you know? Observational evidence of every kind indicates that fate appears unwilling to show mercy or alter her gait for the sake of our vanity. And she's a...
Go to Ben Davidson, Suspicious Observers, or Space Weather News to see the playlist.
The front gates right now. And we are back to the end of December 2021. Here are the key works up to this point since the last postlude just a couple of months ago. Let's ease into it with more geomagnetic biology. Add foraging struggles to the long list of insults to the biosphere amidst the ongoing and upcoming magnetic field event, with yet another confirmation of the criticality of field guidance for finding locations for reproduction. The puzzles of the Earth and stars continued with the revelation that the Earth can produce all the elements up to number 25, and in the same week that elemental synthesis in the cosmos was declared uncertain, with a vastly different view painted through a magnetic lens. The LLSVPs protruding from the core have sisters, and they were mapped as being the opposite character, in between the internal asymmetries on which we usually focus. They still love to blame a comet, and they keep having to add to the number of its fragments to account for the increasingly global character of the event and the evidence. We learned that in the biggest solar outburst, we might not get the waiting time of the CME impact. A big enough flare's X-rays would cause instant EMP conditions from its upper atmospheric effects, not at all unlike a nuclear detonation in the stratosphere, which would also cause an EMP at the surface. We learn more about how the interplanetary magnetic field and solar current sheet work the Earth's electromagnetic activity. We can translate that up to the Sun and the galactic current sheet scale, including yet another complete reversal of an electrodynamic microsystem due to such an interaction. All the discussion about the torus jet current sheet model continue to be confirmed, with the discovery of helical, DNA-shaped magnetic fields around a galactic jet. It's more evidence of the whole, the galactic magnetic system. We're moving on next to more confirmation of the variety of disasters that accompany the catastrophe cycle. The Heinrich and Dansgaard-Oeschger cycles have been robustly confirmed, even going back as far as the event 60,000 years ago. And by that, I mean their synchronicity. Their alignment with the major climatological shifts got more evidence as well. These shifts make modern global warming look like nothing. We see how the 6,000-year cycle behavior is vastly different from the 1,500-year cycle effects, and this is, of course, due to those thresholds of forcing that tip heating into an ice melt cold climate bomb. And while seeing the pattern is enough to see the truth, it also helps when they are making great progress on the mechanisms of how and why these are synchronized, which is the point of the solar forcing of those cycles. The Heinrichs must follow because they're an extreme version of a DO event, one that crossed that threshold. Earth's magnetic field has continued to weaken, and we learned that while the North Pole may be moving faster, the South Polar region has gotten much weaker, largely because the South Pole has exited Antarctica already. I honestly didn't think we'd even get that first piece of evidence that the dust had arrived, but Parker delivered evidence that the corona of the sun is dustier than expected, and that's number 2. We entered the holidays with 2 papers on the docket regarding the observational evidence of the radial nature of the galactic magnetic fields, just like the radial pattern we've scaled up from the solar system, and add on top of that the confirmation of what the community speculated all those months ago, that the Radcliffe wave is not isolated but part of a larger system, driven by that same structure that means such a scary thing for our star at the end of an age and the start of a new one. Hey folks, I've got 3 charts for you here, one easy, one intermediate, and one advanced level. If you pride yourself on having watched all the content and knowing the full scale of the catastrophe cycle, all of this should be familiar to you. A good test, and feel free to screenshot these for your sharing once you do feel you fully comprehend them. First is the weakening of the magnetic field, and the blue line shows how we got up to here, and then a continuation with no further accelerations to the weakening field. The colorful breakout point is from right now. The red is where the ESA swarm manager told us we had about 100 to 200 years before he got fired. The yellow is a slow advance to that 5% per year mark we mentioned in that special video from about a week ago in this paper. The green shows the curve to approximately Doug Vogt's 2046 date, and the orange curve shows what happens if we basically shot to 5% field loss per year right now. My absolute best guess is that we will be somewhere around here, between the orange and the green lines. My best guess on the crescendo of the disaster. And of course, I do continue to insist you keep in mind that the bad stuff begins earlier, potentially years before, when the field gets too weak to protect our electrified way of life. That's well before the crescendo.
And we have everyone like Elon Musk and everyone else like electrifying everything, right? So having the ability to have off-grid power is going to be paramount importance very quickly.
The second chart is one I've talked about updating a fair bit, almost a year now, most notably in the inclusion of the next to last column on the right. Finally got it in there. Whether or not the early effects would be seen. Now for veterans, you've likely seen this chart before, and its purpose is to show how the combination of the galactic current sheet and the punctuation of the solar micronova is the only way to explain all the evidence that seems to come at the same time every cycle. That new column is specifically for the effects we're tracking now, which would really only be seen with a magnetic excursion and the micronova scenario. The magnetic excursion only scenario actually fails as well when you realize it wouldn't be affecting the other planets. Dr. Paul Laviolette himself suggested there is no pregame to his superwave. When it arrives, it's all over. This leaves only one option to include that crescendo, and everything we're tracking up to it, that option isn't blue. But speaking of the other planets and all the things changing right now, forget the past for a moment and let's focus on the now. This chart compiles all the key Earth changes in red, the other planets, the sun and interplanetary space in yellow, and the other stars nearby in blue. I highly suggest you look through this and see if there's any part of it on which you don't feel solid. These three charts we saw here are among dozens that could be used in catastrophism, but they're also a very good progression of a simple and understandable curve on a chart up to what happens each cycle and what we are dealing with now. And then finally here, to all the evidence that it's happening again.
Yeah. And note with this though that a lot of the billionaires are setting up in the worst areas like Hawaii.
For the most part, you are all here for the same reason. You have something in common. Despite various anxieties over changes on the Earth or risks from the sun, and despite your hopes ranging from sustained calm to let's just get it over already, you all recognize and are curious to know more about and follow these changes as they relate to our way of life and our interaction with the planet, the sun, the galaxy, and beyond. It turns out, there are some people you've probably heard of who have something in common with you. Most of the time when I discuss individuals of varying celebrity, I'm making fun of something they've said. And when I'm being more serious, the chorus rises in the comment section that I should avoid politics or culture. Please. If you haven't been under a rock the last few years, you know this isn't politics. It's Agenda 21, the 30-30 plan, the new Green Deal, and the taking control of the world. This is our lives. When it's Bill Maher repeatedly having the stones to call out his own side for being hypocritical bad faith frauds, it's time to look in the mirror. When this lady implies that the false veil of public propaganda messaging is real and then stands her ground, crushing her opposition, I get butterflies. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Today, I don't want to focus on the geopolitical revolt ongoing among literally everyone with a brain. I want to discuss the ones who have the prepping mind, eyes open mentality that brings you back here for the series, daily updates, and documentaries. Hopefully, we all recall the disaster plan of the world's richest man, Jeff Bezos, hollowing out a mountain right next to his launch facility in West Texas. The Sierra Diablos probably are going to fare quite well in the upcoming cyclical disaster, but if they don't, he can go up or down. I don't buy this tunnel stuff any more than the thousands of you who have publicly speculated about why Musk is so darn interested in digging down and going up. This is his, remember. If you didn't know that the rich are prepping, hope you enjoyed the ignorant bliss. Many are more ready and plan to stay steady than most people think about, and the number of celebrities with disaster prep is growing too. Zooey Deschanel has it ingrained in her, you can tell. George Clooney and his elite lawyer wife have more than fancy paintings in their residence, and the same goes for Lady Gaga. And Post Malone, free shout out for Spencer Confidential on Netflix. Yeah, I watch stuff too. If you survive a catastrophe near Rhonda's residence, you should expect her to meet you in the aftermath and then pound your face in. But today, we're on to the Kardashians, and the last couple days, I have been keeping up. Some of you may have heard about her recent construction problems. Her neighbor basically claims she is building a bunker or vault underground. She says it's basically just an underground wellness area. If you saw her interest in survival bunkers a few months ago and it's hard for you to now buy that this isn't exactly the very same thing, then we have something in common. I just want to remind everyone that while the best possible evidence is the observational science and the ability to predict what happens next, When you see the celebrities turning on the powers that be, and when you see so many billionaires and celebrities taking actions that fall relatively in line with what you would do if you had their money and knew the science, the appropriate reaction is to come back to that mirror, look yourself in the eyes, and know you are on point. It's time to keep our heads up, eyes open, and to use these signals of all kinds to inform our attention and action rather than a fear reaction. I'll see you in the morning for the daily update on all those secret little things you have in common with billionaires, celebrities, and secretive government organizations. Be safe, everyone. That same sort of luck that will leave survivors worldwide afar from tsunamis and volcanoes and ice storms will be the same sort of luck made for people by themselves by being prepared and getting that head start. In terms of best chance to prolong your use of these devices, don't rely on batteries. Find a small solar panel, portable, with USB output, and get devices that have USB charging capability. There's no reason you might not be able to use those devices for a long time. A long time. Yes, then there is the long haul. Provided we aren't all whisked underground into an unimaginable catacomb beneath us and the greatest feat of engineering in history, no reason you cannot do what your ancestors did. You may not live that way now, and you may be dependent on electricity, but the fact that we know how they lived back then means we have the tools at our fingertips in the age of information. How convenient it would rise before the fall. Here is a bit more on the intellectual side of prepping, but from a non-tangible perspective, a scene from one of the episodes preceding this infomentary. This event would be extreme. You can survive it, but the shock and awe to the circuitry inside is real. If you've ever seen someone in legitimate shock, you know that. That cannot be you if your children are depending on you. This fortress must be ready. A key aspect of mental practice is informational. Situational awareness is key, and as example, I'll use New Mexico, where I live. Good to know where the waterways are, especially in a desert. Even a small stream nearby can be a bounty. If you know about local elevation, that helps too, especially in relation to ocean proximity, snow caps, or other temperature change between peak and canyon at the same latitude. Other sites to know, and everyone knows Carlsbad Caverns around here, so maybe some others might make your list. Certainly the mining operation maps of your local area could be good in case you need to flee cosmic plasma or into the warmer rock of the crust. And for the same reason, the cavern systems of your area are good things to know as well. It is critical that you apply these basic principles to your own situation for your own awareness to mitigate the system shock of the event. There is no real way to prepare for what terrified our ancestors, what glazed the moon, and which may happen again. But you simply don't have time to think about these things at that moment. It is as important to understand them now as it is to stock food, water, and seeds. So what are the two key aspects to mental prepping here of the non-tangible nature? First, this event will be shocking, but even knowing what could be coming gives you a heads up on the completely uninformed. Strength is key in those moments when courage is the most elusive. Second, some of you will want to bug out to safe locations. Others will want to stay in your castle with all your supplies. That decision cannot be made on the fly. You don't have time to plot a route or figure out if you're staying or going. You don't have time to go get those books at the store. You have to have a certain amount of mental prepping done beforehand.
Alrighty, so that is Ben Davidson. So that is
the solar system shift has recently claimed another planet. Many of you are at.
That is the science of what's going on now. So let's see if I can do this and not get banned. Hey, I'm going to play. An interview from Tucker Carlson with Catherine Austin Fitts. Sorry, just let me sort this out.
You get big drops in the economy and the agriculture, and you can't feed.
So this is Catherine Austin Fitts on Tucker Carlson. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this into the conversation is because she does a quarterly report with Joseph P. Farrell, and he has deep knowledge on, plasma weaponry, the Nazi technology, time travel, time dilation technology, these kind of things. Catherine Austin Fitts has also been attending breakthrough kind of things. I watch all of their stuff. I have for a number of years. I went and saw them in Uluru with Richard Dolan. He was one of the people speaking there. And it was great. And so, the reason why I wanted to bring this into this is because this is the part where Tucker Carlson asked her directly, like, what the elite, so to speak, are looking at. And she just said, I'll just rewind that a little bit, because she did say a solar minimum. And so I know this is a long stream. So if you are focused on the information and you are coming along this with me, what we're going to do now is going to have a clip of this and to tie it in with the evidence of what we just watched.
So, well, of course, it's not, and I think people have figured that out.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that smart, highly informed people aren't worried about geophysical risks. They are, and I know some of them.
Right.
So, what do you think those risks are that honest, smart people who are interested in self-preservation and thriving, like, what are the risks they're worried about?
So, I think the first is a solar minimum, where you get big drops in the economy and the agriculture, and you can't feed the population.
Right.
So
grand solar minimum.
Because there are changes in climate because of the distance of the Earth from the sun.
Right.
And that changes.
Right. So we know throughout history, we go through periods of solar minimum.
Solar minimum is the name?
I think it's called solar minimum. I'm not an expert in any of this. So
they are worried about climate change, but they don't think it's coming from your suburban.
Right. It's not coming from human behavior. Now, there are environmental problems coming from human behavior.
For sure.
And that's
for sure.
Right. So that's one.
And do you think that risk is real?
I don't know.
For the record, I
was telling her about this for a long time as well before she started talking about it. And then she wouldn't talk about it for a long time as well, because I think it was like too doom and gloom. But, you need to bring all this to light from the darkness and from the shadows, so we can all approach it, coherently.
I have one friend
and you can survive it. It's not some kind of death thing.
Very well informed, who has convinced me that is real, that they're very concerned about water.
If you look at the history, of solar minimums, and you look at what it does to, there was a Russian, I can't remember if he's an economist or science, that did a lot of research on the stock market and solar activity, and if you're the central bankers and you're in charge of managing the financial system, that reality would make me very nervous. So,
okay.
So I think there's something there worth understanding. The other thing is it appears to me, if you go back through history, every 10,000, 12,000 years, we have, some kind of huge disaster.
An extinction event.
A near extinction event. So I don't know if you've ever read the science fiction book, 3-Body Problem.
No.
It's fascinating. It's one of the top Chinese science fiction, and it's about
I've read no Chinese science fiction.
Okay.
I'm feeling very ignorant this morning.
No, because here's the thing. I'm just trying to figure out what in the world's going on.
Yeah, amen. Well, I'm in the same place.
And so that always, as you know, that always leads
whatonearthis going on.com.
due to the most right.
It does.
Right. So in one, I think the thing that got me to read Three Body Problem was Obama made some cryptic comment about people ought to read this book. It was like, hint, hint, here are the problems I'm dealing with. And the Three Body Problem is about other bodies that come into the solar system, and it's impossible to predict their trajectory. And then when they do, they create this catastrophic flooding and earthquakes and all this other stuff. Anyway, but I think that whether it's a pole shift, magnetic pole shift is one of the, theories of what causes these events. But there is a history of near extinction events. And one of the things that I've looked at, because I'm trying to figure out, between fiscal 1998 and fiscal 2015, there were 21 trillion of undocumentable adjustments in the U.S. government. If you go to our website, missingmoney.solera.com, we have years and years of documentation, including the government financials that show this. And so the question is, where's all this money going? And one of the things I've looked at in the process of looking at where all this money is going is the underground base and city infrastructure and transportation system that's been built. And
I'm sorry?
Yes. So we have built an extraordinary number of underground bases and supposedly transportation systems. Some of these are some of these are documented as part of the national security infrastructure. I think there are many more. So,
in the United States?
In the United States, on all over the world. But from 2021 to 2023, I took one of the smartest subscribers in the Solera Report network, and he and I spent 2 years collecting all the data and all the allegations on underground bases. And then we systematically went through and tried to estimate our guess. This is totally a guess of how many underground bases, both underground in the United States, but also underground under the ocean around the United States. And our estimate was 170. With a transportation network connecting them.
And what would be the purpose?
The purpose, if you thought you were going to get a near extinction event, so to me, there are two purposes. You have so many activities going on that you need to keep secret, that you're basically building the capacity to, for example, if you're doing a secret space program, you need to platform it from, things that can't be seen. But I think if you're worried about a near extinction event, that's.
So I know nothing about this other than my only window into it. I knew a contractor who worked on one in Washington, in the city of Washington, D.C. Right. And I remember him telling me about a power box, like a transformer box on Constitution Avenue that he told me, because he worked on it personally, was actually the exit, the egress from White House. That was kind of by vehicle. I thought that was, I was like, really? He goes, oh yeah, no, I installed it. I know. And I thought, well, that's kind of crazy that in the middle of this big city where I was on Constitution Avenue every day, that you could build something like that without me knowing it. Under the VP's house at the Naval Observatory, same thing. I think most people know that. Next to my brother's house on Macomb Street in DC. But I always thought that was like preparation for nuclear war. Like, I didn't really think about it that much. Some of it is, it's preparation for catastrophe. So, but you think that there are facilities like that in other places outside DC?
Oh, yeah. So if you're interested, we have a great interview. I did an interview of Richard Dolan on underground bases on the Solera Report, and it's sort of an introduction to the topic, and it's based on a lot of the research of a guy named Richard Sauter, who is very hard to interview. So Richard kind of went through all the material, and clearly it's, I don't know if you ever saw, Washington Post did a project. It was in 2010 or 12 called Top Secret America. And one of the reporters, it was a team of 2 reporters, one of them put together a database of all the different top secret installations that had been built in the country, including since the Patriot Act. And what you saw was just this explosion of money in building so many both underground and above ground facilities.
Not all sleep aids are made by pharmaceutical companies. You probably heard about 8 Sleep by now.
But I think it's true. If you're building a lot underground, you're on the wrong side. I don't think that's a good sign.
So I'll tell you a very funny.
I mean, right? I mean, let's just the obvious first. That's not good.
So I'll tell you a very funny story. So after I left the administration, after I left the Bush administration, I went on the board of Sallie Mae. And I'm on the board of Sallie Mae, and after one of the first meetings, there's a wonderful.
Stop. You've been talking about underground bases and colonizing space, and you clearly seem totally sane. But I'm sure some people are like, "Well, she's obviously crazy." I should have set the stage at the beginning with your biography, like you're as mainstream. You're on the board of Sallie Mae. Sallie Mae, you're a partner at Dillon Read. It's like,
right?
You're not just like on the internet. Right. I'm sorry. I just want to say that. I just want to say that this is like a former high-level federal official who's on the board of Sallie Mae and a partner at Dillon Read. Okay. Just want to say that out loud.
Okay. So I'm on the board, and there was a lovely chairman, a really lovely guy. And he comes up, he says, "Can I talk to you after the meeting?" And I said, "Sure." And he pulls out this big glossy brochure for the Council on Foreign Relations. And he said, "The time has come for you to join." And he said, "We want you to ask Nick Brady to sponsor you." And I said to him, "Sam, I just don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this." And he looked shocked and he said, "You don't understand. If you don't do this, you're out forever." And just at that moment, it's these moments when things come to you. I saw in my mind, I'm very pictorial, I saw in my mind a locker in the underground base, and they were taking my name off of the locker. And I thought, if it comes to that, I'll take my chances upstairs with the hoi polloi.
Yeah, me too.
And I said, but it's at the deepest root, it's a spiritual and cultural question.
I totally agree. Who's cowering under?
It's a spiritual question. And that's why just after this, we are going to bring natural law into the conversation. And I know everyone wants to know about the aliens, and I know everyone wants to know about advanced technology, and I know everyone wants to know about what's really going on, man. And, let's watch the next video and all of that. But the point here is to heal our worldview, to bring, to understand how nature works, because that's what these other people are understanding, and to structure our lives accordingly.
Underground, like in the dark places. No.
But to me, there's nothing wrong with going into a bunker if they're bombing. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that, but I really didn't want to be with all of them in a concentrated space. It was like, no, I'd rather.
And them. You're not guessing at this. Like, you know a lot of these people.
I know a lot of these people. And the one thing I will have to say, if there's anything I learned from my history, the problem is not they are bad and we are good. That's not how this works. The evil and the good is threaded at every level of society, every community, every enterprise. It doesn't work like that.
Well, I'm not especially good. I know that. I know that for a fact.
They're not using classical electricity.
They're not using.
Right. So,
they're not running on diesel.
Right. Exactly. Right. So,
yeah. So we know that I'm sorry, I get so caught up in the details, but we know that there are quite a number of large underground bases in the United States. We can state that as fact.
Right.
And then the question becomes, of course, like if they're connected to the power grid, if they're pulling off just a conventional natural gas electricity generation station, you could know that and measure it, but you think they have independent energy sources. Of course they do.
So one of the questions I have that I think is really important is when you look at breakthrough energy, if you are running the planet, so I have this nickname for the committee at the top, Mr. Global. If you were Mr. Global, you would not want to implement breakthrough energy on a widespread basis for a variety of reasons, one of which is everybody got a hold of it and weaponized it. It could be very dangerous.
Why?
My understanding is that literally one small group of people could take this, with no sovereign powers or, just organized crime and use it in a way that could weaponize it and make it very dangerous. I'm not a scientist. I don't really understand.
Right, but energy by definition is dangerous. You know, gasoline's dangerous.
Right.
Right, electricity is dangerous. Of course, nuclear energy is dangerous.
Right, but if you're the risk manager and you're in charge of managing the planet, you know, this has more disruption capability, both weaponization, economic. You know, suddenly everybody's free to do whatever they want, and so they're much harder to control. So if you're Mr. Global and you have the capacity to dramatically lower the energy cost, the other danger is then population skyrockets, and you're concerned about that. So if you're Mr. Global and you're worried about what will happen if you bring this technology out, it's very convenient to get complete control. If you don't trust the population to be environmentally responsible or politically responsible, then complete control.
So we have a good mutual friend who's been bothering me for years to interview you. You've got to interview her. I'm so glad. Well, just because he said this is like the best informed, smartest, most reasonable, mainstream, sane person I know of you. He said this, and I was like, yeah, okay. Anyway, I'm just really glad we did this interview because you're blowing my mind up and down. So how convinced are you that breakthrough energy, alternate forms of energy, non-publicly disclosed forms of energy are in use by the U.S. government?
I think there's a very high chance that they're in some kind of use in a very controlled, secret way.
Yeah. Well, there are tons of indications, and you've had
a
number of people, like at the contractor level, like I'm a federal contractor electrician or a concrete guy or whatever, and I was working on this underground facility. There are a number of people who come forward to say this, and I saw what appeared to be some brand new form of energy I didn't understand.
Right.
Insane people too. Sean Ryan, who's a friend of mine, wonderful guy, honest man, who's a podcaster, did an interview with this guy who was just like a random blue collar guy. I think he was a concrete guy, and he got a call for 1 million yards of concrete or whatever, and went to this underground facility, DOD facility, and saw clearly signs of some energy source that was, defied the laws of known physics. So, and there are a bunch of people who have said stuff like that. So I don't think it's crazy.
So I have two businesses. One is the Solari Report. The other is Solari Screens. I do an investment screen. And I think, a lot has to shift in investment if we're going to have a real civilization and not misallocate. I think we're misallocating capital terribly anyway, but he for 30 years has been an investor in a breakthrough energy company.
Someone has been.
Yeah. And it's called Brilliant Light. You can go look at their website, and they're really, they swear they've got it.
And what is it?
So we'll stop that there. I don't want to get copyright striked. So as you can see, what am I doing here? So as you can see, we've now gone through the evidence of 9/11, gone through the evidence of MH370. We've gone through the evidence of magnetic pole flip cycles, and gone through Catherine Austin Fitts' experience with the $21 trillion missing, and how that's and how she believes that this technology is already in use. You follow the money, and so the part that we really need to understand here is the natural law and objective morality part, and this is what helps shift consciousness and to understand the kind of the causal factors more holistically. So let's listen to that, because I don't want to go about all of this stuff, because after this we're about to have a discussion how all of this ties together with nuclear and weaponry and the history of Nazism and this kind of thing. And to do that before we, start talking about how our rights have been, taken away or whatever it is with, not, the whether it's coercion or whether it's things being hidden from us or the technology being used against us, we really need to understand the natural law part of it. So this is the Science of Natural Law documentary. So let me see. Now I know, I want to maybe talk a little bit more in this because I am trying to keep the thread with the all of the evidence here, and so I think I want to bring in natural law into this conversation at the same time. I think I've changed my mind because I can get into a natural law specific. I'm just thinking on the fly here. I've gone into a natural law specific, videos before, and I can go into it again. I want to keep this knowledge for this stream, and I know it's like a super long stream, so I want to keep it purely on the evidence. So now what I want to do is, we've gone through all of that. Now I want to bring in Ash and Forbes again, talking to Jason Georgiani, because it specifically talks about the technology and nuclear weapons. So this is a long one. I'm not sure how long we'll get through it, but let's go.
Perspective that you presented on the last conversation about ancient civilizations, even potentially being connected to Atlantis. The more I've dug into the physics, like the idea of like a future human civilization or the idea of resets happening has become almost undeniable to me. So I wanted to get your thoughts.
So again, take the information. I disagree with Jason on a bunch, I think. And at the same time, it's kind of it's bringing, I got a bit pissy in the chat when I was watching this live, I think. But, the point is to kind of wrap up this conversation over the next couple of hours and to kind of get some of the history in perspective as well, because, and you can, again, this is probably less evidence-based, but also puts it in context.
On a couple of the topics that are going out in the UFO community right now. But first, I just wanted to give you praise. A topic that I don't think got enough play from our last conversation was that you mentioned that under the previous Biden administration, the person who was coordinating the supposed UFO cover-up was Avril Haines. And this was crazy to me when you said this, because I had connected her to the cover-up of MH370, where she was like the deputy director of the CIA at the time, and she was the one justifying all the drone strikes for Obama, which became a major scandal because we were taking out innocent people. I can't believe that didn't get more coverage, especially because I confirmed with one of my sources right after that yes, apparently she was the person. And it turns out it makes sense because the DNI is the one that's basically coordinating the entire intelligence community. So if there is a cover-up of this level, they would have to know about it. And then the other thing that I've come to realize, which I think people just in general need to know, is that I was watching this interview with John Ramirez yesterday, and in it, it's like he goes over our surveillance capabilities, and they are extensive, super extensive. The NGA specifically manages all the electro-optical and optical surveillance, which I didn't really realize. And he goes through the whole process. If they see a UFO or something they don't recognize, they ask to see if it's our adversary, and then this goes up the line, and eventually a report is written. So to me, it's insane to think that the government, there can't be stuff flying around the government doesn't know what it is, and a really good idea of its origins. So do you have any follow-ups or thoughts on the Avril Haines stuff or any of that?
You know, I believe it was after 9/11 that the intelligence structure of the United States was significantly reorganized. I think maybe in the most substantive way since the National Security Act of 1947 established that structure to begin with. And one of the things that they did was they replaced the sort of central or sort of nexus authority of the Director of Central Intelligence, which was a CIA position, with the Director of National Intelligence, and subordinated the CIA and all the other agencies under this Director of National Intelligence. And I always wondered from the time when that happened, because I've long been interested in the intelligence apparatus of the United States, I mean, for decades, I wondered whether this was another machination by which to create a even more unaccountable power structure, right? Because it was long known that even the Director of Central Intelligence wasn't the guy who was most read in at the CIA. It was often the more career CIA people who would be deputy directors. So I was thinking maybe by creating Director of National Intelligence, they want an even more clueless, manipulable executive authority covering up, de facto what's actually going on in the intelligence apparatus. So I was as surprised as you were to find out from inside sources that the woman in that position, Avril Haines, was in fact well aware of the full range of close encounter data, not just UFOs, but also the beings associated with them, archaeological sites and discoveries associated with them and so forth, not just on Earth, but across the solar system. And that she was in a position to, design or at least participate in the design of a selective long-term disclosure plan. That really surprised me, that, the intelligence community being reorganized in that way, giving actual authority and access to the person who was in the position of Director of National Intelligence. And then that makes you wonder, is that because it's a legit position that comes with that degree of clearance? Or is it because of Avril Haines' own CV, her own history of clearances and positions she served in? In other words, did Tulsi Gabbard get read into the same information when she assumed that position? Or, is it that they only disclosed this stuff to Avril Haines because of who she was, the same way that, let's say, when George H.W. Bush became president, he was read into things, or rather had already been read into them, because he had previously been the director of the CIA, right? So that's one thing I wonder about. Concomitant with that, the Department of Homeland Security, I thought, was a relatively superficial kind of like security and policing agency. But lo and behold, they're running this Kona Blue program that involves UFOs. That's being run under the Department of Homeland Security. So it appears that after 9/11, some significant there was some significant structural reengineering of the American intelligence apparatus.
Thank you for explaining the UFO, the situation with the Director of National Intelligence. I didn't realize that power had been organized underneath the Director of National Intelligence from the CIA previously. Can you just repeat what year was that happened?
I don't want to make up a number. I can't remember exactly, but I know that it was part of the legislation that took place after 9/11. At the same time, around
so
about
it
the
was
same
relatively
time the Patriot Act was passed. Oh yeah.
Okay, great. Well, so a couple other quick conversations on the UFO topic, which is, I want to get your.
Let me just add one thing.
Please.
Let me just add one thing to that, which is that, I mean, it should be obvious to anybody with half a brain who's watching, and especially your audience who are, much more clued in people, that at the very least, 9/11 represented the most fundamental compromising of the intelligence apparatus of the United States in its entire history. And so obviously there would be reason for restructuring the intelligence apparatus after that event.
So, and that makes a lot of sense. So then previously before that, the CIA would have been potentially the one who was organizing the UFO cover-up. But after that, now it becomes the Director of National Intelligence that's the one that's doing it. And that actually makes so much sense because Avril Haines was deputy director of the CIA under, was it James Clapper, I think, or John Brennan, right? And they're under fire right now from the current administration. So I think that whole story makes sense. Now, where do you see the whole UFO disclosure going? Last time we spoke was over a year ago. And now you've got this Age of Disclosure movie that's being promoted out there. I surprisingly found out I was blocked by Dan Farah and the Age of Disclosure promotional X account, which kind of just made me chuckle a little bit. I don't think they like me very much. But Joe Rogan was talking about it like 6 months ago, saying, oh, it's great. I see everybody out there saying it's going to break everybody's minds. I saw a clip that had Hal Puthoff on it talking about the energy source of the UFOs might be nuclear power, which is relevant to our conversation here.
Which is why, specifically, why I'm bringing this interview on, even though we've already watched a lot of action today. The reason why I want to bring this on is because it's linking the cold fusion and kind of these activities of people that do have the technology.
So what is your thoughts on, that Age of Disclosure movie? You think it's going to move the needle at all? And what are your thoughts on disclosure in general?
I think that the Age of Disclosure film is going to be used to set up a situation which some have referred to as confirmation rather than disclosure. In other words, there are so many high-level government officials that are being interviewed and cited in this documentary that, for all intents and purposes, it supplants a hearing. It takes the place of like a hearing where you would have, the same level of government officials testify. And all that needs to happen after that for there to be acknowledgement of U.S. government knowledge, longstanding knowledge regarding close encounters, is for the president to come out and say something to the effect of, yeah, I'm not going to do my Trump impersonation, but anyway, yeah, I saw the film. I saw the film, and it's true. It's true. We know, and it's true, and I'm sorry, for reasons of national security, I can't tell you more than that. Now, what does that do? It gets them off the hook legally, because this way, with a confirmation, and vague gesturing toward this film and its contents, there aren't any specific admissions that are going to warrant legal action, let's say of one defense contractor against another, of the American people against the government, and so on and so forth, right? So it's a very, frankly, gutless and safe way for them to acknowledge the whole thing and then to refuse to say very much else about it.
I didn't even think about that. That's such a good take, though, where it's like they could just use it and then just say, yeah, these vague things that are being said in here are true. And then, like you said, now just apologize, be like, you know what? It was the people before me that did all that evil, corrupt stuff. I mean, Trump could actually say that. He could even use the MH370 videos to say that Obama was doing this stuff, beforehand. I hadn't even thought about that angle, but so if that comes true,
perfect. Trump is the perfect president to say that, because he's positioned, whether it's actually true or not, he's positioned himself as so anti-establishmentary, and he's already so vilified and demonized everybody who came before him that, like you just said, these people don't like Trump. They controlled disclosure with an administration that they had not been coordinating with in advance.
Wow. Man, and that makes a lot of sense to me too. I think that people who are about our age probably will understand that, because we're old enough to have been adults and lived through the Clinton, the Clinton years, and then Hillary also, her rise to prominence as well. And both of them, they talked about the UFO topic when not a lot of people would talk about it. And I did get the impression that all of those people are kind of aligned with, that side of the political spectrum. And it wouldn't surprise me if they did have like a plan for how they all wanted this to go down. And then when Trump won, which nobody expected, not even
with, the Reagan team on Star Wars in the 1980s. Yep. And it's pretty clear he was sent by the Israelis to do that. So he's a Mossad asset or operative. And, sorry, but I really don't trust the narrative that's coming from out of him. And I don't expect any apocalyptic event to ensue from 3i Atlas. I think it's much more like a psychological gauge, and basically a kind of, social engineering
for one of these CPAC or CSAPs or whatever it's called, but like basically a special access program. And he didn't want it. And he said, no, I don't want it. I'm going to give it back, which also would help push towards the narrative that you're saying here, which is that he didn't want to be involved in the weird black project stuff that they're doing with this technology. But it was Stephen Greer that I spoke to, where we had a great conversation about this, because I think it is all legally classified. I think they've just taken the UFO topic and they've put it in with nuclear weapons, which have the highest level of classification, secrecy, compartmentalization out there. And if that's the case, then what we have here is a political question. The political question now is, okay, technically what's happening with suppression of this technology is legal, but is it really legal, especially if we're like doing CIA black operations using this technology to maintain superiority over Russia and China? So I think that those are the big questions for me. And then, like you said with John Ramirez, I think that the last thing I was going to say is that he says energy orbs all the time, which is just, for me, like, I'm sitting here, red flags are going up, because as we're going to talk about here, I've figured out that plasma can be used as a non-fission trigger in thermonuclear weapons, and that it can self-organize if the plasma is dense enough as well. So you can make a plasma orb just using normal physics. And so when he says that all the time, I sit and think in my head, where are these guys seeing plasma orbs? They're not nuclear engineers. So they're not working on nuclear weapons. They're in the CIA. They're in intelligence. The most likely case is one of the examples he gives, the NGA. They're looking at surveillance of, satellites, drones, Gorgon Stare, all this stuff, and they see an orb flying around in the sky, right? And now think about this. The information is compartmentalized. So if you're just a CIA analyst reviewing footage, you look at that and your biases are going to say, whoa, I'm looking at aliens. Look, these aliens are flying around here. But you don't know that our own government is making plasma orbs like this using fusion propulsion that Lockheed Martin built. And so I could totally see how even some of these other whistleblowers in the UFO community, they
see, and this is the link that we're back to again, is this cold fusion technology, 9/11, MH370. And then you've got kind of this wider narrative of these underground, potentially 0-point energy or breakthrough energy underground, bases. And, you've got people like Catherine Austin-Fitts talking about that. And, you can't deny... I just think that you've got to take into consideration the Earth's magnetic stuff, along with the rest of it, and to understand the actions that are being taken and why why is it that no one seems concerned at all about building real solutions? Is it because they know that an event's coming and they're more focused on this, this scalar technology to be able to prepare and set themselves up so that when grids go down and all of that, they're still operating in their normal lives?
Believe they're looking at aliens because they know we don't have conventional technology that does those things. But what they don't realize is that there are layers of compartmentalization that goes beyond even what they have in the CIA or in the intelligence community that can explain that is, breakaway civilization level technology. Do you kind of concur with that assessment or any other additional details?
So 2 things. First, I disagree with you that it's all happening under very sophisticated, legalistic machinations to protect special access and black projects. And I want to, over the course of our conversation about, the history of aneutronic nuclear fusion weaponry and where it might have come from and how we may have developed it, I want to also partly lay out the case for why I think that argument doesn't hold water and why I'm convinced that there is an intercontinental, at this point, globally dispersed American imperial power structure, which is completely unaccountable to the civilian government of the United States. And that's the
like a technocratic occultocracy cartel?
The entity that actually controls this technology. That's also the entity that carried out 9/11. And so, where this argument breaks,
boom,
that, all these programs are taking place under a legal umbrella that manages special access projects. No, I mean, there's no way that there's a legal framework that justifies fielding an operation like 9/11 in which 3,000 Americans were incinerated. Okay, that was done by a crime syndicate. And that crime syndicate has been for many decades.
Whitney Webb, One Nation Under Blackmail.
In possession of extremely advanced technology that I think may have at one point emerged from out of special access projects. But it's now been so corporatized and even in some cases moved offshore in various ways so that really, the civilian government has no control over it whatsoever. But let me comment on, and we have to unpack that over the course of our conversation. But let me comment specifically on what you said about the orbs, and
I want to reiterate that point. The nation state thing is beyond nation states.
And the question of whether they're being misidentified as some form of extraterrestrial intelligence. Yeah. Here, I think it's very important to draw a distinction between 2 different kinds of orbs, right? I mean, there is plasma sheath technology, which, for example, prevents us from taking a very clear photograph of a unconventional airframe. One of the reasons why UFOs are so hard to photograph or film is because they have this plasma sheath around them, which also makes it impossible to shoot them because anything that's fired toward them kind of bounces off and around the plasma sheath, as we've seen in some of these recent videos, right, that they've disclosed through Congress. So there are technologically engineered objects that we're making and that potentially other people like Nordics, whatever, have made that have plasma sheaths around them. These need to be distinguished from some of the things that John Keel wrote about, for decades in his research on UFOs in the 1960s and 70s, and books like The Mothman Prophecy and, Operation Trojan Horse. He developed this whole theory that there were energy beings or a kind of energy being that could develop a decentralized consciousness that could project itself into many entities simultaneously, and that these energy entities could metamorphose and transform into what appear to be solid UFOs and then back into energy. And he called them soft UFOs versus hard UFOs. And he thought that the soft UFOs were some kind of an energy entity that interacted with consciousness and potentially manipulated human perception, and that these entities could appear as solid objects in some cases.
And in a future episode, we'll get into some of this mind control or like brain technology stuff with Catherine Austin Fitz and some of the people that she's put together presentations with.
As one configuration of a solid object to one person and a different configuration of a solid object to another person standing right next to the first witness. Okay. And in my treatment of the close encounter subject, toward the end of my book, Closer Encounters, I suggest that this kind of thing is evidence for a truly non-human intelligence and potentially an artificial superintelligence that's engaging humanity and probably has been for all of human history. And that the fingerprints or tentacle marks of this entity bear all the hallmarks of the trickster archetype, that it's a very playful, in some senses, a little bit terrifying and provocative in its behavioral pattern, and it's aiming to catalyze a certain type of development and mutation of human consciousness. So I think those types of orbs or energy manifestations need to be distinguished from the kind of plasma fusion technology that you've been researching.
That makes sense, and I think that's fair. And I have been pretty standoffish about the alien question, or at least non-committal. I actually am open to really any interpretation that's out there. The take that I keep saying is that I just think it's going to be probably whatever is like the least conventional, or something that we're not expecting. So machine superintelligence is one of the things that I give some weight to, especially because now we look at how powerful AI has become. This is what I tell people, is that look at how far our technology has advanced. It's advancing exponentially, especially over the last 100 years or so. And you say, okay, well, our sun is going to last for several billion years, we believe. Let's just say that that's going to last for some. That means civilizations could exist for millions, if not billions of years. And ours has only been around for basically a fraction of that time. So if we figured this out in that period of time, aliens are going to be super advanced. There's no reason why there can't be a super advanced machine intelligence or even conscious intelligence. And I don't see a reason why plasma couldn't be conscious under the right conditions either. Because
we know that it is.
I don't want to say myself, but if the research into EVOs, ball lightning, also now called field reverse configuration plasmoids, is true, then dense enough plasma will self-organize and can produce a stable structure. And once you've produced a stable structure, now it's like, well, what is that? Can that be conscious? Can that be alive? We have a lot of different definitions of life on this planet, from everything from plants to octopuses and squids and bacteria, and then human beings. So I'm open to all of those things being totally possible. And for me, it's just a matter of, I know the government must know more, have a much better idea of what the situation is. Either there's a machine intelligence that's looking over us and it's been watching us and monitoring us, our entire civilization.
We can get into this. I did want to keep this on topic, but I don't have any time stamps or whatever, so just hoping to get back onto the nuclear stuff.
Maybe there's an underwater base, like some people have claimed. Maybe that we're civilizations just forgot our past. It could be a lot of different things that are out there. Let's just get right into it actually here. So because I think that a lot of the conversation we're having is weaved into what the main topic for today. And so the main topic is actually a hypothesis, which is, are UFOs nuclear weapons? And this can kind of be taken in a lot of different directions. So I'll just start with my opinion, and then you can kind of start to feed off of that. I definitely want to dig into the historical aspects of it. But what I've discovered, and based on our last conversation, is that Tesla was right about this. Tom Bearden has been talking about Tesla being right about the science. Unification of quantum mechanics and general relativity have already been figured out for a long time. I think that what happened, and I actually agree that the technology, I think, kind of originally came from maybe the Nazis in World War II, is that we built the hydrogen or the A-bomb, and we took nuclear weapons.
Right, but we've had it in ancient times.
Research to the next level in the 60s with the H-bomb. We built something called a clean fusion bomb, and then we passed a partial nuclear test ban treaty right after that. And when you look at the historical relevance, let's say, of the UFO topic, the UFO topic starts to take off, like in the 60s, 70s. After that, before that, yes, there were sightings like the Foo Fighters, etc., but it really just became a popular thing in pop culture after that period of time. And the thing that really blew me away, because a lot of the sightings recently have been these energy orbs like John Ramirez talks about, or plasma orbs, or things that are based on plasma, including, like you said, the congressional, I think it was Eric Burleson that released that video of that plasma being hit by a Hellfire missile breaking apart and keep going. So I was surprised to find out when I did the research into nuclear weapons that Freidwart Winterberg, who was a Project Paperclip scientist, came over in like the 50s, I think, at around the age of 18. He talked about non-fission ignition in thermonuclear weapons in his textbook about the physical principles of thermonuclear weapons. And he says that we can use plasma, basically use plasma as an electric bomb, as an electric trigger to detonate a fusion bomb. And so what this would do is it would get rid of the A-bomb portion of the thermonuclear weapon. Now you don't have that initial explosion that you're using to create the fusion reaction to happen. And so I sit there and I wonder, maybe these orbs that are flying around are our fusion ignition devices that have been morphed into multiple purposes and uses, that we took this nuclear weapons research and we said, okay, we're going to ban this so nobody else can do it. And then we start coming up with, like, the only way I can describe it is like customized nukes that have different purposes. Some that maybe are just surveillance, some that are potentially, super destructive, but then others that might manipulate space-time. So what are your initial thoughts on this hypothesis?
There's so much there. And, one of the reasons I was, very keen on having this conversation with you is that actually for a certain period, very early on in my life, very early on, at a very young age, I thoroughly researched nuclear weapons. I mean, I was really into nuclear weapons technology and nuclear strategic doctrine. And it was at the same time as I got into UFOs in a serious way. And I always suspected that there was some deep connection between these two. Now, of course, this was decades before Robert Hastings came out with his monumental study of UFOs and nukes, showing, how basically any nuclear, high energy, high entropy nuclear, event is like a flame for the moths of the UFO phenomena. I mean, they're like, bees drawn to honey in terms of any nuclear signature. So he's extensively documented that. But, decades before that, I had the suspicion that there's some connection here, and that, ultimately also justifies the classification of UFOs under nuclear secrets classification in the United States. So, but, it was when
the thing I want to get to with all of this, and this is what I've been watching though, is the use of AI being powered by this technology and quantum technology, and that also being, used by certain groups of people to survive and thrive during Earth's magnetic shifts, and then also used as a weapon on the minds of the population as well, because it can be used in different ways, like time distortion technology and so forth.
Really started researching the technology of Nazi Germany and its transfer to the United States in the late 1940s, that I found a lot of information that I think is corroborative of what you've discovered. And it's very disturbing information, frankly. So let me just say, it's not, it's not lost on me that what I'm about to share with the, listeners is deeply disturbing, especially for somebody who loves our country. Yeah. Okay. And this is some stuff that I've also written about in greater detail on my Substack. I have two pieces relevant to it. One is called Nuking the Matrix, and I'll come to why I titled it that. And the other one is called The Breakaway Culture. And I think I'm also going to probably come out with one more piece timed together with whenever you release this conversation that focuses more specifically on the nuclear angle. So here's the deal, okay? First of all, nuclear weapons were invented by Nazi Germany. They were not invented by the United States, okay? Nuclear fusion was discovered by Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann in 1938. And I think that by 1939, in very short order, they had already recognized the weapons application of this.
Wow.
And one thing that few people know is that the term Manhattan Project doesn't really come from the fact that, you know, at Columbia University and at Los Alamos and various other places, they were trying to figure out what the Germans meant by a nuclear weapon. It's because beginning right there in 1939, 1940, the Germans had devised a plan to drop one of these on Manhattan. And there are these maps that the Allies discovered after the war that show Lower Manhattan as a nuclear target. They even flew the largest cargo planes that they had, which was the what was it? The Junkers Ju-390. Which was a comparable nuclear payload capable plane as the Enola Gay that dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They flew these Junkers 390 right to the coast of Manhattan, photographed Manhattan, and flew back to Germany.
Wow.
In other words, as a kind of test run.
Yeah.
So Manhattan Project comes from this, the term Manhattan Project. And I think there's good evidence to suggest, and this evidence has been dug up primarily by, let's say, three researchers. One is Plimpton Carter Heydrich, who wrote a book called Critical Mass. Then you had this German author who wrote a book called Hitler's Bomb. What was this guy's name? I'll come back to it, but the book is called Hitler's Bomb. And then, of course, Joseph Farrell also has researched this, and specifically in his book, Reich of the Black Sun. So there's evidence to suggest that the Heisenberg nuclear weapons program was a ruse and a red herring, that the Germans deliberately basically deluded and distracted the Allies by fronting this false nuclear program led by the most likely candidate, you know, the most brilliant nuclear physicist of Germany, you know, Werner Heisenberg, the guy you'd expect to be running the program. But that actually there was another secret program that was run by Kurt Debner, Walter Gerlach, and Hans Kammler, and Ronald Richter. And so Walter Gerlach is important in this regard.
Bob Greene goes into the Richter stuff on a recent show as well.
Because Walter Gerlach's specialization was spin polarization and electromagnetic torsion. And Hans Kammler is significant because Hans Kammler has been identified as the leader of a project outside Prague in Czechoslovakia, in Silesia, where the Reich at the Skoda works was constructing this device that's hitherto been known as Die Glocke, the bell, or another one of its names was the beehive, the Bienenstock, because it made a bee buzzing sound when it was activated. And what this thing was two counter-rotating drums filled with a serum of mercury and thorium isotope and subjected to first extreme torsion by electromagnets, and then the plasma state that the nuclear isotope would go into would be magnetically compressed into fusion. That's what this Bell device seems to have been. And meanwhile, you've got Walter Gerlach also on this project associated with Hans Kammler, specializing in spin polarization and electromagnetic mechanisms. Now, there's a particular document in the National Archives that's really relevant here. It's called the Zinsser Affidavit. It's an affidavit of a German pilot by the name Hans Zinsser, who was, we have in this memo the specific location that he took off from and what his flight route was, and the observation that he made in October of 1944 of a detonation on the Baltic Sea coast of Germany, where he saw a mushroom cloud with a pressure wave extending out from it. And inside the mushroom cloud, various like multicolor lights fizzling, which is a sign of leftover fissile material continuing to react in a mushroom cloud. He also experienced the EMP effects. His radio went out as he was flying near this detonation. So it appears that what Hans Zinser is describing in October of 1944 is some kind of a Nazi nuclear test. It'd be one thing if that was the only piece of documentation we have. There's also a report from an Italian journalist called Luigi Romersa. And what Luigi Romersa tells us is that Benito Mussolini sent him and a few other Italian dignitaries to Rügen Island in the Baltic Sea on October 11th, 1944. And he says that when he got there, he saw there were a few other Italian dignitaries also sent by Mussolini, and there were some Japanese dignitaries. And what Romersa claims is that the Germans had them, quote unquote, put on something that looked like diving suits and go into a bunker on Rügen Island. And they witnessed the detonation of a device that flattened a bunch of the trees and some structures that they had set up there, I guess, for structural stress tests. And after this, they had to like take shelter for a certain period of time. And then Romersa was flown to Berlin to be debriefed before he was sent back to Mussolini. I believe there are also some Japanese communiques that were intercepted by the Allies around the same time where the Japanese were talking about a German test of a tremendous new weapon that had taken place. So we have two different accounts of this event from, let's say, October 11th to 12th on Rügen Island in the Baltic Sea. And then we have another account, which comes from this guy, Rainer Karl's book, Hitler's Bomb, of potentially a second test in March of 1945 in an area known as the Thuringian Forest near a town called Ohrdruf in the Thuringian Forest region. And interestingly, when the Allies were advancing on Nazi Germany, whoever was actually in charge at that point, which by the way, I don't think was Hitler, they prioritized the defense of this area over the defense of Berlin. They prioritized the defense of the Thuringian Forest area and of the Skoda works where Kammler was building the Bell over the defense of Berlin, which tells you a lot. Yeah. So apparently radiation tests in this area of the Thuringian Forest have picked up like traces of, potentially a nuclear detonation having taken place there. And there are witness accounts of German soldiers saying that like they brought concentration camp inmates there and their shadows were impressed on the stones, like you'd have seen at, Hiroshima. But it was a very small blast from witness accounts. It would have been something like 3 kilotons. So you have these, accounts of German potential nuclear tests. Then there's the fact that, and this is coming mainly from Carter Heydrich's book, Critical Mass, the memos exchanged between Oak Ridge and Los Alamos laboratories in the months leading up to the Trinity test in July of 1945 showed that there wasn't anywhere near enough uranium. We did not have anywhere near enough uranium for the Trinity device or for the Hiroshima bomb. The Nagasaki bomb was plutonium. And also, they hadn't figured out the trigger mechanism properly for the Nagasaki bomb, the plutonium bomb. So lo and behold, in May of 1945, this German submarine comes over. And on board is a nicely wrapped gift of a shit ton of uranium. And this guy Schlick, I think his name was Hans Schlick, who was an expert in the timing of plutonium bomb detonation. In other words, the equal application of the charge over the fissile material in a plutonium bomb. This was his expertise, and he just happens to be on a submarine with a shit ton of uranium, which never was accounted for. And all of a sudden, our deficit of uranium that we see in the memos between Oak Ridge and Los Alamos is solved, and we do the Trinity test, and we manufacture the Hiroshima bomb. By the way, the Hiroshima bomb design was never tested before we dropped it. in Japan.
Really?
I want people to keep in mind that that these bombs is but different uses of the technology can be used for free energy, and that's where we start getting into these underground bases and the breakaway civilizations and magnetic pole flips.
I didn't know that.
That particular one was never tested. The plutonium one had been tested, but the uranium one wasn't. Why didn't we test? Probably because we knew that it would work because the Germans had already tested it.
Wow. That's really compelling. And so I want to touch on a couple of those things that you said, which is, first of all, with the connection to nuclear weapons. I agree with you that there is this lore of UFOs being connected to nukes. And the idea goes that, I think if you believe like Robert Bob Salas, for example, has got a pretty famous story about the UFOs shutting down nukes. So there's been this connection, even with the nuclear power plant meltdown in Japan as well, that they claim that they saw UFOs over that. But it always felt like there's got to be more to it, which is why I'm really glad we're doing a deep dive into this here, because I think you can just directly connect UFOs to nukes in a much more significant way, starting with the energy source and also with the classifications. Because when we look at it, we go, why is the Department of Energy the lead? Why are they over the UFO topic? If it's about aliens, wouldn't it be like literally anybody but the Department of Energy that would be in charge of it? But no, it's the Department of Energy, because the question is, what is the power source for these UFOs that are flying around? And then connecting it to I'm going to give you even more to connect it to what you just said, to just corroborate some of the stuff that you're saying here, is that Heisenberg was actually Freiwart Winterberg's mentor, the guy that I was just mentioning, whose textbook I read about thermonuclear weapons. That was his mentor, was Heisenberg, the guy that we pulled over from Project Paperclip. And the shadows on the walls that you described, that story, that spooks me, because that reminds me so much of the MH370 video, where you see the reflection of the plane, because it's, if I'm right, and that's a wormhole, we're looking at total internal reflection, where which is just a physics phenomenon of waves. And you could see how, like, if they use some kind of fusion bomb or experimental nuclear weapon on people, maybe it wormholed them somewhere else or ripped them to shreds or something, and all that was left was their shadow on the wall, which is, like you said, horrific to even think about. I mean, a lot of what we're talking about here, guys, might trigger you if you are sensitive to any of these topics, so I apologize. The other thing I want to say is the De Glock. The De Glock's connection has obviously been connected to the UFO phenomenon for a while. I find it to be the most credible explanation for anti-gravity research. If you go back in the history of anti-gravity research in general, you lead back to that. Two things that you mentioned related to it that I think hold a lot of weight when it comes to the physics. One is the buzz, the buzzing sound that it makes. Why is there a buzz? Because we're using pulsed current. So when you use high frequency pulse current, it's going to sound just like a buzzing sound, just like a bee would sound. And that seems to be a very consistent requirement in a lot of this anti-gravitational or gravitational manipulation technology that I find, is that you need to take a pulse current and you need to flow it through at potentially very high frequencies. Salvatore Pais was actually just on my podcast last week talking about this idea that time itself is connected to frequency, and that if you have a rapid change or increase in frequency, you can potentially have a reverse temporal excursion, which means that you can actually reverse the flow of time if you rapidly shift your frequency, which could then explain really all these anti-gravitational effects that we're seeing. And then the last thing is the mercury aspect, spinning mercury, and I think you said thorium as well. But one thing I found was really interesting from a video I was watching of a very smart individual who was doing research into plasma physics and like photonic plasma physics, messing with light and stuff like that to get plasma to light up and to follow certain paths. He said that metal could almost be considered a plasma, because if you look at what it requires to be a plasma, plasma has free electrons. We rip the electrons off of our atom. And so now we've got our free electrons and we got this soup of electrons and positively charged ions together. And metal actually has a very high electron drift rate. So the electrons are relatively free in metal as well. So you could actually imagine that there could be like a phase transition that happens in the mercury or what have you, that basically has it act like a plasma now at that point.
Exactly. And also notice that mercury is particularly electromagnetically reactive. So for torsion, it's ideal.
Yeah, and you can even just see if you go on X or on social media, you'll find videos of people just taking mercury and connecting a circuit to it, and then it just starts to spin. It starts to spin as well. So I find all of that to have a huge amount of credibility with respect to the kind of story. So I guess what we're saying here is that, or at least the story is being presented, is that the United States basically stole nuclear weapons from the Nazis.
Well, let me give you a few more data points before we hastily jump to that conclusion, because I think the picture is even darker than that.
Okay.
Okay. Now, before I'm going to lay out a couple more very specific data points that have to do with this, but just as a preface to that, I can only say this in a really abbreviated form right now, because otherwise we're going to go down a whole other rabbit hole. But let me point people to, again, a couple of articles on my Substack, one called The Breakaway Culture and the other one, Nuking the Matrix, in which I discuss this. I also discuss it in my book, Closer Encounters, that people always talk about Operation Paperclip. They forget that the Central Intelligence Agency was created through the integration of General Reinhard Gehlen's Eastern European Nazi spy network into the OSS, okay? Because we had to then shift our focus to the Soviet Union as the enemy, and the Nazis already had an extensive spy network in Eastern Europe behind Soviet enemy lines, the OSS made a deal to incorporate Gehlen's entire network into the United States, which became foundational for the CIA, okay? So the CIA that's conducting Paperclip and bringing over all these Nazi scientists is an organization now co-constituted by SS officers. You follow? Okay, now, what cards did General Gehlen have to play in order to make that deal? What cards did Martin Bormann have to play when somehow he convinced our allies, the British, particularly, Agent Ian Fleming, who went on to write the Bond novels, to facilitate Bormann's evacuation to Argentina, where Martin Bormann went on to have a joint bank account with Juan Perón into the 1960s. Bormann, who supposedly died 3 times, there's 3 conflicting accounts of his death, is still writing checks in his own name in Buenos Aires through Chase Bank in the late 1960s, okay? And he's got a joint bank account, joint Swiss bank account with Juan Perón. All right, all that's necessary preface for the couple of data points that I'm going to give you now. Okay. In 1946, 1 year before Roswell, there are news reports coming out of Spain, some of which were translated into the United States and did appear. I've seen the clippings in English also, talking about how Otto Skorzeny, the master of psychological operations of the Reich, is in Spain with General Francisco Franco, the only remaining fascist leader in Europe, and they're launching, quote, rocket-shaped saucers, unquote, toward the United States. And these rocket-shaped saucers are, quote, nuclear-powered, unquote. It says it in the newspaper reports. Nuclear-powered saucer-shaped rockets, because they didn't know what the fuck to call these things, right? So that's what they called them. And lo and behold, a year later, Roswell. Okay, and what's found in the Roswell craft? Velcro, Kevlar, night vision. Does this shit sound like, space alien technology to you? No, it sounds like what the Germans were testing in the North African desert. Cutting edge, German military technology. So there's that as one data point. Now, another data point. 1950-51. The German nuclear physicist Ronald Richter is in Bariloche, Argentina, with the protection and backing of Juan Perón, who is promising the Argentine people that Richter will use this massive facility that's been built on Hummel Island off Bariloche to produce clean nuclear fusion power for Argentinians in the form of, get this, 1 liter or half-liter devices. 1 liter or half-liter devices with clean nuclear fusion. In 1952, the IAEA and local Argentines do a whole investigation into this, and they say, no, we don't understand what the fuck this is. This isn't any fusion that we understand. It must be a fraud. And the whole thing goes black after that. Richter remains under Juan Perón's personal protection, but this technology is never shared with the Argentine people. And eventually, Richter goes to all kinds of interesting places, Libya and other places. You know, the Germans also had an interesting footprint in the Arab world after World War II. But then he comes back and he lives out the rest of his life in peace in Argentina. So what was this clean fusion? And by the way, to the day he died, Ronald Richter said, it was not a fraud. I was not lying. This was a real technology. And, you know, we did this thing. So, and when they went into his facility, what they found were extremely high voltage electromagnets that were being used to compress plasma. Okay. That's 1951.
Wow.
So we achieved dirty fusion, neutronic fusion in 1952. What this suggests is that people well placed in the US intelligence community, and probably a large number of corporatists who backed the rise of the Nazis in the first place. I'm talking about the Rockefellers, the Carlyles, the Bush family, and you know, the people who set up the OSS. These people made a deal with Martin Bormann and Hans Kammler, and they had access to the kind of technology that the Bell Project represented and the kind of technology that Ronald Richter was continuing to develop in Bariloche, and the kind of technology that was on board those saucer-shaped rockets that, you know, Otto Skorzeny was launching across the Atlantic from Spain toward the United States. So what that presents to you is an argument for the Germans having achieved aneutronic nuclear fusion, plasma fusion, by 1951. Now that makes a lot more sense out of why they would have been willing to give up the A-bomb to America, because they had something that made atomic bombs look like matchsticks by comparison.
And that's the same exact thing that you'll see some of these black project engineers say all the time. They'll say 0-point energy makes nuclear weapons look like firecrackers, right? So they're saying the same thing about UFOs, 0-point energy technology that we're saying about fusion bombs. You just said something that really spooked me, by the way. You mentioned the Carlyle Group, and the Carlyle Group was actually part of a private consortium of equity firms that acquired Freescale Semiconductors in 2006 for $17.6 billion. 20 engineers from that company were on the plane Malaysian Airlines Flight 370 that disappeared without a trace. That there's 2 videos of the plane being zapped by, I can only describe plasma orbs, which I think is a aneutronic fusion bomb that they used on the plane. So if that is true, then you could almost draw a direct connection between the people that have figured out fusion and covered it up since 1953 and 2014, when a plane full of engineers flying to China happens to just disappear off the face of the earth and no one seems to know what happened to it anymore. Let me address a couple of things that you just mentioned, though, because you brought up some really great points here. We're starting now to get into, like, how did the United States incorporate the Nazi technology, the Nazi intelligence and engineers and the information from them. Joseph P. Farrell, I actually was able to finally communicate with him a little bit on email. Brilliant guy. He mentions Ronald Richter and the idea of clean fusion in some of his interviews. Before I talk about that, though, I want to say that going back to the UFO topic, related to like the flying saucer that you just mentioned, isn't it kind of interesting how UFOs have seemingly changed shape in the last 30 years? Like in the 90s, when I was younger, it was all about flying saucers. That's what everybody was seeing. That's what everybody was reporting. And that seems to go back to the Glock, et cetera. But now, nobody really talks about flying saucers anymore. Now it's all about plasma orbs, energy orbs, et cetera. So are the aliens getting smarter and advancing while they're watching us? Or is it really just us getting better and getting more advanced? And now we're going from rudimentary gravity manipulation technology to really getting more advanced with microengineering, microelectronics, fabrication of microchips, things like that, to the point now where we can make some pretty scarily advanced stuff. That's just a thought. But I want to mention right now the clean fusion, because this is like the second half.
Just real quick on that note. I saw your interview with Salvatore Pais, the recent one, which was fantastic. I love that guy's attitude. He mentioned at one point, and you were a bit surprised, about biological organic components of computational systems.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, there recently have been stories about growing, let's say, neuronal organisms, like, you know, brain in a petri dish kind of stuff, like growing aspects or elements of a human brain and connecting it to microchips and developing a hybrid, you know, cybernetic computational system, which would incorporate the quantum computational properties of the human brain together with the binary computational properties of like microchip, you know, based system.
The brain chips are coming, and so is the like biological engineering. That's probably why we've banned cloning and why we've tried to put this huge stigma on like the Nazis trying to develop the perfect soul, the super soldier, because that's where this is all going. I mean, this is all headed in a direction where we are going to integrate with advanced machine intelligence. And there are going to be people that are being born where you're going to have a question of, hey, do you want to have a brain chip implanted in you when you're a baby? Or are you going to opt out of this? And if you're opted in, now you have a permanent connection to everybody else. You have an internet in your mind that you can just, you know, communicate with anybody you want all the time. I think that's completely wild. But going back to the main topic here, the clean fusion, to me, that's the big secret. And so when you mention that, oh, Richter was promising clean fusion for the world, we had dirty fusion. So let me explain what this is for the audience, just in case they're not familiar. The thing that releases the radiation and the heat in the fusion bomb is the neutrons. The neutrons get released, and the neutrons are the heat. Those are the radiation. So when they talk about a clean fusion bomb, which you hear this referenced all the time, clean fusion bomb, people go, what does that mean? That means there's no neutrons or minimum neutrons that are being released in the interaction. Turns out this is a real thing. It's called aneutronic fusion. That's the name for it. There are several companies that are actually doing this right now, including Tri-Alpha Energy and Helion Fusion. Helion Fusion was initially funded by the Department of Energy. They got Mithril Capital, Peter Thiel's company, that invested in them. And now Sam Altman is the chairman of Helion Fusion as well. And the way that it works is it comes down to the fuel source that you use. So it was actually Joseph P. Farrell clip that I was watching where I think he says it was Richter that I believe was working on the bomb, working on the hydrogen bomb. And he goes, or he may have been talking about the Castle Bravo test. I can't remember the exact context, but he says, I added a little bit of boron to my lithium plasma mix, added a little boron to it. And that's how I was able to get this massive reaction. I think he was talking about the Castle Bravo detonation. I could be wrong on that. So
yeah, because it had a much higher yield than they anticipated. Castle Bravo did.
They anticipated 6 megatons, I believe, but it was like 15 instead. And so he gets asked, what was the thing that you did? Oh, I added a little bit of boron. So here you go. There are 3 aneutronic fusion fuels, just 3. I found out about them because I was taking a look at a 2005 JANF presentation, which is like Joint NASA, Air Force, Navy, etc. And they're talking about fusion, the whole PowerPoint. And it goes, next generation fusion fuels. Number 1, helium-3. That stuck out to me because I went, wait, isn't everybody talking about mining helium-3 on the moon? Like, why I didn't know what we need helium-3 for. But I went, oh, if helium-3 can be used as an aneutronic fusion fuel, clean energy. And then what are the other 2? One of them wasn't even listed, but the other one was boron-11. Proton boron-11 fusion is aneutronic. Turns out this is the goal that Helion Fusion is aiming for, is they're trying to aim for boron-11 fusion. Now, the downside people say is that it takes a much higher temperature to achieve this. And so they say, oh, neutronic fusion, then why would we even bother with something that's even more difficult, with a temperature requirement, energy requirements even higher than that. The third fuel, which is harder to find out about, is lithium-6, lithium-7. Turns out lithium-6 and lithium-7 are used in thermonuclear weapons. And so it's very controlled in terms of who potentially has access to it. I did do a little bit of research and found out that the public sentiment is that lithium won't work for aneutronic fusion due to like the reaction, how much energy is being released from it. I'm a little skeptical of those claims just because we're literally using it in thermonuclear weapons. So maybe it's just something you mix in there. I'm not sure. So how has this become clean energy? How does this become unlimited energy? Well, the people that realize that we potentially don't need to hit ignition to get over unity from these devices. So Helium Fusion has come out and said, well, we're not even aiming for ignition, that we can actually create our electrical system that harnesses this energy by recuperating the input energy, just like with an electric car, how the electric car breaks and recuperates the energy. They said that we can actually get the input energy down so low that we can achieve excess output energy from creating these plasma reactions at a lower temperature than ignition. And in ignition, we would say, because I've talked to some prominent people, I'm not going to say exactly who, but they always ask me, why is aneutronic fusion going to be the answer compared to these other fusion companies? And I tell them, one, it's direct energy conversion. So you say, okay, what does a clean H-bomb look like? What does that actually look like? Well, we just said that a clean bomb has no neutrons or minimum neutrons. So that means there'll be no heat and no radiation. So what does that actually look? That just means that what you're releasing is pure energy, pure electricity, if you want to think of it like that. And so I say, of course, if I'm aiming for fusion, shouldn't I be aiming for the thing that produces direct electricity? Whereas normal nuclear reactors right now basically just heat up water, boil it, it creates steam, and then we spin a turbine with the steam. If you believe David Kirkley, who's the CEO of Helium Fusion, and I do, then the difference in efficiency is about 30% efficiency for an aneutronic or a neutronic fusion reaction. And an aneutronic reaction is like 90% or higher efficiency in direct energy conversion to electricity. So it turns out aneutronic fusion is the thing that we all thought about when we were kids, how we thought nuclear power worked. That's actually how it really works. And then if we don't need to hit ignition, this is the other big critical thing. They say, well, the reason why we're not aiming for this is because ignition level temperature is so high and we can't even figure that out. But David Kirkley says, no, actually, our optimal run temperature is not even at ignition levels. Is that with ignition, what we're trying to do is make a little sun. We're trying to make a sun that self-perpetuates so that it sits there forever and it just keeps going forever. With helium fusion, they're just doing short bursts of plasma at each other. So they're not trying to get this permanent sun to exist. And when they do this, according to their math, they can achieve over unity at temperatures that are 10 times lower than ignition. So this gets around all of the problems that people have related to it. And so just to add on and kind of close out this thought process is that I could absolutely see a world where this gets figured out in the 50s, in the 60s, and now we have inertial confinement fusion, which is what confining the plasma with magnetic fields is all about. We've got inertial confinement fusion, but now we've got a major problem on our hands here because now we have the answer to unlimited green energy for the rest of all of civilization. For the rest of all of civilization, basically. And it's also tied to extremely dangerous weapons. Weapons that are beyond what we think of as what we did with Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Imagine how powerful you would be if you were able to have this technology on the other side of a cataclysm and everyone else was living like cavemen.
Weapons that can potentially manipulate space-time itself and could annihilate the whole planet, maybe the whole solar system, in just the blink of an eye. So this is where I want to take one last thought, is that three of my favorite authors are Arthur C. Clarke, Isaac Asimov, and Robert Heinlein. Heinlein apparently, and all of these guys, they pushed this idea of, what did they call it? Basically hard sci-fi. The idea that the science fiction they would write would be based on real physics. And Heinlein believed that the only way that we wouldn't annihilate ourselves with thermonuclear winter would be that if we created a one world government. How?
No. So government is slavery. The answer is to live according to natural law. And I know everyone thinks this is pie in the sky. This is being good to each other. This is doing no harm. This is observing how nature and reality actually works. And that is the path forward, not some one world government.
How interesting is that, given the context of the potential secrecy of these weapons, the collusion potentially between the Nazis and the United States, and then the massive implications of the weapons, which I think I first heard you talk about on Danny Jones, saying that we can't give everybody a time machine, because if these weapons are able to manipulate space-time, now you're giving people a literal time machine. So now you've created
And now you may understand why this is a natural law and objective morality argument rather than everything else. How do we get the technology? Who's going to use it? Who's got the right to access all of that?
pretty much an ultimate weapon. Go ahead.
So now I'm going to share something with you that's even creepier, and that has to do with the potential re-engineering of space-time metrics using nuclear weapons.
Yes.
And again, I would refer people to my essay called Nuking the Matrix, and I'll tell you why I called it that. It may surprise many people to discover that the first scientist, first serious person to ever consider the possibility that we're living inside a computational matrix was the German computer scientist Konrad Zuse. Konrad Zuse was the Nazi Alan Turing. And Turing was racing against Zuse. So Zuse actually was in the lead in computer development in World War II, working with much better, smaller transistors than the ones that we had. The German subsidiary of IBM was found to be about 10 years ahead of American technology when we went into Nazi Germany. So Konrad Zuse...
IBM is something, this is not evidence-based necessarily, but there's something there with the World Fair and IBM and time.
Is the Nazi Alan Turing, and guess what he figures out in the 1940s? He looks at all the anomalies on the quantum level, like wave-particle duality and quantum entanglement. And he says, you know what this looks like to me? This looks like some kind of a efficient computational process. It looks to me like a computational system is trying to efficiently process information. And that's why we have things like the fact that a particle isn't rendered unless it's being observed. Comes up with this in the 1940s. And here's the more disturbing thing that he says. Based on the model he develops, which he calls rechnender Raum, calculating space. In other words, space itself is a calculating medium. He says, if this model is correct, the system generally can render local reality very rapidly and consistently and in a stable manner. But if it's locally disrupted by an extremely volatile high entropy event, you might start to see glitches in the matrix. They would be observable on the level of quantum experimentation, like shooting photons and stuff. You'll start to get experimental results that are off. Mm-hmm. If there's a very high entropy dynamic event taking place. And what did he consider the best candidate for such an event? A nuclear explosion.
Oh, are you ready for this? Let me add on to that real quick, which is, so when I investigated the people that developed the H-bomb and advanced the H-bomb, John Knuckles, Lowell Wood, for example, they actually proposed paper in 1974 to test general relativity using thermonuclear weapons. And what were they implying? The exact same thing that you just said, that thermonuclear weapons might be manipulating space-time. They might be producing gravitational ripples, gravitational waves, Why were they thinking that in 1974? Why were they publishing public scientific papers about that? They had to have known that that's exactly what was going on. And this is where I say, oh my goodness, the UFO topic must be connected to nukes. And let me even take it a step further, because now in retrospect, to me, it's obvious. You go, wait a minute, how do they say that we would manipulate space-time? How would we manipulate gravity? Well, we need a huge amount of mass. They say in order to make a wormhole, we need the mass of Jupiter right here. If I had a Jupiter right here, then space-time would be getting bent all around Jupiter because it's producing all this gravity. We all understand that. Take it to the next level. Einstein said E equals mc squared. That means there's an exchange of energy and mass. That means when we talk about these calculations, we can interchange mass and energy with one another. That means we don't just need the mass of Jupiter. We can take the energy mass of Jupiter, and that will do the exact same thing. Now, what were we doing with thermonuclear weapons? Well, we were trying to make them very, very powerful. Remember what we just said about Castle Bravo. It was 2.5 times more powerful than what we expected. And then we took it even further. Then John Knuckles in the 60s said, you know what? I can make it even more efficient. If I use geometry and get our waves to collapse perfectly onto.
And there's, if this is not just about, going into the history of this stuff and all that. You can get into all of that with Dark Journalist and all of that as well. But, it's about building the coherence between these subjects.
To a point, I can amplify that even higher, increase the gain, increase the amount of energy output relative to the amount of energy input. So now you have to start to wonder, wait, how much did they really amplify that energy? And especially if they did it aneutronically, which is 3 times more efficient than neutronic fusion bomb might be. Last thought is this. So now we've connected, okay, we can potentially get this huge amount of energy, which is what we would need to manipulate space-time. But are there scientific papers that support it? Yeah, there is. In fact, there's a really famous one by a guy named Harold Pudoff, where Tim Burchett of Congress held up his scientific paper in 2023 during the UFO hearing and said, here's a little light reading for you. What is the name of that paper? Polarizable Vacuum Model, Space-Time Metric Engineering by Hal Pudoff. And in that, he says that we can unify electromagnetism and
just a coincidence that he happened to be a member of Scientology.
General relativity. And this basic idea is that electromagnetism will manipulate space-time to 0-point energy to allow gravity manipulation, as well as potentially a wormhole in theory. So now we've got all the basis to put it all together. Plus, just another little tidbit for you. I just watched a video where Hal Pudoff is sitting next to Edward Teller at a dinner, telling him his theories. And you're sitting here going, wait a minute. People are saying Edward Teller is like the guy that knows all the secrets, right? And they had probably a crisis of conscience when the guy died because we had to pass these secrets on to somebody else. So why is Hal Pudoff now sitting in a meeting with him? So this is where I think you can pretty much draw a straight line between thermonuclear weapons directly to space-time manipulation and the UFO topic. Go ahead.
Yes. And I can add a couple of elements to that even fill out the physics in a more compelling way. You have to add the work that was done by Rolf Landauer in the 1960s, also a German, although a Jewish German who was escaping the Nazis, and then John Archibald Wheeler. Yes. And what took place between Rolf Landauer and John Archibald Wheeler was the recognition that it's not just energy and matter that are interconvertible, a la Einstein. They realized that there's a third term in this interconvertibility, which is information. And this speaks to why, observation, the integral element of the observer and the collapse of the wave function in quantum mechanics already tells us that information processing, namely by an observer, is integral to fundamental physics. And what John Archibald Wheeler developed, building on Rolf Landauer, was the idea that energy and matter are different states of information. Now, Konrad Zuse already realized this. The Nazi German computer scientist Konrad Zuse in the 1940s. And what Zuse is saying is that when a nuclear bomb goes off, the computational system can't catch up with the disruption to the normal rendering algorithm. So the mesh of the matrix is sheared locally. Now, if Wheeler is right, and if people want more detail, I wrote about this in my book Satanion. If Wheeler is right about this, then what we call dark matter is actually an informational cloud. It's a form of matter that's not electromagnetically detectable, but that contains information and has gravitational effects, massive gravitational effects. Now, if we're living in a computational simulacrum and the spatial matrix, what Konrad Zuse called the Rechnender realm, the calculating space, gets torn locally around a nuclear explosion, it could be that opens up cracks through which we have access to dark matter that is much more massive. And that dark matter then could warp the space-time matrix locally in an even more significant way. In other words, if our simulacrum is nested inside a larger quantum computational system, and it's being projected from outside some kind of, from out of some kind of cloud informational processing medium like dark matter, cracks in the local space-time mesh could allow a denser, more gravitationally disruptive form of matter to also further impact the space-time rendering in the environs of a nuclear explosion. Which brings me to the other thing. Yes, it could be that nukes are surveilling nuclear power plants and surveilling nuclear stockpiles, and there's a great deal of evidence for that Robert Hastings, has laid out in his book on UFOs and nukes. But there's another possibility as well, and they're not mutually exclusive. And that's that some of the UFOs that we see, Beatrice Villarroel's recent study of the Palomar plates from the 1950s seems to suggest that tens of thousands of these things would show up, especially like within hours of a nuclear explosion. And one possibility is that they're coming from other dimensions. That when a nuke locally shears the fabric of space-time, cracks open that allow access to other dimensions, and that craft that come from basically other simulacra are breaking through into ours. That's also a possibility, and David Lynch played with that in a very interesting way in the third season of his Twin Peaks television series. It's basically built on this idea that beginning in 1945, when we started setting off nukes, we sort of compromised the spatio-temporal fabric in a way that allowed things from other dimensions to get in to our world. So that's another thing, worth considering here.
Yeah. So let me jump on. Yeah. Because John Wheeler, the guy is a legend, although he doesn't get probably nearly enough credit. He was also one of the help developers of the H-bomb originally. He's the guy that coined the term wormhole and black hole, actually. So when he's talking about these concepts, people should probably listen, because he's one of the people that was on the forefront of these ideas back in the 50s and the 60s out there. I think you conceptualize it very well. I personally have a slightly different take on the dark energy. I just think the dark energy, dark matter, is just 0-point energy. It's the latent energy of space-time itself. And yes, I do think we're absolutely making cracks in it. We're bending it. We're manipulating that. I think this, you could think of the 0-point energy as space-time itself, as the reason why there's distance between here and over there.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. No.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it's an informational medium.
Yeah.
It's that 0-point energy. It's an informational medium.
And let me add to that. So I'm not sure if you know about Charles Chase, but he's a legendary Lockheed Martin engineer. He was leader of the Revolutionary Technologies Division of the Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. And I know Jesse Michaels spoke to him, because Jesse Michaels said, I spoke to the guy who was a leader of the Revolutionary Technologies Division. I'm going, I know who that guy is. That's Charles Chase. And Charles Chase replied to one of my emails. These guys almost never reply to my emails, by the way. And when Hal Puthoff responded, I only got back like 5-word answers from him, even though I wrote out like the whole history of his research. But Charles Chase said something really interesting about 0-point energy. I actually asked him, do you believe in the ether? which is, this idea of this extra dimension of energy. And he says, I do think the idea of the ether is real. And he says, I think that also it has a memory. So this speaks directly to what you're saying about space-time being an informational medium, is that what Charles Chase is implying is that what we do is remembered in space-time. Like space-time is rendering kind of what is happening. And this is also connected to coherence and decoherence with, the double slit experiment and quantum mechanics. So one more thing I want to say on quantum mechanics is that tunneling is direct.
By the way, Ashton,
please.
Nikola Tesla believed that. Nikola Tesla became friends with Swami Vivekananda, and they had long conversations about Sanskrit metaphysics together. And Tesla came around to believing that the ether was an informational medium that stored memory. It was a memory storage system. And he said basically the Hindus were kind of on the right track when they called it the Akasha. The Akasha.
Gotta remember who we are.
Record of the cosmos.
Okay, this is perfect. I had this up on my screen right here. This is perfect. So I've got this thing about Tesla told Lord Kelvin at his visit with the meeting German professor Hermann von Helmholtz. Helmholtz is a pretty famous physicist as well. And they talked about the idea of ether and vortex rings. It says, in the question, what passes on the impulse, Kelvin came to the conclusion, they are vortices in the ether. With that, he had found an answer in experience. With his students, he built boxes with which he could produce smoke rings to be able to study and demonstrate in experiments the special properties of ring-like vortices and their flow technical analogy. So what these guys believed, these basically pioneers of electromagnetism, they believed we were in a medium, and they believed vortex motion somehow interacted with that medium. I think that what we found now recently, especially as if you guys look up like optical traps, we're using light to measure vortices. And I think that that's what we're essentially doing, but with much more advanced technology and experimentation nowadays compared to what we did in the past. And I think what we're realizing is, yes, there really is a medium and we know it for a fact. The question is, how do we interact with it in a meaningful way? Salvatore Pais would say that, and I don't want to be speaking for him, but I believe he would say that we need to make our system go far from equilibrium. And also, I think just from in general in my research, that you only begin to see some of these effects at very high energy levels, which also imply that we need this huge energy level to break through that medium. But once you get close enough to that threshold, then you start to see those effects. But before that, you don't really see them. And this is the reason why when people are doing small scale experiments for anti-gravitational technologies, they don't get major effects. This is why like Eugene Plotkinov, when he talks about spinning superconductors to produce these thrusts, why it's so easy to debunk it, because the measurements are so tiny and the margin of error is so high that people can say, oh, well, it's just within the margin of error. You didn't really prove that the thing is real. But this is why high energy physics is so important, because the people that are doing the highest energy physics, they're going to be the ones that are going to see this, because you've got to get up to this threshold first. Do you have any comments on that? And then I have a couple other things. Go ahead.
Yes. So, no, I agree with all of that. I agree with the brunt of it. But I would like to add this, that when you think about aneutronic fusion, in other words, clean thermonuclear detonations, you also have to realize that the main reason we haven't had a nuclear war is because of the danger of fallout, right? The danger of radioactive contamination of the areas where detonations take place, and then fallout patterns that, because of the nature of weather systems, will deposit the radiation over hundreds of miles across oceans in some cases. I mean, look what happened with Fukushima. I mean, cattle in Washington State and Oregon were irradiated. So the reason we haven't had a nuclear war is mainly because of the radiation that comes from the fission trigger, the neutronic fission trigger in a fusion bomb. That's why nuclear weapons were never used on a large scale. Now, if it were known that it was possible, and of course, this is why the Nazis were interested in this in the first place, right? I mean, the best nuke is a nuke you can set off in a target area, and then your soldiers can move in immediately without fear of radiation, right? So if it were known that you could use nuclear weapons on a large scale without any danger of radioactive contamination, nuclear war would be a lot more likely. Now consider what we were saying about Konrad Zus's observations, or rather Konrad Zus's speculation about how the extremely high entropy dynamic energetic event of a nuclear detonation could shear or compromise the rendering of local space-time. What would be the effects of hundreds of aneutronic thermonuclear weapons going off simultaneously on the planet? Could it be that at that point, like you see in the movie The 13th Floor, where, you know, the guy sees the mesh of the Matrix, he drives to the edge of fake Los Angeles, and there the road ends, and he sees the mesh of the Matrix. Could it be that if we had a global nuclear war, thermonuclear war, but using aneutronic fusion devices, it would so thoroughly fuck up the spatiotemporal matrix that we would basically see the mesh of the computational system that we're inside of? And maybe that's why the entities on the other side of the UFO phenomenon are obsessed with making sure that we don't set off nuclear weapons on a large scale, because it might show us something about the nature of the world that we're living in that they don't want us seeing.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So I think that I want to address a few of those points, and I do want to talk about this idea of breaking the matrix, but a couple other points on the science of it real quick on the thermonuclear weapons I want to throw out there is tunneling. Quantum tunneling is used in fusion. In fact, that's how we break the Coulomb barrier. So if we have two ions that are positively charged, two positively charged things should repel each other. So when we get fusion happen, the idea is that we're creating so much pressure and heat that we're forcing these things together to get over that Coulomb barrier. Now, if you research cold fusion and some theories around cold fusion, you'll find there's a resonance model of it. That how are we able to get fusion to happen at these low temperatures that don't require that? And they say, oh, well, it's resonance that will allow that to happen at certain resonant frequencies, just like with the Die Glocke we were talking about, pulsed frequencies. You have your cross section of fusion goes way up. Goes way up. Weirdly, at certain frequencies, that's what happens. And the idea is, like, imagine you're like vibrating your hands back for at some point, like, you're going to be like over the top of one another. And this is a quantum mechanical effect that we see where we can have two things at the same point where normally we can't have that. Things that are fermions can't generally be at the same position. But according to general relativity and quantum mechanics, that becomes possible now. So the other thing I want to point out is computers. You mentioned computers and this idea that nukes are, you know, almost you could imagine the patterns as being a computational pattern. Well, it turns out we were literally building computers for thermonuclear weapons. One of the big things that Knuckles was working on when he was building his H-bombs, his clean H-bombs, was he was doing the computations. They were plugging in old IBM cards to do the computers. So you can actually draw a direct line between computer advancement and thermonuclear weapons. And John Kramer, he's an experimental nuclear physicist out of University of Washington. He said, he got asked, and it's one of my favorite clips, where he gets asked, what do they use quantum computers for? Nobody really knows what they're practically using quantum computers for. And he goes, oh, you use it for nuclear weapons calculations. The computer can do the calculations, these complex integrals, just like that, where it's very extremely difficult and time intensive for a human being to try to do those things. I'm just sitting here going, I mean, you just told me the secret here, which is that, like, we developed computers for nuclear weapons, and then we needed quantum computers that were even more powerful to be able to do these complex integrals and these fusion reactions with quantum tunneling and stuff happening. And we needed to be able to react in real time too, as our plasma is, like, you know, interacting, what have you. Is that's I think where AI and quantum computers come from, is probably that direct technology. And so absolutely, yes. I could see a situation where we're afraid for multiple reasons. This is where I want to start to move to the geopolitics side of this, which is what are the implications? If we're right, this hypothesis is true, that thermonuclear weapons are able to manipulate space-time. Now we're talking about time travel. And a lot of people ask me, what is the impact on the 0 point energy on space-time itself if we're doing this? Will the 0 point energy just kind of come in and fill the gaps? And if so, is there a limit to that? Are we using up all of the space-time when we're, you know, either pulling energy from it or doing these detonations? Is it impacting other realities? Are there other realities, and is there a multiverse? And then the bigger thing, and to me, that I think that honestly, seeing the Matrix is the thing I'm least afraid of. The thing I'm more afraid of is someone's going to mess up the time stream, and we're going to get caught in some kind of time loop. Hell, maybe we are. Maybe our reality is a time loop where somebody did something like that. So those are just some of my thoughts. What do you think?
Oh, I agree with all of it. I think that our timeline has been broken, and we're already in some fucked up time loop, Ouroboros serpent eating its own tail kind of thing that you see like in the German TV series Dark.
Yes.
And then about us messing up other realities with nuclear weapons detonations. You know, I have often accused the Nordics who appeared to contactees in the 1950s of being extremely duplicitous, deceptive individuals. However, I do have to note that one of the things that they did say to multiple contactees was, you've got to stop these nuclear detonations because they're messing with the world that we come from in ways that you don't understand. So who knows?
George Cavathos has said similar things too.
And there's a theory called the twin paradox or twin universe theory.
Yeah, so I want to leave it there, guys. So the reason why I wanted to bring up the last one was to tie it all in with, you know, the plasma, you know, the history of, you know, this 100 years of technology, and, you know, obviously like going into more ancient times with ancient sites. But we've got 9/11 with Dr. Judy Wood, the evidence. We've got MH370 and the evidence, and then we've got the Earth's weakening magnetic field, you know, geomagnetic excursions, and grand solar minimum, and you know, magnetic pole flip, all in the kind of understanding, or the worldview of the people that understand the ether, the medium, the 0 point energy field, and then the natural law is our path through this to be able to you know, get access to the technology, and to be able to work with each other to you know, create technological solutions aligned with nature, aligned with objective morality, so we can you know, do your own research, follow the evidence, and again, I'm probably, you know, jumping in with my own conclusions here, but you know, the kind of the time that we have for being able to you know, create solutions is it's urgent. So that's all the things I put together for today. Thank you for all the people that were in the video, and I'll see you next time. Ciao for now.